Hi, welcome back to yet another full stack project development in React and Spring Boot. In this project development, we will create most popular and exciting web application, which is online food delivery application. I promise this is going to be a great portfolio project for your next job interview. Whether if you are a fresher or a recent graduate, even if you are a working professional, this project will teach you so many concepts. I have covered so many things. You can start this course right away. This is completely free. I have uploaded on my YouTube channel. First, go ahead and like this video and also comment on this video that you will complete this project. If you like this video and comment on this video, it will motivate me to create more such videos for you. Also, YouTube recommend this video to so many people who wants to learn the full stack development in React and Spring Boot. Before we see the quick demo of this project, I drop a link in the description section of this video for the source code. Go ahead and download this source code and keep it for your reference. If you are facing any issues while setting up the project, or if you are developing the project, if you face any issues, you can always reach out to me. I drop a link in the description section of this video for the top mate. I will provide the complete assistance and I will clarify all your doubts. You can discuss with me. I will resolve all your issues. One more thing, before we start the project development, I have covered so many concepts in this project. I covered how to create the REST APIs in Spring Boot, how to connect the Spring Boot application to the MongoDB database, how to create the Vite React project, and how to use the Bootstrap templates, and how to integrate with the RazorPay payment gateway, and how to upload the images to the AWS web service, and how to secure the REST APIs using the Spring security, how to create the JWT token, and how to secure the APIs by integrating with the token based mechanism. I have covered a lot of concepts in this course. So don't try to watch the entire video one single day. Instead, watch every day 1 hour so that you can finish this project in the next 10 days. Once you complete the project, upload your project to GitHub or deploy it to any online web servers and share your link with me. I would love to see your work and how my project helped you to achieve your career goals. One last thing before we start the video. The prerequisite to this course is you should know the basics of React and also you should know the basics of Spring Framework. I drop a link in the description section of this video for the React basics. I have not covered in my YouTube channel, but I do have a course on Spring Framework. I drop a link in the description section of this video for the same. You can check out that course. With this, let's start the video and first let's see the project demo. Before I walk you through the project, while developing this project, I watched so many videos on React development. I was a backend developer. I was new to frontend development. I watched so many YouTube videos to learn the React concepts. So I thanks to all developers and content creators who helped me to create this project. Also, I created this project inspired from Swiggy and Zomato. With this, let's get started. The application is started on the port localhost 5173. This is the customer facing application where the customers or user can browse through the food and he can place the order. This is the home page. The application is completely mobile responsive. You can also view it in the mobile. You will see the navigation bar at the top and you can browse through the foods. If you scroll down, you will see the different categories and also the different foods. And at the top, we have the banner where you can explore the foods. You can filter through these menu based on the categories. For example, if I select on this burger, you will see the burgers. If I select the ice cream, you will see the ice creams. If I select salad, you will see the salad. And if I unselect this, then you will see all the food items. If you see it in the mobile view, you can, by clicking on these icons, you can scroll through the categories. You can find these kind of functionalities in Swiggy. Now you can also go to the explore and where you can see the complete menu and you can search the food and you can filter it based on the category as well. There is a drop down. You can, based on the category, you can filter it out. You can also search for the food If I say veg, you can see the category, you can see the food which having the keyword veg, veg burger, regular veg pizza, vegetable spring roll, vegetable salad. You can also find the food in the particular category as well. For example, in the biryani, you will not see any of the food with the keyword veg. If I go to the burger, you will see this veg burger. This is about the explore. User can go to the cart if there is any items in the cart, and also user can add the items to the cart, and he can view the complete details of the food by clicking on this view food, or he can click on this image to see the complete details. User can add the food to the cart by clicking on this, and it will add to the cart. He can increase the quantity and it will update the order summary as well. And here also user can add the items to the cart. I'm going to add chicken biryani and this chocolate cake, and now user can go to the cart. There are 3 items in the cart with different quantities. Now user can remove the cart items if he don't want, and he can click on this proceed to checkout, and it will ask him to log into the application. If he is a new user, he can create an account by clicking on the sign up button. Now let's go to the continue shopping, and we have this explore button, and also in the contact us we have this contact form where the customers can reach out to the shop owners. Now let's go ahead and log in. I have already created few accounts, but let's create a new account. Register. I will provide the name. I'm going to provide name with Vinay, and Vinay at example.com, and password 123456, and click on this sign up. You will see this success message, registration completed, please log in. And let's log into the application, Vinay at example.com, and password if I give a wrong password and sign in, you will see this unable to log in, please try again. So let's provide the correct credentials, 123456, click to sign in, and the user will log in. Once the user is logged in, he cannot go back to the login page by entering in the URL. That will be protected. Because the user is already logged in, he cannot able to see those login and register forms. And also, now if the user is newly created, there will be no orders. If he go to the orders, there will be no orders. He can log out, and also he can go to the checkout, and he can browse through the food. Let's actually add few food to the cart. I'm going to add boneless chicken biryani. 3 items I'm going to add. I'm going to add the veg burger 1, and also I'm going to add this one more cake, the rainbow cake. And now let's go to the cart. This is the total amount, 1378.40, and now user can click on this proceed to checkout, and user can see the total cart, the unique items and the quantities and shipping charge and the tax and the total amount. Now user can provide the billing address or the delivery address. Here I'll provide Vinay at T, and email Vinay at example.com, and phone number I can give, and address Bangalore, state I can select, city I can select, and zip. And now when the user click on this continue to checkout, we can see the RazorPay payment gateway window, and you can see this is in the test mode. And now this is the total price amount and the telephone number, and user can select the various options. We can select the UPI, you can select the card. So for now let's select the UPI. For the UPI, success at RazorPay, and when I click on this verify and pay, and you can see we will see the payment is successful message confirming the payment. Once the payment is completed, user will navigate to the orders page. You can see, and we can see the message payment successful, and see what user is ordered. He ordered boneless chicken biryani of 3 quantity, veg burger of 1 quantity, rainbow cake of 1 quantity, and the total amount he paid, items, total 3 items, and it is preparing. And he can, by clicking on this button, he can see the latest statuses. Now user has placed the order. Now let's go to the admin dashboard. So we have a different project for the admin panel, because when we are developing the enterprise application, most of the times we are going to create a separate admin project just to avoid the performance issues. If I add the same admin dashboard in the same application, that will cause us the performance issues. If it is for a single restaurant, we can create a separate admin panel project. That is what we have done here. And here admin can add the food, list the food, and orders, manages the orders. So if you see, we have got the latest order, that is 1378.40, which is just now added, the user Vinay. Now we can, the admin here, he can manage us. Right now it is in the food preparation status. He can make it to out for delivery. Okay, out for delivery. And now let's go to the user dashboard, and here if the user click on this, you can see it is updated to out for delivery. Similarly, the admin can also make it delivered. And now if you go to the user dashboard, you can see the latest status delivered. Once the user is placed the order, you can see in the cart, it will be clear the cart. Also, let's say suppose user will add few items to the cart. Let's say suppose chicken biryani, and I'm going to add one more milk chocolate cake. And now user having 2 items in the cart, now the user will log out and it becomes 0. Because the user is logged out, there will be no cart. In the cart, there will be no items. But again, if the user is logged in, I'm going to log in. Vinay at example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click to sign in. Okay, this should be Vinay at example.com. Okay, and sign in. Vinay will logged in, and you can see here we have the cart items. So we are storing these cart items, we are persisting in the database. So that is why once the user is logged in, if there are any items present in the cart, that he can see. If you want, he can delete the cart items also. Now we have seen how the user can pay the amount through the RazorPay. Now let me log out, and let's go to the admin panel. Here admin can manage all the orders, and also once the admin uploaded the new food, he can manage us here. If you want to delete any one of the items, he can delete it. Let's say suppose I'm going to delete the green salad. Let me delete this. You can see food removed, and if you go to the food menu, we have this green salad. I'm going to reload this. You can see the green salad has been removed. So the admin can manage us the food here. Also admin can add a new food. Let's click on this add food, and I'm going to add the new food. From the desktop, I'm going to select this burger, upload this. We can give new tasty burger. We can give some description. Category, I'm going to select it as burger. I will provide the burger price, which is 250. Click save. Food added successfully. If you go to the list food, you will see this new tasty burger 250. And now if we go to the user facing application, you can see we got the new burger, which is new tasty burger. If I click on this view food, you can see new tasty burger 250 rupees. This is about the user facing application, and how this is about the admin panel, where the admin can manage us the complete food. We can also verify in the RazorPay dashboard that the payment was completed. So if you go to the RazorPay dashboard, We are in the test mode and you can see that the payment has been captured, which is Vinay UPI. Also, if you go to AWS, you will see all the images storing it in the AWS. We are not storing it in our project itself. Instead, we are going to store it in the AWS S3 bucket. From there, we are fetching all the images. Alright, this is about the quick project tour. There are so many things you will learn along the way. You will learn how to use the REST APIs, how to create the APIs in Spring Boot, how to connect to the MongoDB database, how to add the Spring security, how to validate the bean objects, and how to create the production grade applications, and how you can connect with the React applications, and how to use the use context, use hooks, and you will learn so many things. You will learn how to design the application using the Bootstrap, how you can find the Bootstrap components online, and how you can integrate with them. You will also learn how to make an API call through the Axios library, how you can organize your code, and you will learn how to add the CSS styling. I'm sure this is going to be a great portfolio project if you learn. Once you complete this project, you can showcase this project to your friends, colleagues, and recruiters and managers, and you can showcase your skills. With this, now we can start the project development. So far, if you are enjoying this video, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and comment on this video. That will motivate me to create more videos for you. First, let's create the Spring Boot application. I'm inside the browser. Head over to Spring Initializer, which is start.spring.io. Here we can create the Spring Boot project. I'm going to select Maven because we are creating the Maven project. Maven is the build tool, and language we are going to use Java. And the Spring Boot version, we're going to choose the latest and stable version, avoiding snapshot and M2 versions because they are not the stable versions. Select the latest and stable version. Right now, at the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 3.4.3. Next, we need to provide the group ID, artifact ID. I will call this Foodies API. Name, also give it as Foodies API. Description, you can provide Spring Boot REST API for the online food delivery application. Package name, I leave as it is, which is the default package name. Packaging, I'm going to select it as jar. The Java version, I'm going to select it as 21. Let's add the dependencies. We're going to add the web dependency because we need to create the RESTful web services. I also add MongoDB for the database, which is Spring Data MongoDB. Don't select the reactive MongoDB or either the MongoDB Atlas. Just select Spring Data MongoDB. Next, we need to select Lombok. We're going to use this Java library to reduce the boilerplate code. Next, we will also add Spring Boot DevTools, and we can also add validation for the validating the APIs. All right. Apart from this, we will also add Amazon S3 bucket dependency as well as JWT and Spring security. But right now, this is enough. So let's go ahead and generate this project. Let's click on this generate. It is going to generate the zip folder. Extract this. First of all, move this to a safest place in your directory and extract this and open the project inside the IntelliJ IDEA. I will be using IntelliJ IDEA. In case if you are not familiar with IntelliJ IDEA, you can use Visual Studio Code or you can use STS or Eclipse IDE. Let's extract this and open it in the IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, I opened the project inside this IntelliJ IDEA. Let's go to the pom.xml and you will see all the dependencies which we have added. We added the MongoDB dependency, validation dependency, and the web dependency, and the dev tools. Also, we added the Lombok. This test dependency is automatically added by Spring Initializer. One thing I would like to make some changes in order to correctly work with this Lombok dependency. Let's head over to the browser and just search for Lombok Maven dependency and select this and select the first one and just copy this dependency, and we're going to replace this with the one which we have added in the pom.xml. So just replace this, and we don't need this comment, just get rid of this, and we need to add this version inside this plugins. After this Lombok, just add the version, and here also inside this plugin, let's add the Lombok version. With this, let's save the changes. Next, if you go inside the source and inside the main, we have this application.properties file. Here inside this, we are going to add the database configuration. First, let's create the MongoDB database, and then let's configure it here. I just started the MongoDB server. Make sure to download the MongoDB and start the server. Once you start it, open the database inside the any GUI application. I'm using the MongoDB Compass. You can use other GUI applications as well. Let's open the MongoDB Compass, and here I have already created the connection, which is localhost. If you open this, you will see the databases, admin, config, food delivery, local. The first admin, config, local, these are the databases which created by the MongoDB. The food delivery, which I have created previously. Now I'm going to create a new database. Click on this create database. We need to provide the database name and collection name. The database name, I'm going to call it as foodies. The collection name, I will call it as foods. And click on this create database, and you can see we created the database as well as the collection. Now we need to configure this inside our Spring Boot application. Open the application.properties file. Here I'm going to add the comment which is MongoDB configuration. Here we're going to add the property spring.data.mongodb.uri, and we need to provide the URL, which is mongodb :/localhost. For now we are connecting to the localhost. The default port number is 27017 / we need to provide the database name which we have created, which is foodies. Now that we have configured the database, next we will start creating the APIs. Next, we need to create the S3 bucket inside the AWS. Log into your AWS account and search for the S3 service. Click on this. I have already created few buckets previously. Let's create a new bucket. Click on this create bucket and provide the bucket name. Provide a unique name, foodies-foods. I'm going to enable this access control list for the public access, and also uncheck this so that publicly we can access these URLs, and acknowledge this. Click on this create bucket. Now we created the bucket to store the food images. Now we need to connect to this S3 bucket. We need the access key and secret key. Let's generate it. Let's go to your profile and click on this security credentials. I have already created 2 secret key. We can create maximum of 2 access keys. In case if you haven't created, this option will be enabled for you. Click on this create access key, and it will generate the access key as well as the secret key. Copy those 2 access key and secret key and keep it in your safely in your notepad or somewhere. Later we need that to connect to the Spring Boot application. Alright, next, once we created the access key and secret key, let's open the IntelliJ, and here inside our application.properties file, let's add those secret key and access key. I'm going to write a comment, AWS S3 configuration. Let's add the access key and secret key. Let me add the access key, make sure to use your access key. Don't use mine, because once this video is completed, once the recording is completed, I'm going to delete it. So do not use mine. Instead, generate it yours and use your access key and secret key. Alright, also we need to add the region as well. So AWS dot region. Let's add the region. Head over to your AWS account, and if you go to the S3 bucket or the S3 service, I'm using currently the region which is AP-South-1, which is Mumbai region. So let's add it. With this, now we have completed the AWS configuration. Let me close this application.properties file, and now we need to add the dependency. So let's add the dependency. Let's head over to IntelliJ, and here inside the pom.xml we need to add the dependency. Let me add the dependency, or we can just copy the above one. So let's copy this dependency and let's change the group ID. By the way, if you download it from or if you copy it from the internet, you can just do that. Let's go to the browser and search for AWS S3 and select the first one. And you can copy any one of this dependency and you can add it. So let me copy this and go back to your IntelliJ. Let's add this dependency. We can remove this. And let me reload this so that it will download the necessary dependencies for us. You can see it will downloading the dependencies. Just wait for a couple of minutes. Depending upon your internet speed, it will download the dependencies. Alright, now we added the dependency and we created the S3 bucket inside the AWS S3 service, and also we added the configure the access key and secret key and AWS region inside our application.properties file. Now let's configure the bean for the S3 client. Before that, what I'll do is, first of all, we have added this dependency. Let's remove this scope. We just need the group ID, artifact ID and version ID. So just remove that scope and reload the Maven changes. Next, if you open the application.properties file, we have added the access key, secret key and region inside this properties file. Let's move this to the environment variables, because later when we move this to the version control, when we commit this to the version control, if someone sees the application.properties file, they can easily steal the access key and secret key. So instead of adding it here, we can add it to the environment variables. So click on this project icon and click on this edit configuration. You will find the environment variables option. If you don't find it, just click on this modify options and click on this environment variables. Here we are going to add the environment variables. Let's add the AWS access key. Also let's add the AWS secret key. AWS secret key. I'm going to copy the access key. Let's paste it and let's add the secret key as well. So let's copy the secret key and paste it. Now we added the access key and secret key. Let's refer these names inside our application.properties file. So this way nobody can steal our access key and secret key, even though if we pushed our code to the version control. So let's click on OK and click apply and OK. Now here we use dollar within the curly braces. We add the name which we have added in our environment variables, which is AWS access key, and this should be AWS secret key. And This is fine. This we can keep it here only, or even this also you can move it to the environment variables. That's completely up to you. But these two should be moved to environment variables. That is the best practice. Alright, now let's save this. Let's open the project explorer. We need to configure the S3 client. So inside the root package, create one more package with the name config. Inside this, let's quickly configure the bean. Let's create a class with the name AWS config. Let me expand this. Let's add the annotation configuration. This is a configuration class. Inside this, we need the access key, secret key, and region as well. So let's create a variables private string access key, private string secret key, private string region. Let's add the value annotation. Value, we need to provide the property name, which is, let me copy it from the application.properties file. So copy this and add it here. Similarly, let's copy and paste it here. Let's add this access key, and this is secret key, and this is AWS region. Alright, next we need to create a bean public. We're going to create a bean for S3 client. Let's add the annotation bean, and we're going to use the builder pattern S3 client dot builder. Let's add the region dot off, and we're going to pass the region. Next, we're going to use credentials provided, and we use static credentials provided dot create, and we're going to pass the credentials. We need to pass the access key and the secret key. So let's use AWS basic credentials dot create. To this, we're going to pass the access key and secret key. Next, we're going to call a build method. Now we created the bean for this S3 client. Now using this S3 client, we can upload the images to the S3 bucket. Now let's create a service to upload the file into the S3 bucket. Open the project explorer, and inside the main package, let's create a new package. Let's call this service. Let's create a new interface. I'm going to call this food service. This is an interface. Now I'm going to define a new method, which is upload file. This will take multi-part file as a parameter, which is from the org.springframework.web.multipart package. When we upload the file, we get the public URL of that file. So this is going to return a string. Let me save the file. And now let's create an implementation class for this. Inside the service, we can create a new Java class. Let's call this AWS S3 service. This is going to implement the food service. Implements food service. Inside this, first of all, what I'll do is let's not call this as AWS S3 service. Instead, let's call this food service implementation. So let's make this as implementation class. So let's rename this, refactor, rename the file food service impl. Let me implement the methods. Inside this method, what I'll do, first of all, we need to make this as a service class. Let's add the service annotation, and inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to first I'm going to inject the S3 client. So we can add the all args constructor, and we can declare a field S3 client. Inside this, first of all, from this file we need to get the original file name. So file dot get original file name dot substring. We need to extract the file extension. So file dot get original file name dot last index of. We're going to add the period. From the period, we're going to just add +1 to it. This will gives us the file extension. So I'm going to store that in a variable string file name extension. Next, we need to generate a unique ID for that, or the unique string for the file. So we're going to use the uuid dot random uuid dot toString, and to this we are going to concatenate the file extension, the file name extension which we have created here, and we can store that in a variable called key. And now this key contains the random uuid plus the file extension. Next, within the try catch block, inside the try block, let's use the put object request from S3 package. We're going to use the builder pattern, put object request dot builder. Let's add the bucket name, which we have created. Let's go to the S3, and this is the one which we have created, foodies foods. The best way to add the bucket is by just injecting it. So private string bucket name. So let's add the value annotation. Let's go to application or properties, and okay, here we don't have the bucket name. We can also add the bucket as a property, AWS S3 bucket name, and the bucket name is foodies foods. Let's copy this and let's go to our implementation class, and here we can add the aws.s3.bucket name. So now we have added this, and we can use this bucket name variable instead of hard coding it. Next, we need to add the key as well. So let's add .key. We need the key which we have added here. This is nothing but the UUID key. Access control list, I'm going to make it as public read, public-read, and content type, which is file dot get content type, and we're going to use the build method. We just added the bucket name, key, access control list, and content type, and we are creating this object, put object request. And now this put object request, we're going to add it to the S3 bucket. So for that, let's use put object response. Let's call this response. Let's use the S3 client which we have injected above, S3 client dot put object. This is the method which we are going to use to store it into the S3 bucket. So to this we are going to pass the request, put object request, and let's use the request body dot from bytes. Oops, not this is from bytes. So let's use the from bytes, and we are going to use file dot get bytes. Once we store that, we're getting this error. This is because unhandled exception. That is fine. We're going to handle it in just a bit. So before that, we need to add the catch block. Inside the catch block, we're going to add the IO expression. We're going to throw the exception, throw new response status exception, and let's add the HTTP status dot internal server error, and we can pass an error occurred. We can add a meaningful message if you want while uploading the file, something like that. An error occurred while uploading the file. Once we get the response, what we need to do is we need to check the condition. So let me add the condition here. If response dot SDK HTTP response, SDK HTTP response dot is successful, then we know that it is the file has been successfully uploaded. So we need to return the public URL return, and we're going to use the URL https:// we need to provide the bucket name. So let's concatenate the bucket name and dot s3 dot amazon aws.com/ and we're going to prepend the key. So we are manually generating the public URL. We are just adding the bucket name dot s3.amazon aws.com/key, the key which is nothing but the which we have generated using the UUID, which contains the file extension as well. Else, if it is not successful, then we are going to throw a new response status exception, much like how we have done here. So let me copy this. Let's copy this, paste it. All right, so now we have here, we can add different message, file upload failed. Let me save this. So now we have created a method upload file which is responsible for uploading the image into the S3 bucket, and we are returning the public URL from this method. Next, we can call this method from the controller. Now let's create a new request object to store the food details. Open the project explorer. Let's create a new package. Let's call this request. Inside this, create a new Java class. You can call this food request. Let me expand this. Inside this, first of all, let's add the data annotation, and we can also add all args constructor, and if you want, we can also add the no args constructor. And let's quickly add the fields. Private string ID, or we don't need the ID, so let's quickly add name, private string description, private double price, private string image URL, or we don't need this image URL also. In the response object we need the image URL. So, and we need private string category. These 4 fields is enough. So let's save this. Similarly, let's quickly create the response object as well. So inside this, let me do one thing. Instead of this request, I'm going to refactor this and I'm going to call this as IO object. So IO object, and inside this we can create the food response class. Let me expand this and I'm going to increase the font. We can add the data annotation and no args constructor, and we can add the, basically we are going to, from the request, let's copy all these fields. Additionally, we're going to add a few more fields. When we return this, we will also get the ID, private string ID. We also get the image URL, private string image URL. All right, now let's save this. We created the IO object. Similarly, we also need the entity object to store the record into the database. We need the entity object. So for that, let's create one more package. We can call this entity, and inside this, let's create food entity. Let me expand this, and here let's go to the food request and take the fields, copy the fields, and inside the food entity, let's add it. We also need image URL because we need to store the image URL as well. And inside this food request, we don't have the food request, that's a food URL or the image URL. That's completely fine, because when we call this method, which is upload file, we get the public URL. The public URL, we are going to just add it to the food entity, to this image URL, and this is completely fine. This food entity also require string ID. Let's add the ID as well. Let me save this, and we need to add the annotation, which is document. We need to provide the collection name. Collection, we're going to store it in a collection called foods, and let's add the data annotation. We can also add the all args constructor and no argument constructor if you want. So let's save this. Now we created the food entity, and next we need to create the repository. Now let's create the food repository. Before that, we need to add the one more annotation to this ID field inside this food entity, ID annotation, to make this as a unique identifier for each object. So let's add the ID annotation to this field. Next, we need to create the repository. Open the project explorer and create a new package, repository. Inside this, let's create a new interface. Let's call this food repository. This is an interface. Let me increase this font, and also I'm going to expand this. We're going to extend this with the Mongo repository. We need to provide the entity type, which is food entity, and the primary key type, which is of type string. We can add the repository annotation. So let's save this. Now we created the repository, and we need to call the repository method inside our food service. Let's go to the food service, and here let's quickly define a method, add food. This is going to take food request as a parameter, food request, and this will also take multi-part file as a parameter, and this is going to return food response as a parameter. Let's save this. Next, let's go to the implementation class, which is food service implementation. Here, let's implement the method which is add food, and inside this, once we get the request object, we need to convert that into a entity object. So for that, we can use a private method, private food entity, convert to entity, let's accept the food request. We can call this request, and inside this we can make use of the builder pattern. So for that, let's go to the entity and we can add the builder annotation, and let's go to the service implementation. Here, let's make use of the food entity dot builder. Let's start adding the values. So first we need to add the name. We get the name from the request.getName, and similarly we need to add description, request.getDescription, and next we have category, request.getCategory, and next we have the image URL, and to this image URL we need to pass the image as well. So for that, we don't need to add the image URL as of now. Name, description, category, and what else do we have? Let's go to the food entity. We have name, description, okay, price we have. Let's add the price as well. Dot price, request.get price, and we can use the build method, and we get the food entity back. So we can return the food entity, and now we can make use of this private method here inside the add food method. Convert entity, we're going to pass the food request, and we get the food entity can make use of this new food entity, and to this new food entity we need to add the image URL as well. So for that, we need to call the method which is upload file, and to this we're going to pass the file. This will give us the public URL, image URL we can call this, and this image URL we can add it to the new food entity dot set image URL. We can set the image URL, and now we can pass this to the repository method, this new food entity. What I'll do is I'm going to make use of the repository. For that, we need to inject the repository at the top, private final food repository, let's call this food repository, and here we can make use of the food repository dot save, and to this we can pass the new food entity, and this will give us the new food entity along with an ID. And now we need to pass this to the one more method to convert it as a response object. So for that, again we create a one more method, private food response, convert to response. This is going to take food entity as a parameter. We can make use of the inside this food response. Let's add the builder annotation, and we can make use of the builder pattern, food response dot builder, and we can start adding all the values, which is ID. Let's add entity dot get ID, name entity dot get name, description entity dot get description, category entity.get category, and we need price as well, entity.get price, and image as well, image URL, entity.get image URL, and we can use the build method and we can return this. Alright, next here, once we get the new entity, we can call the private method, which is convert to response, and we can pass the new food entity and we can directly return this. Now this method is going to return the food response, and we can call this method inside the controller. Now let's quickly create the controller, and we create the handler method, and then we can test the API endpoint. Let's go to the project explorer, create a new package. Let's call this controller. Inside this, create a new class which is food controller. Let me increase the font and let's expand this. Let's quickly add the annotation, which is a REST controller, and we also add the request mapping, and we provide the URI path /API/foods. Next, we will also add the all-orgs constructor, and inside this create a new handler method, public. This is going to return food response. We can create a method add food, and this is a post mapping. This is going to take 2 parameters. We're going to make use of the request part. The one type will be food, and this is of type string. Let's call this food string. And the second parameter, which is also a request part, this is file, and we're going to use the multi-part file. And inside this, what I'll do is, first we're going to make use of the object mapper. We can call this as object mapper. We need to convert this food string into a request object. So let's declare a field which is food request. You can call this request, and inside the try catch block, we need to convert that into a JSON object. So we're going to use this object mapper dot read value, and to this we're going to pass the food string, and we're going to convert it into a food request object. We're going to store that in a field called request. Let's actually handle this with JSON processing exception, and we can just return, in case of the exception, we're going to return response entity dot bad request dot build, and we are going to get the exception, no instances. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep it. Now we are going to store this request. We are going to pass this request into a service method. So for that we need the service. So let's inject the service, private final food service. Let's call this food service, and we can make use of the food service dot add food, and to this we're going to pass the request and the file object, and this is going to give us the food response. Let's call this food response. Let's call this response, and we need to return the response. We're going to return the response. Instead of this, what we can do, instead of returning it, we can just throw the exception, throw new response status exception, and http status dot bad request, and we can pass the message invalid JSON format, and let's save this. Now we created the handler method which will accept the food details as well as the multi-part file. Once we accept it, we are going to convert that string into an object which is food request, and we are going to pass it to the food service, the request object as well as the multi-part file, and that is going to generate the public URL, and we are going to add that public URL into the food entity object. Once we add it to the food entity object, let me go to that method. Once we get the public URL, we are going to add it to the food entity, and we're going to store it into the MongoDB collection, and we're going to convert that entity object into a response object, and inside our controller we're going to return that response object. The response object contains the ID as well. So let's test this feature. So what I'll do is I'm going to start this in a debug mode in case if any exception occurs so that we can debug it. Okay, we are getting an error which is parameter 2 of constructor food service. Let's go to the food service implementation, and okay, the problem is we are using this all our constructor and we have 3 fields. So instead of this, what I'll do is I'm going to just get rid of this, and we can use the constructor based injection by creating the constructor. But for now, let's quickly use the auto-wired annotation. But in the production grade applications, we try to avoid using the auto-wired annotation. Instead, we have to use the constructor based injection. Just remember that. So now let's go ahead and start it in the debug mode. Okay, now it is starting. We can test this API endpoint inside the Postman. Let's open the Postman. And inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new collection. And I'm going to call this as food or foodies API. And inside this, we can start creating the request. So let's add the first request. And this is a post request. And let's call this add food. We provide the URL endpoint localhost :8080/API/foods. Let's go to the body, and instead of the raw, let's select form data, and here we provide the request part which we have added. One is food and another one is file. If you go to the IntelliJ and if you go to the food controller, if you look at this, we have added the request part food and file. So food, which is of text, we need to provide the string, the JSON, we have to provide it in a string format, and this will be a file. So let's select it as file, and we can select the file from the computer system. So I'm going to just select this one, click open, and we need to provide this string. So for that, let's actually go to the raw. First, let's construct it. We need to add name. So just I'm going to pass test, description. I'm going to add description, and category we need to add category. Let's add test category, and we need to add price as well. Price, let's say $100. And now copy this actually, or cut this and go to the form data, and here paste it. So now we are passing the two request part, the food and file. Now when we hit the request, it should store it in the MongoDB database, as well as the image will be uploaded to the AWS S3 bucket. So let's test it. Click on this send, and we get the response back. And in the response, we have the ID, name, description, image URL, price, category. And if you look at this, we got the public URL. So let's actually copy this and go to the browser and paste it and hit enter. We should see the image that we have uploaded. We can also test it inside the S3 bucket. We are inside this S3 bucket. Let's select the foods, and we have this URL. We can just click on this. We can open this, or we can, let's open this, and you can see the same image that we have checked in the here the same image we have uploaded. So our add food API is working as expected. Let's continue. Now we can create a next API to read all the food details. Let's create that API. Before that, let's verify whether the details are storing it into the MongoDB database or not. Head over to the MongoDB database. I'm using MongoDB Compass. Let's open the database foodies, and okay, it's supposed to be, I don't know why this has been created. Okay, let's go to the foods collection. There are no entries, and let's go to the food entity. Okay, a new collection has been created, which is food entity. It's supposed to be stored it in the foods collection. Let's investigate it. Let's go to the food entity. Okay, I made a mistake here. This should be collection. That is why. Okay, collection. So let me stop this, and I'm going to restart it again. Let's go back to the MongoDB Compass, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just remove this collection, drop this collection. Let's add food entity and click on this drop collection. Now we can test the API again. Go back to the Postman, and what I'll do is I'm going to hit this API again, click on this send, and a new object has been created. We got the response, and let's go back to the MongoDB Compass, and here let me just refresh this, and this time you can see we have a single collection which is foods, and inside the foods we are able to store the documents. Okay, I made a mistake inside this entity class, so in case if you are also made the same mistake, go ahead and correct it. By the way, if you guys are following this tutorial, just like the video. It motivates me to create more such videos for you guys, and also comment it in the comment section that you will be following the tutorials and how do you find this course, whether it is easy to follow or it is difficult. Also, the YouTube algorithm will make this video recommended to more such people. Alright, let's create a new API to read the food from the database. To read the food details from the database, what we need to do is we need to create a new method inside the food service. So let me minimize this and go to the food service, and here define a new method which is read foods, and this is going to return list of food response. Let's import this list and save this. Now let's go to the implementation class, and here let's actually implement that method which is read foods, and scroll down. Okay, here is the method. What we need to do is we need to make use of the repository which is the food repository dot find all, and this is going to return a list of food entity. Let's call this database entries, and now we need to convert this into a food response object. So for that, what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the Java 8 feature, database entries dot for each. Not for each, we have to use the stream API. Let's use the stream API. Stream dot, we're going to make use of the map object, and we're going to map it to the from food entity object to the food response object. So for that, we already have this method which is convert to response. So let's make use of the same method. So I'm going to accept the I'm going to call it as object. Let's call this as object, and we can make use of the convert to response, and to this we can pass the object, and we get the, and we're going to collect it, collect dot collectors dot to list. We get the list, and we can directly return this, and let's save this. Now we need to call this method inside the controller. Let's go to the food controller, and here let's quickly create a handler method public. This is going to return list of food response, and we can call this read foods this is to be a get mapping annotation. Let's import the list, and inside this let's actually call the service method using the food service dot read foods, and we can directly return it. Let me save this. That's all about reading API, or nothing but getting the foods from the database. All we need to do is we need to test this API endpoint. So what I'll do is I have already added the DevTools dependency, so we can make use of that. What I'll do is let's go to the settings, and here go to the build execution deployment and expand this. Go to the compiler. Here you can see there is an option called build project automatically. Just checkmark this and click apply and OK. And also one more setting we have to change. Let's go to the advanced settings, and here you will see this allow auto make to start even if deployed application is currently running. Just make sure to checkmark this. With this, now we can able to automatically it will start building the application whenever we make any changes. So one last time I'm going to stop and I'm going to restart it. Alright, let me minimize this, and we can test the API endpoint. Let's go to the Postman, and here right now we have a single record inside the database. So I'm going to add a few more entries to the database. So let's go to the here. What I'll do is I'm going to select this, and I'm going to select a new image. So let's select this image, and also here what I'll do is I'm going to change this to test2 description, test2 category. We can make it as 200, and when I click on this send, we get a new entry. Let's go back to the MongoDB compass and reload it. We get the 2 records. Okay, now let's test the endpoint for reading these documents. First of all, I'm going to save this request, and I'm going to just duplicate this. So just duplicate it, and we can make this as read food. Okay, read food, and the API, this should be a get request, and now when I click on this send, we get 2 objects. You can see the test and test2. Alright, our get API is also working, which is able to read all the entries from the MongoDB database. Let's create the next endpoint. Now let's create a next endpoint to read the single food object. Open the food service, and here define a new method, read food. This is going to take food ID as a parameter, which is of type string, and this is going to return food response. Let's save this and open the service implementation. Let's implement the new method. Click OK, and here we need to make use of the food repository dot find by ID, and to this we're going to pass the ID, and this is going to return an optional, and we can make use of the or else throw method, and to this we're going to throw the exception in case if the food object is not found. We're going to make use of the lambda expression, and we're going to throw the runtime exception, and we can pass the message food not found. For the ID, we can add the ID as well, and we can return this directly. Or what I'll do is, okay, this is going to give us the food entity object, so let's store that in a variable food entity existing food, and now we can convert this into a food response object. So for that we can make use of this convert to response method, convert to response, and we can pass the existing food, and we can directly return this. Now we have this method read food. We can call this method inside the controller. Let's go to the food controller, create a new handler method public. This is going to return food response, read food, and this is going to be a get mapping annotation, and this will be accepting the id as a parameter, so we can make use of this path variable. So let's add path, not post mapping, this should be path variable. Path variable, we're going to bind it to the string id, and inside this we can make use of the food service dot, we can call the read food, and to this we can pass the id, and we can return this. Now let's save this, and we can test this endpoint. So we don't have to stop this and restart it again because we have already configured the DevTools. So let's go to the Postman, and here I'm just going to duplicate this, just duplicate it. This should be read food, right? This, okay, here let's add id, we need to pass id. So what I'll do is this, I'm going to change it as read foods, and this is read food. All right, here we can pass the food id. Let's go to the read foods, and here I'm going to pass this second one, paste it and click send. We should get the single document. And now if I'm going to give a invalid food id, click send, we get the error, and you can see the message food not found for the id. Of course we can create a custom object or custom exception and we can throw that, but for now let's keep it simple because we are creating these API endpoints for the admin panel. Alright, now we also created this endpoint. Now let's create one more endpoint to delete the food. Alright, now let's create the next endpoint to delete a file from the database as well as from the S3 bucket. Before we start that endpoint, in case if you are not able to follow this tutorial, if you are looking for the source code, I drop a link in the description section of this video. You can find the source code. Just go ahead and download that source code and you can run it on your local machine and understand the code. Also, while following this tutorial, in case if you found difficulties or if you are facing any issues related to code, you can feel free to set up a one-on-one consultation with me. I drop a link in the description section of this video as well. If you set up one-on-one consultation, I will walk you through how you can resolve your issues and how you can debug the code. I will teach you everything. Alright, with that, let's move on to the next part, which is creating the new endpoint. Let's open the IntelliJ IDEA, and here let's go to the food service, and here we can define a new method which is delete file, and to this we are going to pass the file name which is of type string, and this is going to return a boolean. And now we need to implement this method. Let's go to the food service implementation and let's go to the top, and here let's implement the method delete file and scroll down, and here what we need to do, we need to delete this file from the S3 bucket. Inside this, let's make use of the delete object request. Delete object request, let's call this, and we're going to use the builder pattern. Delete object request dot builder. We can pass the bucket name, and we also pass the key, which is nothing but the file name, and we're going to call the build method. Once we prepared the delete object request, we can make use of the S3 client to call the delete object method, and to this we can pass the delete object request, and if the object is deleted, if the image is deleted, we can return true. Next we can call this method inside the another method. Let's go to the food service, and here I'm going to define a new method delete food and to this we can pass the ID, the food ID, and this is going to return void. Let's save this and go to the service implementation, and let's implement that method and scroll down. Inside this, let's call a method read food, and to this we can pass the food ID. This is going to give us the food response. We can call this as response, and once we get inside this response object, we have the ID as well as the image URL. So let's get the image URL, get image URL, and string, I'm going to store that in a image URL. And now from this image URL we have to get the file name. So for that, what I'll do is I'm going to make use of this image URL dot substring and image URL dot last index of. We're going to use slash, the last slash from that URL we're going to get. To that we're going to add +1, and now we're going to get the file name. So let's store that in a variable called file name, and once we get the file name, we need to delete it from the S3 bucket. So for that we already created a method. So let's make use of the method, which is, we have this method which is delete file. So let's call a method delete file, and we're going to pass the file name. So once it is deleted the file, we get the it is going to return a boolean. So let's store that in a variable called boolean is file deleted, is file deleted. If the file is deleted, we're going to write a condition. If the file is deleted, then we are going to do food repository dot delete by ID, and we are going to pass the ID. So the ID, we are going to get it from this response dot get ID, and once it is deleted, we are going to, if it is deleted, if the file is deleted from the S3 bucket, we are going to delete it from the database as well. Alright, so now let me save this, and let's go to the controller, and we can create a handler method public. This is going to return void. This is not going to return anything. This is going to return void because once we delete it, we don't get anything. Delete food. Let's add the annotation, which is delete mapping, and to this we need to pass the ID. So let's make use of the path variable. Path variable, we're going to bind it to the formal parameter ID, which is of type string, and also I'm going to add the response status as no content, http status dot no content. And inside this, so first what we need to do is we need to make use of this food service. So food service dot delete food, and to this we're going to pass the ID. Let me save this. Okay, and if you go to the food service, and we have this implementation where we are deleting the file from the S3 bucket. Once it is deleted, we are going to delete it from the database as well. If it is not deleted, then we are not going to run this because we don't want to delete this unnecessarily, if even though the image is present inside the S3 bucket. Alright, with this now we can test the API endpoint. Let's open the Postman, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just duplicate this endpoint. Let's make this as delete food, and here we are passing the food ID, and now this is delete request, and now I'm going to hit the endpoint. We get this error because this is not a valid ID. We get the food not found for the ID. So let's go to the database, and here let's get the correct ID, copy this and paste it. Right now let's go to the S3 bucket, and let's go to the foods right now we have 3 entries, like we have 3 objects. Okay, so let me actually go to the database here, reload this. Actually here we have 2 entries and here we have 1 extra. Maybe probably I have hit an endpoint earlier because of that. So what I'll do is I'm going to verify it. Okay, 84 and C1. Okay, this one is not present, so I'm going to just delete this. Okay, so to delete it, you just need to add this as well. Permanently delete the objects. All right, so now we have 2 entries in the S3 bucket. So what I'll do is, let's go to the postman, and from the postman I'm going to send the request, and we get the 204 no content, and here I'm going to reload it and it should be deleted from the bucket as well. As you can see, we have a single object. Let's go to the MongoDB database and reload it. Okay, it is deleted. Let's try for one more time. Let's go to the MongoDB and copy this object, the object ID, and paste it here and click send. We get the 204 no content, and reload it, and it is deleted. Now the collection is empty. We can verify it in the bucket as well. You can see now the bucket is empty. All right, now we have created all 4 endpoints. If you go to the postman, we created the 4 endpoints, adding a new food and reading the food, reading a single food and deleting the food, which is the delete request. Now we can, from the React application, we can create the admin panel and we can integrate all these API endpoints. Now let's start creating the React project for our admin panel. I have opened the browser. We are going to create a Vite project. Just search for Vite and click on this first link. Click on this get started. If you scroll down, you will see how we can create the Vite project. Just copy this and open the Visual Studio Code. I'm inside the folder foodies. Inside this, we have already added the project for foodies API, the backend Spring Boot application. In here only, we are going to create the Vite project for our admin panel. Just click on this new terminal and just paste the command which we have copied and hit enter. And just select yes. And we need to provide the project name. I'm going to call this admin panel. Next, we need to select the framework. Just let me expand this, and we need to select React as our framework, and we are going to use JavaScript, and that's it. Now we created the admin panel project. Now we need to install the dependencies. So what we need to do is just let me clear the screen, and now let's navigate inside the foodies admin panel and just enter npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies. Alright, now we have installed all the dependencies, and if you open the admin panel, you will see this Vite project structure. We have the index.html. Just go inside this and change this to the title. We can change it to admin panel foodies. And next, open the src and you will see this assets. We have this react svg file, so just remove this. We don't need this. And also, if you go to the public, we have this one more image. Just remove this. And next, go to the app.jsx. Just remove everything, and we need to generate the component, React functional component. So in order to make our development easier, I have installed a plugins or the extensions. If you go to this extensions, and you can see I have installed the auto import, and you can see I have installed this React Redux React Native snippets. Just go ahead and install this extension. This will help us to generate the React components quickly. Once you installed it, you will see this option RAFCE, which is nothing but React functional component export. Just hit enter. It is going to create the component and it is export it. Alright, now we have this app component is ready, and next we have this index.css. Just remove everything, and also we have this app.css, just remove everything. And next, if you go to the main.jsx, and we have this index.css is linked to this file. This index.css is the global style sheet where we can add the common styles to our application. And we have this strict mode. I'm going to just remove this strict mode. Let me get rid of this import as well, the unused import. Next, if you go to the index.html, we have this wheat.svg linked to this HTML file. Just remove this and save this. Now we can start the project. So let me open the terminal. To start this, just type npm run dev. Okay, we are getting some error. This is because we are not inside the directory which is admin panel. Just navigate to the admin panel, and I'm going to start npm run dev, and this will start on the port localhost 5173. Navigate to browser, localhost 5173, and we get this text app. All right, now we can start building our admin panel. Before we start developing the admin panel, we need to install few dependencies. Open the terminal, and we're going to install npm install. We're going to install Axios, and we're going to install Bootstrap. Also, we're going to install React Router DOM. Also, we can add the React Toastify. Just hit enter. This is going to install all the dependencies. Okay, now let me close this, and what we need to do is let's open the, first of all, we are going to add the Google fonts to our application. I'm going to use a custom font. Let's open the browser and head over to, or you can just search for Roboto, or you can even search, let's not add Roboto, we can add Poppins font, and go to the first link which is from Google. Just click on this get font and get the embedded code, and click on this import. We're going to import this font, and we're going to add it to our index.css. As I said, this is the global style sheet, so let's add it here. Now we can, inside the body, let's add margin 0, padding, let's add 0, and font family, let's add Poppins. If Poppins is not available, then we're going to add sans serif. Minimum height, which is 100. Let's save this. Okay, now if you go to the browser, okay, our application is not started. Let's start the application. We can close this and npm run dev. Let me minimize this, and you will see this font has been changed to Poppins. Okay, next we need to import the, inside our main.jsx, we need to import the Bootstrap library as well. We have installed the Bootstrap. Let's import it. Import bootstrap /dist/css/bootstrap.css. We are going to link the JS files as well. Import bootstrap/dist/js/bootstrap.bundle.js. We will also link the Bootstrap icons. So let's actually install the Bootstrap icons as well. Let me clear this. npm install Bootstrap icons. Okay, now we have installed the Bootstrap icons. Let's import it as well. Bootstrap icons /font/bootstrap icons.css. Now we have linked the bootstrap icons as well. And let me save this. And if you go to the browser, you can see the same font as it is. Now we have imported the bootstrap library as well. To create the admin panel, instead of creating it from the scratch, we can use the bootstrap templates. Let's head over to the browser and open a new tab and search for start bootstrap. And you will see this website, startbootstrap.com. Just click on this. This is a great website where you can find the bootstrap templates. And you can see the different templates here. What I'll do is I'm going to this templates, and here you can see this navigation layouts. Just click on this and we have this navigation templates for us. I'm going to use this simple sidebar. So if you open this, we can quickly preview this. Click on this live preview and you can see we have this sidebar and we have this main content, and also at the right hand side we have this navigation menu, home, link and drop down menu as well. And if you click on this toggle menu, it is going to close the sidebar, and it will again click on this, it will open it. We have this menu, dashboard, shortcuts, overview, events. We can use this, and this is also a mobile responsive. If you look at this, this is completely mobile responsive. Let's use this template. To download this, you can just click on this free download option here, or here you can click on this free download. It is going to download the template in a zip file. Just open this, move this to any folder, safest folder, and extract this and open the folder. Alright, I opened the folder which has these folders, assets, CSS and JavaScript folder, and also we have this index.html. What we need to do is we have to move this index.html, or we have to copy the content and we have to add it to the app.jsx. So let's open this in a Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open this in a Visual Studio Code, and what we need to do is from here we need to copy from the div here and just scroll down, and we need to copy this, and now go to the app.jsx, and here we need to add the content, and we need to change this class to class name. So just press Ctrl F, and now if you expand this, you will see this replace option. Just add class name instead of class and click on this option, which is replace all. It is going to replace everything from class to class file. And now we have to remove all these comments. Scroll down, we have these comments. If you find any comments, just remove that. And also you can just search for style. If you have any style option, that we have to change it as well, but right now there are no styles option, so just save this. Now if you go to the browser and go to our admin panel, it will look like this. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to add a little bit of CSS styling. Let's go back and open the folder which you have downloaded, and open the CSS folder, and we have this styles.css. Let's open this as well inside the Visual Studio Code, and this is actually a bootstrap minified version, that CSS file, but they have also added few custom styling at the very end. Yeah, from here we have to copy this wrapper to till the end. Just copy this and move this to the index.css. So let's add this and click save. And if you go to the browser, and you can see now the same sidebar which we have see in this, it is looking as it is. Our importing is working as expected. Of course, this toggle menu is not working because we have to make some changes, but the basic template is ready to use. Yeah, let's continue. Now let's start creating the components and pages for our admin panel. Open the Project Explorer, and inside the source folder, create a new folder. Create a folder called components, and also create one more folder inside the SRC, which is pages. And inside the components, we're going to create a reusable components. So create a new folder. I'm going to call this nav, or we can call it as menu bar. And similarly, we're going to create one more folder inside this, which is sidebar. And inside this menu bar, let's create the React functional component, create a new file, menu bar JSX. We can also create a equivalent CSS file as well. So let's create it, or we can, if it is necessary, then we're going to create it. Otherwise we don't need it. And inside the sidebar, let's create a component which is sidebar JSX. Similarly, inside the pages, let's create a folder, one for adding a food, add food, and we're going to create a one more folder which is list foods, and we're going to create a one more folder which is orders. And inside this add food, create a new component which is add food JSX. Inside the list food .jsx, and similarly inside the orders.jsx. As I said, we can create an equivalent CSS file as well to style these components if it is required. Next, we need to add a few assets to our application. I have already downloaded few assets. These are the three assets: parcel, logo, and upload logo. Like, just copy this and we have to add it to our project explorer. So let's go to the assets, and inside this, just open this in a reveal in a folder, and inside this let's add it. Now inside this assets we have three images: logo, parcel, and upload. We're going to use these later. And also I'm going to create a one more file inside this which is assets.js, and inside this let's actually import these images. Import logo from logo.png. Let's copy this and paste it. Let's import this parcel.png, and also we have this upload.png. Now we can export it. Export const assets. This will be an array. We can export the logo, parcel, and upload. Later we can also add a few other assets to this folder if it is required. Now let's save this. Now what we need to do is we have to, inside these components, we have to add the code which we have added in our app.jsx. Now let's configure the React router. So first let's open the project explorer and go to the add food, and here let's generate the component RAFCE, and we are going to export this add food component and go to the list food, and here also let's generate the functional component and we can export this as well. Similarly, go to the orders and let's do the same thing. We're going to export the orders. Next, go to the menu bar. Here also let's generate the menu bar and export it. Similarly, go to the sidebar. Let's generate the functional component and save this. Now let's go to the main.tsx, and here, sorry, it's not tsx, I'm not using TypeScript, it's actually main.jsx, and here we're going to wrap this with the browser router. Let's import the browser router from the React router DOM, and let's wrap it. And save this. Now what we need to do is let's go to the app.jsx, and here we need to configure the routes. What I'll do is we have this, let me open this. Okay, we have this container fluid, and here actually here we are going to render all the component contents. So what I'll do is I'm going to get rid of this part, this entire part. I'm going to remove it, and we're going to use the routes. So let's import the routes from the React router DOM, and we're going to create a single route. from React Router DOM as well. And to this we are going to pass the path. The path for adding a food is add, and element we are going to render the element which is add food. Let's copy this and paste it. And if you wanted to user click on the list food, then we are going to navigate to the /list and we are going to render the list food component. Similarly, for the orders, the path will be /orders, and element we are going to render the orders. And if none of the route has been matched, then we are going to fall back to the list food component. Let's save this. Alright, now we have configured the routes. What we need to do next, we need to move our code, the code which is present inside this app.jsx, the sidebar and the navigate, the menu content. We have to move it to the menu bar and the sidebar component. Let's do that. Now let's open the app.jsx. Inside this div, the page content wrapper, whatever the content we have that is related to menu bar content, we have to move this to the menu bar component. Let me copy that. Let's copy this, or you can just cut it and open the menu bar.jsx and paste the code. We can just format it. Alright, now let's save this. Next, open the app.jsx. We have this content which is related to the sidebar content. So just copy this, or you can just cut it and open the sidebar.jsx and replace this part. We can just format it and save this. And now we have to render this sidebar and menu bar inside the app.jsx. So open the app.jsx, and here at the top we are going to render the sidebar first. So let's import the sidebar, and inside this page content wrapper we are going to render the menu bar. Now let's save this and let's open the browser, and you can see now we have this list food. Our admin panel looks as it was looking before. Now what we need to do is we have to remove all these and we have to add the components. We have to add the link to list food, add food and orders. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the sidebar, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just remove these three. We don't need it, and we are going to use the link from the React Router DOM. Let's change this to link, and let's change this to 2, and we can add, this should be /add. We can make this as add food, and we can change this to list food, and this should be orders. Similarly, let's change this to /list. Let's change this to /orders, and we can change this as well to link. Let's save this. Now if you go back to the browser, we have this add food, list food, orders. If you click on this add food, you can see we are rendering the add food component. Click on this list food, we are rendering the list food component. Click on this orders, we are rendering the orders component, and you can see it is automatically highlighting all these sections when we are on that particular component. Alright, now we have to work on this toggle menu. On click of this toggle menu, it has to close the sidebar, and again click on this, it has to open the sidebar. Open the app.jsx. Let's create a new state. Const, we're going to call it as sidebar visible. Set sidebar visible. This is of Boolean type, so we can use the use state hook, and initial value we are going to set it as true. Next, I'm going to create an arrow function, toggle sidebar, and we're going to make use of this sidebar, set sidebar visible function to flip the sidebar visible. We're going to just add an not operator, and we're going to use this set sidebar visible. So whenever we click on this toggle sidebar, this function is get called. If it is true, it is going to flip it to false. If it is false, it is going to flip it to true. That's the goal of this toggle sidebar. Now we are going to pass this toggle sidebar to the components. So let's go to the sidebar. To this sidebar, we are going to pass the sidebar visible. Let's pass this sidebar visible, and also for this menu bar, we are going to pass the toggle sidebar. Let's accept these props inside our sidebar and menu bar. Let's go to the sidebar, and here let's actually destructure it. Sidebar visible. And now what I'll do is I'm going to just wrap this inside the curly braces, and I'm going to use the template literal so that I can add some expressions inside it. So we have this PG white, and here I'm going to use this expression which is sidebar visible. If it is sidebar visible, then I'm not going to do anything. If it is not visible, then I'm going to add d minus none. This class I'm going to add, this is a bootstrap class, and let's save this. Next, let's go to the menu bar.js. Let's go to the menu bar.jsx. Here let's actually accept the toggle sidebar, and what we need to do is we have this button which is toggle menu. To this I'm going to attach the on click event, and we're going to refer the toggle sidebar function, and here we can remove this toggle menu and we can add the bootstrap icons. So if you want to add the bootstrap icons, just go for the Google and search for bootstrap icons, and this is the official website. Just click on this. From here you can find the icons, and you will find this code. You can just copy it and you can add it. So what I'll do is I know already the what I need to add, so I'm going to just add it. So here I'm going to add the icons class name, which is bi, which is bootstrap icons hyphen list, and let's save this. And if you go to the browser, you will see this bootstrap icon for instead of the button, and on click of this you can see it is closing, and click of this it is opening. Now our toggle is working as expected. All we need to do is we have to start designing this add food, list food, and orders, and we don't need these links. We can just remove that as well. And also we have to, instead of this, we have to add the logo as well. Now let's open the browser, and what we will do is we are going to add icons next to these options: add menu, list, food, and orders. Let's go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here let's open the sidebar, and here we have this add food. We are going to add the bootstrap icons to it. So let's add the icons. I know the class name, so I'm just going to add the bootstrap icons bi hyphen plus circle, and I'm going to provide a margin 2. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see we have this nice plus icon just before the text. Similarly, let's copy this. We can add the similar icons to other options as well. Now let's change the class names. So I'm going to add bootstrap icons hyphen list unordered list. Save this. You can see we have this nice icon. Similarly, bootstrap icons we are going to use for the orders. We're going to use cart. Save this. You can see now we have this nice icons before the text, and we don't need these options. We can remove that. Let's go to the menu bar, and I'm going to just remove these content and save this. Now you can see we just have the options, the sidebar as well as the toggle menu, and it is working as expected. Now we have to remove this start bootstrap and we need to add the logo. Let's open the Visual Studio Code and go to the sidebar, and here let's actually remove this text and add the image tag, and we're going to use the assets. Let's import the assets. Import it from the assets/assets, and let's import the assets, and here assets dot, why it is showing the array options. I think I have missed something. Okay, this is not an array, this is actually an object. So let's change this to object. So let's save this, and now if you go to the sidebar, and here you will see assets.logo, and we can provide the height and width, height 48 and width 48. Let's save this, and you can see now we have this nice logo. We can even change the size, 32 instead of 48. 48 will be a bit bigger, 32, and this looks nice. Okay, now we have added the logo, and we have also added the functionality for the toggle menu. All we need to do is we have to start creating the form for this add food component. Let's do that. Now we can start creating the form to save the food details into the database. First, let's go to the browser. In order to create the form, instead of writing it from the scratch, what we can do is we can just use the Bootstrap templates. Open a new tab and search for bootstrap examples.com. This is a very good website where you can find the Bootstrap components easily. I'm going to search for forum, and you will get a bunch of forms. You can copy any one of the form that suits for your requirement. What I'll do is I'm going to just open this contact us form, and we can use this form. Go to the code, and you will find this HTML code, CSS code, and JavaScript code. Just copy this code. We don't need this font family and all because we are already using a custom font family. Just copy this container part, and inside this add food JSX, just paste it. Now we need to replace this class with class name. So just press Ctrl F and replace with class name, and replace all so that it will replace everything. Now what we need to do is we need to just change this to, we have to add this slash for all these input elements and save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see this contact us form for this add food component. Now we can change as per our requirement. So first what I'll do is I'm going to just get rid of this contact us, and instead I'm going to use add food text. And now we have this container. What I'll do is I'm going to create a card actually inside this container. Right now we have this contact form. I'm going to get rid of this contact form, and what I'll do is I'm going to instead of 8 I'm going to use medium size devices. It should be 4, and here I'm going to make this as card body, and also we need the card as well. So I'm going to use this card, and this should be card body. We have the card, and inside the card we have a card body, and we have this add food, and we have this form. Let me save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see it look like this. We have this add food and your name, email, and message. And what I'll do is I don't want this to be centered, so I'm just going to get rid of this. So just remove this, and now you can see it is attached to this area. And now what I'll do is I'm going to just add the margin top, so it will give a space between at the top. And what we need to do is we have to remove this text area, and we have to add the food name, category and price, and to upload the image. All those things we need to add, but our basics form is ready now. Let's continue. Let's start adding the HTML elements. Go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here let's get rid of this email. We don't need this email. And for this your name, just change it to name. We're going to use just the food name as the name, and here instead of for, let's use HTML for, and here we can add the name attribute, which is name. And also here for the text area, instead of your message, let's add description, which is the food description, and we can change this to description, and this should be HTML for, and this we can change it to description, and we can add the name attribute, which is description. And next we can also copy the same thing. We can copy this, and we can add one more, which is for the price and category. Change it to category. Let's add category, and this is should be drop down. So let's get rid of this. Let's use this select attribute, and for the name, let's add category ID. This should also be a category, and class name I'm going to add form control, and here for the select tag I'm going to add what I can add. We can add the, actually we don't need to add anything for this select. Inside the select we need to add the option. For the option we need to add the categories. For that, let's go back to the browser. We can find the categories on Swiggy. So let's go to Swiggy and click on this, and if you scroll down you can find these categories. So let's add biryani and burger, cake, pizza. Biryani, copy this, cake, burger. We'll also add pizza. And what else do we have? We have these Chinese rolls. Let's add rolls. And what else we can add? We have this salad. Okay, let's add salad, ice cream. Salad and ice cream. So let's quickly add it here also. This is biryani, this is cake, burger, pizza, rolls, salad and ice cream. Alright, so now let's save this, and we also need to add one more, which is, let me copy this. You can add it for price. So let's add the price. We don't need this select attribute. Let's get rid of this. Let's change this to price. You can change this to price. We can add the input tag. Input type is equal to number and name, price, ID, which is also price. Let's add the class, which is form control, and instead of this button send message, let's make it as save. Let's save this, and let's go to the browser, and we should see name, description, category and price. One last thing what we need to do is we need to add the uploading the image. So let's add that as well. Go back, and here let me close this, and I'm going to just copy this and paste it. We need to add the uploading the image. So for that we are going to use this type as file, and this is ID. We can change it as image, or we can even given it as file also. Let's give it as image. We don't need this name attribute, but I'm going to add it as hidden. So we need this, and here instead of the name we are going to use image, and we have this form label, and we don't need this name actually. Instead we are going to create an image tag, and we're going to add the image, and we're going to use the assets. Let's import the assets. Import from, we're going to import it from the assets/assets, and here let's use assets dot, we have this upload icon. We can use this upload icon, and I'm going to add the width, which is 98 pixels, and also for now this is fine, but I'm going to save this, and let's go to the browser. You can see we have this nice icon. If I click on this, it is going to open up this file explorer, and I can select the file. Now our form is ready to add the food details. We can add the name, description, and we can select the category from the drop down, and we can also provide the price, and we can save the details into the database. Now what we need to do is we need to capture the details when the user entered into these forms. Let's do that. Before that, what I'll do is I'm going to just, right now our browser is set to 133% size. I'm going to make it 100, and when I make this 100%, it will look like this. This is because, let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here we have added this container, so let's get rid of this container and save this. Now it is at the beginning of this page, and but we have to give a margin. What I'll do is I'm going to use margin -2. Save this. Now we have a nice space between this border. Alright, now we need to capture the details. So there are several ways where we can capture the form details. Let's use one of the approach. Go back, and here first of all at the top, what I'll do is I'm going to create a state const image, set image. I'm going to set this to a boolean value, use state. Initially this will be false. Next, what we need to do is here for this label we have this image tag, and here what I'll do is I'm going to use an onChange event, onChange, and for this onChange we are going to get the image. We're going to use set image, and we get the, for this set image we are going to make use of this event. This event has the properties event.target.value, not the value. We have this event.target.files. So let's use this files, and we're going to get the 0th index, which has this file. Let's save this. Now what we need to do is when user click on this input type, it is open up the file explorer, and it is going to select the file. Once user is selected the file, we have to show that image inside this image tag. For that, here we are going to add inside this source, we're going to add a condition whether if the image is present, then we are going to create a object URL. So URL dot create object URL, and to this we are going to pass the image if the image is present. If the image is not present, then we are going to show that the icon which we have added. So with this, let's save this, and let's go to the browser. Now when I click on this image, a file explorer will be opened. Now I'm going to select this image, click open. You can see my photo or whatever the user has uploaded, that is showing up here. Alright, now we need to capture, similarly we have to capture this name, description, category, and price as well. Let's open the Visual Studio Code, and first of all at the top I'm going to create a state const, let's call this data, set data, use state. This is going to take an object, and name, I'm going to create the properties, description, price, and we have category. Let's create a arrow function which is onChangeHandler. onChangeHandler. This is going to take the event as a parameter, event, and here we're going to get the name from the event, event.target.name, const value is equal to event.target.value, and we're going to set the data, and we're going to use a spread operator to copy the data, and we are going to, for the name, we are going to add the value. And now this set data is going to set all these properties values into the properties, which is name, description, price, and category. Now we are going to attach this onChangeHandler event or the arrow function to all of this onChange event. So let's go to this, and here we can add onChange, and we can reference the function which is onChangeHandler, and for the value property we are going to attach the value data.name. Similarly, for this description we are going to do the same thing, onChangeHandler, and for the value we're going to add data.description. Next, for this category, let's attach onChange and onChangeHandler value data.category. Similarly, for the price, onChangeHandler value data.price. Let's save this. Now we have attached all these functions. So in order to test whether the form is capturing the values or not, we can use the use effect hook, and use effect hook we can pass the dependencies as data. Whenever the data changes, we're going to log the data values. So let's save this, and now let me inspect this, and in the console let me clear this. As soon as I type something, you can see we have this data. In the description also we have this description, and in the biryani I'm going to select it as salad, and we get the salad in the category, and in the price I'm going to set the price which is 233. But right now when I refresh this, you can see right now it is set to biryani, and here what I'll do is I'm going to set this category initial value as biryani. Let's save this. Biryani, yes, now it is working as expected. We can get rid of this use effect hook. We don't need this. We just added this for the testing purpose. And let's get rid of this import statement as well. Let's save this. Now on click of this save button, we have to save the details into the database by making an API call. Let's do that. Before that, what I would like to show you is that even though for this price HTML input tag we have added as number, it is accepting the text. But if you go to the inspect and if you look at this, the value property is still empty. As long as we provide the valid input, it is not going to accept the value. When I click on this save, it will ask for the validation. Click on this save, you can see please enter a number. Unless if you are not entering the number, it is not going to accept the form. Alright, and the next thing is, if you look at this, we have added the HTML form. When I click on this labels, it is automatically focusing the HTML elements. That is why we have added the HTML form. Alright, now our form is ready. We are about to make an API call to the backend service. Before that, what I would like to do is, let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and at the top I am going to first attach the onSubmit event to this form. onSubmit handle submit, we are going to create a method called onSubmit handler. onSubmit handler. Of course, this method is not present. We're going to create it in just a bit. So let's create that function const on submit handler. This is an arrow function, and this is going to accept the event as a parameter so that we can stop reloading the web page as soon as we submit the submit button. So event.prevent default. This is going to stop the reloading the entire browser. And now we're going to check a condition. If the image is not present, we are going to alert a message to the user. We are just adding the validation. Please select an image, and we're going to return it. And if we scroll down, we have this validation here for the required. So let's get rid of this. Let's save this. Now what we can do is we can make an API call in the down. If everything goes well, we have to create the form data, and we have to prepare the form values to make the API call, and we can send it. Now let's create the form data to send the file as well as the form values. So for that, we're going to create an object form data, new form data. And now to this form data, we're going to append the key value. The key will be food. If you go back to our IntelliJ Backend API, and if you look at this, it is going to accept the request part as food and file. We have to provide the same values or the same name inside this form data. So food, and we have to, if you look at this, it is going to accept it as a string. So we have to stringify that value. So we're going to use json.stringify, and to this we're going to pass the data, which is here. Inside this data, we have the name, description, price, and category. We're going to pass this, and similarly we're going to append the file as well. Form data dot append. The key will be file, and we're going to pass the image. Now this form data has both food details as well as the image. Now we have to make an API call. So let's add the try catch block. Inside this try block, we're going to make use of the Axios library. So let's add Axios. When I use this, it is going to import this Axios library. Axios dot, we're going to make the post request post, and we're going to pass the URL, which is http://localhost:8080. This is the backend API / we're going to add API/foods, and we need to pass the form data, and also we need to pass the headers because we are passing the file as well as the form data. So we need to add the headers as well. Let's pass the headers in an object headers, and we need to pass the key value pair, which is content type. The value will be multi-part /form data. Okay, now we are making an API call, and this will be an asynchronous call. So I'm going to use await, and at the top I'm going to add async keyword. So we don't have to use the then and all those things. We can just use the async and await. So now we are getting the response. From this we will get the response. We can catch that response, const response. Inside this response, we can verify whether the success code is 201 or not. So response dot status is equal to 201. Then we know that the resource has been created. We can alert a message, that is later we can use the React Toastify, but for now let's make it as food added successfully. Food added successfully, and we can set the data back to empty. So we can use name, description, category we are going to set it as biryani, and price, we are going to set the price as well. And finally, we are going to set the image as well. Set image to null. If something goes wrong, we are going to catch that exception. So we're going to alert a message. Error adding food. We can set the data back, or not the set data. We are going to just alert this, and for the development purpose we can also add console.log error, and we can print that error. Let's save this. Now we can test our API endpoint. Make sure that the backend API should be running. So let's verify it whether the backend API is running. And let's go back to the browser, and here let me refresh this, and we can add first image, description, some description, category biryani, price, let's add 234. Let's add the image. I'm going to add this image and click on this. Let me go to the inspect and clear this and click on this save, and we are getting this beautiful error. This is cross origin request. This is the most common error when we are working with the two different technologies. This is because our Spring Boot REST API, it is blocking this URL. We have to tell Spring Boot API to unblock this. So for that, let's go back to our application, and here inside our controller we are going to add one annotation, which is cross origin, and we are going to add star. Later when we add the Spring security, we are going to add the proper host. Later when we add Spring security, we are going to replace this with a proper host name. For now, for the time being, let's add this cross origin annotation with a star. So this is going to allow all the host to make an API call to this. With this, let's save this, and we need to restart this. So let's restart this. Okay, now we have restarted this. Let's go back to our browser, and one last time I'm going to send a request. So let me clear this and click on this save. You can see we are not getting any errors, but we're supposed to receive the alert message. We get this 200. Let's go to the network tab, and we get this 200 status. We actually added the 201, but from the API we got the 201. So that is why this if condition, whatever we added the if condition, it didn't work. So instead of this 201, let's add 200. I supposed to be add 201 for the backend API. Let's change it later, but for now let's add it 200. Let's save this, and now what I'll do is I'm going to again refresh this, and I'm going to send one more request. Let's select the image. Let's select this image and name, second image, description, category, cake, and price 345. Click save, and you get the message which is food added successfully, and you can see the form has been cleared. The previous one, it did not work because even though it has been saved, we did not get the pop-up. That is because the status code we have added wrongly. We can verify it in the database. Let's go to the MongoDB, Mongo Compass, and let's reload this. You can see we get this first image and we get this second image. All right, so now we are storing it in the DB, and we can also verify it in the AWS as well, or we can just copy this. Let me expand this. Okay, let's copy this, copy, and go to the browser in a new tab, paste it. You can see we get this image. All right, now our add API is working as expected. We also integrated with the React application. But if you look at this Visual Studio Code, we are making an API call inside this component itself. This is not a good practice. We have to move this to a separate service file. Let's do that. Now let's create a new folder inside the SRC. I'm going to call it as services. And inside this, let's create a new JavaScript file. I'm going to call this food service.js. And inside this, we can, first of all, let's import the Axios library here, and we can create an arrow function, const add food. This is going to be an async function, and this is going to accept food data and image. And also we're going to export this function, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a constant API URL. This is going to be http://localhost/API/foods. And here we are going to create the form data. But for now, what I'll do is I'm going to just copy whatever we have, just copy this or cut this and paste it. So now we are preparing the form data. Now what we need to do is we need to make an API call. So let's add the try catch block, and here, or we can just entirely cut this and we can replace this. So now we have this try catch block. Inside the try block, we are making an API call Axios post, and here we will use the constant which we have created above, which is API URL, and we have this form data. Instead of this form data, we have to pass it the food data, not the food data. We have to pass this form data, but this food data we have to pass it here. This should be form data as it is, and we are also passing the content type multipart data, and we don't need to check this condition in the service layer. We can get rid of this, and even we don't need to capture the response as well. Just remove this, and here in the catch block we are just consoling for the development purpose the error, and we are just need to throw the error, throw error. Now let's save this. That's all should be present inside this service layer or in the service class. Now let's go to the add food. Here what we need to do is we have to make use of that service file. So inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to make use of this try block, try catch block, and inside this try block we can use this add food method from the food service, and to this we need to pass the data as well as the image, and this is going to be an async function. So let's add this async, and here, as I said before, we don't have, we will not get anything from this. What we can do is we can just alert a message, alert, or what we can do is we can directly use the React Toastify. We have already installed that library. Let's go back to the browser and search for React Toastify and select the first link. And if you scroll down, you will see this React Toastify. So just copy this import statement, go back, and here let's go to the app.jsx. Let's import it here. We don't need this toast actually here, but we have to add this toast container. We're going to add this toast container just below the menu bar and save this. Now if you go to the add food, here instead of this alert we are going to use toast from the React Toastify, toast.error. Similarly here we are going to use toast.success, and we are going to add food added successfully. And once we added this, we need to set the data. So let's set the data. Name, that should be empty. Description, this should also be empty. And category, this should be set to biryani. And we need to set the price. And we need to set the image, set it to null. And inside the catch block, we are going to use the toast.error. We print a message, error adding food. Let's save this. So now what we have done is we have moved the logic into the food service.js, and here we are just calling that function add food, and we are displaying the success message or the error message in case of the failure. We can test it one last time. Let's save this and go back to the browser, and I'm going to just refresh this, and here select the image. We're going to select this image, and name, I'm going to add my third food, some description, burger. We can set the price 345, click save. You can see food added successfully and the form has been cleared. We can verify that. Let's go back to the MongoDB, just refresh this. We get the one more object, which is, or the document, my third food, and we can see that. So let me copy this entire image URL, open a new tab and hit the enter. You can see the image which we have added, it is stored in the S3 bucket as well. Alright, our add food functionality is working as expected. Now we can move on to the list food functionality. Now we can start designing the list food component. Before that, let's go to the browser, and if you look at this, we have added the font which is Poppins, but it is not reflecting here, which means our Bootstrap fonts is overriding that. We can fix that. Let's go to the first verify that. Let's go to the inspect, and if you go to the body, and if you look at here, the font family which we have added Poppins, which is overriding, and the Bootstrap, the font family which is adding here. We can easily fix this. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the index.css. Here we have added this font family, so we can add this not important. Let's save this. Now if you look at this, the Poppins font has been added. This is how we can fix that. Alright, now we can quickly add the placeholder to these form elements. Let's go back and open the add food.js, and here we have this name, so we can add the placeholder. We can just add the name, which is chicken biryani, and next this description. So to this we will add the placeholder, write content here. We will also add the price, the placeholder. First we're going to add the Indian rupee, ampersand and hash 8377, and we're going to add the number which is 200. Now let's save this. If you go back to the browser, you can see we have this nice placeholders, chicken biryani, write content here, and 200 with Indian rupee. Alright, now we have added the font family, we have fixed that issue, and also we have added the placeholders. Now we can start designing the list food component here. Let's open the Visual Studio Code, and let me close this add food, index.css and food service. Just open the list food component, and inside this we need to make the API call. Before that, I'm going to create a state to store the list set list. Let's use the use state hook. Initially this will be an empty array. Next, I'm going to create a arrow function. Let's call this fetch list. And this is going to be an asynchronous function because inside this we're going to make an API call async. And inside this, first of all, we need to make use of the Axios library, axios.get. We're going to make a get request. We need to provide the URL localhost :8080/API/foods. This is the URL, and when we make a request, we get the response. We're going to make use of this await. This is going to be an asynchronous call, and I'm going to store that in a variable called response. We can log this response to the console, response.data. We can write the condition if response.status is equal to 200, then we are going to set list to response.data. We're going to set the data. Else, we're going to display error message using the toast.error. We provide the error message, error while reading the foods. Let's save this, and we need to call this fetch list function inside the use effect. As soon as the component is loaded, we have to call this function. Fetch list, and save this. Now if you go to the browser and let me inspect this, and if you go to the console, you should see the array which are present inside the database. You can see we have this first image, second image, my third image. All these data we are able to see it in the console. Alright, now we are making an API call. Next, we can display the table, and we can edit over that list, and we can display the content. Let's create the table. Before that, for this use effect hook, oops, it's supposed to be use effect hook. This is not a use state. All right, so let me remove this. This is not a use state. This should be use effect. Let's call the function fetch list, and we are going to pass the dependency array, which is an empty array. So let me save this. If you go back to the browser, inspect the element, and in the console you should see the array. Let me clear this and reload it. We should see the array which has 4 records. Alright, now let me close this and go back to the Visual Studio Code. And now what we need to do is, let me get rid of this. We can create the table. Div, I'm going to add the padding. Also, I'm going to add the row, and also I'm going to add justify content center. And inside this, I'm going to create one more div with a column 11, and also I'm going to add the card, which is the bootstrap card. Next, I'm going to create a table, and inside the table I'm going to create a t-head, and inside the t-head I'm going to create a tr, and inside the tr I'm going to create th with 5 rows, not 5 rows, 5 columns. Okay, and for the table I'm going to add the class which is table, and similarly here I'm going to add image, which is the first column, second column the name, and the third column which is category, and the fourth column which is price. I'm going to add one more column which is for the action. So let's add it. This should be action. Now we have this t head, and let's add the t body. Inside the t body, let's need to iterate over the list which is present inside this here. Okay, let's iterate over this list dot, we're going to call a map method, and we're going to get the item and the index so that we can add the index to the key property. And here we're going to return and HTML. Let's create a tr, and to this we're going to pass the key will be index, and we're going to make use of this td. And for the first column we need to set the image, so we're going to use the image tag, and we are going to, for the source we are going to use item.image URL, and we need to set the height and width. Height I'm going to set it as 48, and width I'm going to set it as 48. Next, for the next table description we are going to use item.name. Next we are going to use item.category, and next we need to add the price, item.price, but I'm going to add the Indian currency as well, so ampersand hash 8377. And finally we're going to add the action. So for the action, what I'll do is I'm going to just create a button, or I can add the bootstrap icon as well. So let's add the bootstrap icon. So I'm going to add the class name bootstrap icon x circle fill. This is the icon that we're going to add, and I'm going to add the class name which is text danger. So this is going to make this icon in red color. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see now we are displaying all these data in the table format. We have this bootstrap card, and after these images or after these records we are adding a horizontal line, and we have this category, name, price, and action. So for this we can also add 00. Save this. You can see we are adding it. Okay, but one thing what we need to do is we have to align this middle also. So for that, let's go to the project explorer, and here I'm going to create a CSS file which is list food.css. We can import that here. Import list food.css, and here I can add td, and I can add whether it is vertically. Let me add table td, and for this td we are going to add vertical align to middle. Save this, and if you go back to the browser you can see it has been content has been aligned in the middle. Alright, our list API is working as expected. The functionality is working as expected. The only thing what we need to make is whenever the user click on this delete icon, we have to delete the record as well. So let's handle that as well. First, let's attach the on-click event to this icon. Open the Visual Studio Code. Let me close this CSS file, and here we're going to this icon we're going to attach the on-click event. On click, we're going to call a function which is remove food, and to this we're going to pass the item ID, because we are getting this item, and this item also contains the ID, and we're going to pass that ID to this remove food. And at the top I'm going to create this function remove food, and we can accept the ID as well. Const remove food, this is going to be an arrow function. Let's accept the ID, or I can call it as food ID, and here this is going to be an async function. Inside this we're going to make an API call. Just to verify that, we can log this to the console, the food ID. Let's save this and go back, and if you go to the inspect element, click on this, we should see the ID, which is nothing but the document ID, which is coming from the MongoDB, and the same ID we're going to use it to delete it. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this console log, and here first we need to make use of this Axios library, axios.delete. We already created the API in the backend. We're going to use that. http:// localhost colon 8080 slash API slash foods slash, to this we're going to concatenate the food ID. And this is going to be an async await call, asynchronous call. So I'm going to attach the await, and we can actually catch the response. Let's call this response, and here once it is deleted we have to refresh the table. So for that we're going to call this fetch list method. This is going to be also an await function, and if response dot status is equal to 200, whether, let's go to the IntelliJ and check whether we are adding any status code. Okay, we are adding the status code as no content. The status code is 204, so let's actually change this to 204. And inside this, if the status code is 204, we are going to add the toast a success message, food removed. Else, if it is not the status code 201, we are going to show an error message. Error occurred while removing the food. Let's save this. Now we can verify it. Let's go to the browser, and I'm going to remove this second image or the first image because we have two duplicate images. I'm going to click on this delete. You can see the food has been removed. Alright, let's actually try one more time. I'm going to delete this last one, and you can see the food has been removed. We can verify it in the database. Right now we have two images here, the two records. Go to the Mongo Compass, and I'm going to just reload this. Right now we have two records. Awesome. Our remove API is also working as expected, and the list food API is also working as expected. But the only problem is what we have done is we are making the API calls inside this component itself. Let's move this code to the service layer. Let's open the Visual Studio Code, and here let's open the food service, and here let's create a function export const get food list. This is going to be an arrow function, and inside this let's add the try catch block, and here let's actually make an API call. Let's go to this list food, and here we have this content. Let's grab this or cut this and go to the service, and inside this try block let's add it. Let's add the async for this arrow function, and we are making an axios.get, and here we have this URL. So let's add the URL at the top, this API URL. Let's add it here, API URL, and we get the response. Once we get the response, just get rid of this console.log, and we don't need this if condition. Instead, what we are going to do is we are going to just return the response.data. We're going to just return the response.data, and in case of any errors, we're going to catch that exception. Let's log this to console as well. Error fetching food list. We can display the error, and we are going to throw the error in case of any exception. Now we can call this function inside our list food. Before that, let's create one more function to remove the food. Export const delete food. This is going to be an async function as well, but this is going to accept the food ID, and inside this, inside the try catch block, we can add that code. So let's cut this and paste it. What we are doing is we are getting the food ID, and we are calling this axios.delete, and we need to change this. Let me add API URL, and to this API URL we need to actually add slash and we are passing the food ID. And once we pass the food ID, we get the response, but we are going to check the status code. So what I'll do is, let's get rid of this. We don't need this. And instead of this, what we are going to do is we are going to we're going to just return it response dot status. If it is equal to 204, then we're going to return true. And also we need to include it in a try catch block. So let's include this in a try catch block, and inside the catch we're going to catch the error by logging it to the console. Error while deleting the food. Let's log the error message to the console for future reference, and we're going to throw the error. Alright, now we can, inside the list food, we can handle this. We can call those functions. So we have this fetch list, and inside this fetch list, let's actually use the try catch block, and inside the try block we are going to make a call to the get food list, and this is going to be a async function. So I'm going to add the await, and once we get the food list, we are going to store that in a variable const data, and we are going to set the list. We are going to set the data, and inside the catch block we are going to use toast to display the error message. Error while reading the, or while reading the foods. Similarly, for the remove food, I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we are going to call a function which is delete food, and to this we are going to pass the food ID, and I'm going to store the boolean value inside the variable called success, and this is going to be an await. Write a condition if it is success. If it is success is true, then I'm going to print a toast message which is food removed, and I'm going to refresh the list, fetch list, and next here we are going to add the toast dot error. In case of the error, we're going to add the error. Let me add error occurred while removing the food. Okay, this should also be added else, and the same thing I'm going to add it here also. So let me copy this, and in the else block I'm going to add this error occurred while removing the food, and we are fetching this list. Okay, we should be added await. Okay, let's save this. Okay, now let's test this functionality again. Let's go back to the browser. Let me go to the inspect element and console, and here what I'll do is let me reload this. That's fine, we are getting these errors, that's completely fine. Let me remove this, and now I'm going to click on this first image, and you can see the food has been removed. And we can, let me clear this, we can also delete this. It is going to remove that as well. We can verify it in the database also. Let's go to the database and reload this. You can see it has been removed from the database as well, which means our add functionality and list food is working as expected. We have integrated with the API calls. The orders part, we are not going to do it right now. We are going to do this once we develop the client application, the user facing project. Once we created in the React application, once we integrated the RazorPay gateway, we are going to come back to the admin panel and we are going to complete this. So far everything working as expected. Let's move on to the next part. So far, if you are enjoying the course, hit the like button and also comment in the comment section that you are following this video course. Now let's create one more React project where the user can browse the food and also he can place the order. I have opened this folder foodies. Let's actually go to the terminal. I'm going to create a new terminal inside this Visual Studio Code, and here we're going to create a new Vite project. npm create Vite, and I'm going to provide the project name, which is foodies, and we're going to select the framework, which is React, and I'm going to choose JavaScript. And now we created the Vite project. Now what we need to do is we need to install the dependencies. So navigate to the folder, which is foodies, and here we will install the dependencies. npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies. Once we install all these dependencies, we are going to also install the libraries as well. So let me clear this. We are going to install the Axios library. We will also install Bootstrap and Bootstrap icons and React Toastify and also React Router DOM, and hit enter. This is going to install all these dependencies as well. Okay, now let's run the project. npm run dev. This is going to start on the localhost 5173. Navigate to the browser. Navigate to 5173. We should able to see these default content. Now first let's install the Google Fonts. We are going to add the Poppins. Open the browser, and here let's search for Poppins font and open the first link from Google Fonts. Click on this get font and select the get embedded code. Select import and copy this import statement and open the Visual Studio Code and open index.css. First let's remove all these styles and paste it. Next let's add the body tag, and here we are going to add the font family, which is Poppins. If it is not present, we are going to add sans serif, and we will use @not important. Margin, I'm going to add 0. Padding, I will add 0. Let's save this and open the index.css. Okay, this is the index.css. Let's go to the app.css and remove all the CSS styles, and let's close this, and also go to the app.jsx, remove everything and generate the functional component, React functional component, and export it. Next, open the main.jsx. We don't need this React strict mode. Let's remove that. And at the top, we are going to import the Bootstrap libraries. Bootstrap /dist /css /bootstrap css. We will import the JS file as well. Bootstrap /dist /js /bootstrap.bundle.js. We will also add import /bootstrap icons /fonts /bootstrap icons.css, and this is not actually fonts, this should be font. So let's save this, and now we also need to import the browser router, but that we're going to add it later. So let's save this. Next, let's go to the index.html. Here we don't need this icon, so let's get rid of this, and I'm going to change the title to Foodies Online food delivery application, delivery app. Let's save this. Next, open the assets. Let's remove this. And similarly, go to the public and let's remove this. Okay, now inside the app.jsx, just we have this text app, and let's save this and now go to the browser and we should see this text which is app. Now let's organize our React project. Open the Visual Studio Code. Inside the src folder, we are going to create a new folder, components. Inside this folder, we are going to create the reusable components. Let's create a one more folder which is pages. We are going to add the many web pages, the different components. Also, I'm going to create a one more folder which is context, and create a one more folder which is util. Next, inside this components, create a very first component which is menu bar. Inside this, we can create a new component, menu bar.jsx. We can also create an equivalent CSS file to style the menu bar.css. And inside this menu bar.jsx, let's create the React functional component. We have this menu bar, and we will also link the CSS file, menu bar.css. Let's save this. Now let's go to the index.css. We just forgot to add the height as well. We need to add the minimum height as well. So for this body, let's add minimum height. We're going to set it to 100. This should be 100. And also we need to add one more property which is display. We're going to set it flex, and flex direction, I'm going to set it as column. Let's save this. Now let's open the menu bar.jsx. Here we are going to create the menu bar. Now let's open the Visual Studio Code. We need to create the menu bar. Instead of creating it from the scratch, we can just use the templates. Go to the browser and search for Bootstrap 5. Open the first link and just click on this. Go to the newer version, which is 5.3 at the time of this recording, and go to the docs. If you scroll down, you will see this navbar section inside this components. Just click on this. If you scroll down, at the beginning you will see this template, the starter navbar component. Just copy this and go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the menu bar, just replace this with the code which you have copied. And we have this form input tag. Just add slash, and if you will notice this horizontal HR tag, just add the closing tag as well. Now let's save this, and what we need to do is we need to change this class to class name. Just select this class and press Ctrl F, and if you expand this, you will see this class name. So we are going to replace this class with a class name. Just click on this icon. It is going to replace all classes to class name. Now let's save this. We need to render this component inside our app.jsx. Open the app.jsx. Here let's render the menu bar. Let's save this. Now go back to the browser. You would see the same component which you have seen in our example. Now we are rendering that component. Now we need to make few changes. We don't need all these 4 elements. We can remove that, and also we're going to change this navbar to, let's add the logo. Now let's replace this with a logo. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. We need to add the logo to this assets folder. In interest of time, I have already downloaded the few assets. We have this logo and cart. You can download these assets from the description section of this video. Let's copy these two assets and let's open this assets folder in a finder. Inside this, let's add these two logo and cart. Now open the menu bar, and here I'm going to create, inside this asset folder, I'm going to create a one more file. Let's call this assets.js. Inside this, first let's import those images. I'm going to call this logo. We're going to import it from logo.png. This is the path. Similarly, let's import the cart as well. We can call the task cart, and we can provide the path which is cart.png. And now let's create an object and export it. Export const, let's call this assets. In here we will export the logo and cart. Let's save this. Now we can use this assets to import the logo and cart. Let's close this and open the menu bar.js. Here first let's import the assets. Import, we need to provide the path assets/assets, and we can import the assets. And here we have this anchor tag. Let's remove this. Instead, let's use the image tag, and we will use assets.logo, and I'm going to add the class logo, so later I can customize or I can add the styling. And I'm going to provide the height and width. Height 30, let's give actually 48, and width I'm going to give 48. Now let's save this and go to the menu bar.css. We can style for that logo. .logo, we provide the margin right 25 pixel, and let's save this. Also, I'm going to create a one more class which is navbar, or not the navbar, let's say menu bar right, and I'm going to set the display as flex. Align items, I'm going to set it as center, and gap I'm going to give 25 pixel. So let's save this, and also I'm going to add one more. Okay, let's leave as it is. Now let's save this, and now go to the menu bar.jsx. We can test this. Let's go to the browser. You can see we have this nice logo, and we need to remove all these, and we just add home, explore, and one more item we can add. Let's go to the menu bar, and we don't need this, or let's remove this. Instead of action, let's add home, and also, okay, this is actually a drop down. Let's remove this. This is not the one I'm looking for. And also let's remove this. And here we have this home. Let's keep as it is, and instead of link, let's use explore. And one more we need to add, which is contact us. So let's change this to contact us. This is not a drop down, so let's remove this. Or what we can do, we can just remove this and just copy this. We can change this to contact us. Later we are going to change this to the React router link attribute, or the link component. And we don't need this. Let's remove this active. Let's save this and open the browser. You can see we have this home, explore, and contact us. and we have this form. We don't need this form. We can remove this form. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and instead of this, we are going to create a div with a custom class which we have created, which is menu bar, right? And inside this, we are going to create an image, which is, let's create the image. Before that, let's add a one more div, which is position relative, and inside this we can add the image tag image. Let's use assets.cart, and we can provide the height, which is 32 pixel, width 32 pixel, and class name, we don't need this class name for this. And also we are going to create a span tag, and to this span we are going to add position absolute and top 0 and start 100. These are all the bootstrap classes. Translate middle, and we are going to add the badge, bootstrap badge, and we will also add rounded pill, and we're going to add the color background warning. And for this image we are going to add the class, which is position relative we are going to add. And for now I'm going to add the cart items, let's say 5, just for the testing. And let's save this. If you go to the browser, let's go to the browser, you will see this cart icon as well as the cart items. That is why we have added this span tag and all these classes. Now one thing what I would like to do is, I'm not going to use this container fluid. Instead I'm going to use just the container. Go to the Visual Studio Code. Here if you look at this, we are using the container fluid. I'm not going to use the container fluid, just I use the container. Save this. You can see now we have this nice padding in the left and right hand side. Now we can create the buttons as well, the login button and the register button. Let's add the btn primary, and I'm going to add btn outline primary. So this will give us a nice rounding, and let's call this login. And also I'm going to change this to success, and we can make this as register. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see we have this cart, login and register. And if I view this in a mobile view, and you can see we have this nice cart icon, login, register, and we have this drop down with this toggle. Now we can click on this, it is going to close the toggle. Now we have created this menu bar and we have almost completed everything. Let's continue. Now let's actually configure the React router. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and go to the, what I'll do is, actually we don't need these extra classes. I just showed you how you can add these CSS styles for a particular component. We can get rid of this, and let's go to the menu bar.jsx, and we don't need this class at all. Just remove this. And what I'll do is we need this class name. Actually we're going to add the bootstrap class, which is margin 2. Let's save this, and you can see we have this nice margin. We can add, if you want, 4. Let's save this, and you can see we have this margin, and we have to add a styling to this as well. For that, let's go to we have this cart. So here I'm going to get rid of this menu bar, right? And we're going to use deflex, and also we're going to add align items center, and gap we're going to use 4. Let's save this, and you can see now we have the same styling which we have added earlier. Now let's configure the React router. Go to the main.jsx. Here we're going to wrap this with the browser router. Browser router, which is from the React router DOM, and save this. Now inside our app.jsx we need to add the routes. So let's use routes from the React router DOM, and inside this we're going to configure an individual route, but for that we need the components. Go to the Explorer. Inside the pages, let's create a new folder. We're going to create a home folder, and we also create the contact us, and also we're going to one more component, which is basically the Explorer, the page Explorer, or we can even use the okay, what do we have here? Let's go to the contact us, explore. Okay, let's create a folder for explore. Let's call this explore food, and inside this let's quickly create the file, which is contact us.jsx, and here we will add explore food.jsx and home.jsx. Let's quickly generate the React functional components. And let's close this and go to the explore food. Let's save this. Similarly, let's go to the contact us. Now let's save this. Now go to the app.jsx. Here we are going to create an individual route, and we are going to provide the path, which is slash, and we are going to also use the element, and we're going to render the component which we are going to render, which is the home component. Let me import the home component. Components slash, not the components, this is actually pages slash home. Similarly, let's import the contact us as well. Okay, it is not opening. What I'll do is I'm going to just copy this and paste it, and this should be contact. Let's see whether I can able to see the contact us. Okay, for some reason the autocomplete is not working. That's fine. Let's import it manually. This should be contact us, and this is contact us. Let's import one more component, which is explore food, which is from the folder explore food, and this component name is explore food. Now we can import the explore, not the explore food, this should be contact us. Let's copy this and paste it. This should be explore, and we can add explore food. Let's save this, and we are getting some error. Let's actually verify it. What is the error? Okay, this pages, the path which we have given is not correct, looks like. Let's go to the home component. We are exporting this home component, and here inside this, okay, let's import the home contact, or let's go to the contactors, and now let's try to import it. Yes. Similarly, let's go to the explore food, and let's import the explore food. Let's save this. Now, yes, everything looks good, and let's go to the browser. Okay. Now we are inside the home component. We can able to see the home. Click on this explore. Okay, we should add the link component to these anchor tags. Let's go to the menu bar. I'm going to open the menu bar, and here instead of this anchor tags, let's use the React link component, and we can add the, instead of href we can add 2, and this should be slash, and this should be slash explore. We can use the 2, and we can use the link component. Similarly here also, let's make this as link, and we will use 2 prop, and we can use slash contact. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, now click on this explore, we should see the explore food. Click on this contactors, now we can able to see the contactors. Go to the home, we can see the home as well. Alright, now we have configured the React router. Let's continue. Let's actually change few things. Let's go to the contactors. Here instead of this contactors, let's just make it as contact, and I'm going to rename this to, let me rename this to contact, and click on this yes, and also I'm going to rename this folder as well. Let's make it as contact, and we can verify it. Let's go to the app.jsx. Here we have this contact instead of the contactors, and let's change it to contact, and let's save this. Now let's go back to the browser, home, explore, contactors. Okay, we can just, everything looks good. Let's continue. Now let's quickly create the header component. Inside this components folder, let's create a new folder. Let's call this header, and inside this let's quickly create the component which is JSX, and inside this I'm going to design the header div dot, we're going to provide the padding 5 and margin bottom 4, and also I'm going to add the background color light, and I'm going to add the rounded to -3 and margin top -1, and inside this let's add the container fluid, also padding, let's add 5, and inside this I'm going to create a h1 tag, and I'm going to add the class name which is, I'm going to add the display 5d, and also I'm going to add the font weight to bold, and we can add the text, order your favorite food here, and we can add the paragraph with a class name, column margin, not the margin, the medium device 8, and font size to 4, and we can add the text, discover the best food and drinks in Bengaluru, and we can add the React router link component. We can provide the option to explore the foods / explore. Let's add the text explore. We can add the bootstrap classes, which is btn primary and btn large. The button size, I'm going to add the large. Now we need to render this header inside our app component. Let's go to the app component. Actually, we don't need to render it inside the app component. Let's actually, or we can, for now time being, let's actually import it inside the header, inside the app component itself. Let's import the header. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you should see this jumbotron, or we can call it as header. Now instead of adding this inside the app component, let's move this to the home component. Let's cut this and let's get rid of this import statement. Anyhow, because this slash is loading and it is rendering the home component, let's go to the home component. Here inside the home component, we can render the header component. Before that, let's create a main tag, and we're going to add the class container, and inside this let's import the header. Now let's save this, and if we go to the browser, we should see this header component. Now let's create the one more component to display the food categories. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the components, create a new folder. We're going to call this explore menu. Inside this, create a new file, explore menu.jsx. Let's quickly generate the React functional component. And we need to render this inside our home component. Open the home component, and after the header, we are going to render the explore menu. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, you should see the explore menu. Here we are going to display the categories, and if we have more categories, we have this scroll bar where we will get the icons to navigate through the different categories, just like how it is there in the Swiggy and Zomato. But before that, we need images for the categories. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. We need to add few images to this assets folder. In interest of time, I have already downloaded few images for the categories. Let's copy all of this. You can find these images in the description section of this video. I provided a link to it. And let's open this in a Finder, and here let's paste all the images, and now we have to add it to the assets.js file as well. Let's go to the assets.js, and here let's import all these images first. Import, let's start with biryani. From, we can provide the path biryani.png, and make sure to give a correct name, otherwise it will not work. Let's import burger from the path burger.png. Let's import cakes from cakes.png. Let's import ice cream from ice cream.png, and import pizza from pizza.png, import roles from roles.png, and import salad from salad.png. Now we need to create an array where we can display those array inside our component. Let's export that array. Export const. I'm going to call this categories. This is going to be an array and it contains an object which contains name, or you can call it as category, the category which is biryani, and it also contains the icon which is nothing but the image, so which we have imported here. So let's start adding those images, biryani, and I'm going to copy this and paste it. So next we need burger. Let's import the burger. Next we have cakes. So let's import the cakes, and I'm going to change it to ice cream. And we have pizza, and change it to pizza. Next we have roles, we can change it to rolls. Next we have salad, which is the last option, salad, change it to salad. Now let's save this. Now we can use these categories inside our component. Let's go to the component which is explore menu. Let's go to this explore menu and we can import the categories. Let's import it. Now we can use these categories to display the category images and its name. Let me close this explorer and we can start designing it. I'm going to create a div with a class explore menu. Also I'm going to add position relative. This is a bootstrap class, and inside this I'm going to create a h1 tag with a class deflex, and also I'm going to add align items center and justify content between. And here we can add the text explore our menu. And after this h1 tag I'm going to create a one more div with a class deflex, and inside this I'm going to add two icons, the right icon and the left icon, to scroll the categories. And I'm going to add the class name bootstrap icon hyphen arrow hyphen left circle, and I'm going to add scroll icon as the custom class. Later we can add the CSS styling, and this I'm going to change it to right. Next, once we added the h1 tag, and okay, this actually I should have been added inside the h1 tag. Okay, this let's add it inside the h1 tag. And after this I'm going to create a paragraph, and here I'm going to add the text explore curated lists of dishes from top categories. Yeah, you can change it as per your needs, but I just added the text. Now I'm going to create a div with a class deflex and justify content between, and I'm going to also provide a gap of 4, and overflow, we need the scroll bar overflow, I'm going to set it to auto, and I'm going to create a custom class explore menu list. And inside this, what we need to do is we have to iterate over the categories. So first let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you should see this explore our menu and the text, also these two icons you could see. Now iterate over these categories. So I'm going to use the expression. We have the categories dot, we're going to use a map method, and this is going to give us the index as well as the item. Let's call this item and index, which is the second parameter. And inside this, we are going to return the HTML content, and we are going to return a div with a class which is text center, and I'm going to add a custom class explore menu list item. And inside this, we need to, first of all, we need to add the key. So let's add the key because we are iterating over the map. And here I'm going to add the index, and inside this we need to create an image. For the image, we are going to get the image from this item. So item dot category, and I'm also going to add the class name, and I'm going to add rounded circle, and also I'm going to add an active class, or just remove that. Later we can add it conditionally to highlight the image. And next I'm going to add the paragraph, and this paragraph I'm going to add the class name margin top 2, and I'm going to add the font weight to bold. And here I'm going to display the category name, which we are getting from item dot category. And this should be not in a category, this is an icon actually, and this is an icon. And yeah, let's save this and let's look at it how it looks. Okay, you could see the images, and also we have this scroll bar, but we have to set the size as well. So let's set the height and width. Height I'm going to set it as 128, and width I'm going to set it as 128. Let me actually give a space, save this, and you could see we have this nice categories list. And if I see it in the mobile view, you could see this scroll bar, but we don't want this scroll bar because we have added these icons, and we could use these icons. Now let's actually add a custom CSS styling to these menu. Let's go to the Explorer and create a new file. Let's call this explore menu.css, and we need to import this file inside our explore menu. Import /explore menu.css. Save this, and now let's add this CSS class. First we're going to add explore menu list. We're going to remove the scroll bar, and we're going to set the display as none. Next we're going to add explore menu list item. If you remember, we have created this class. For the image, I'm going to add cursor to pointer so that if the user click on that image, we can filter out the categories later. And I'm going to add explore list item. We have this class active, and we are going to add border, which is 5 pixel solid tomato color I'm going to give, and padding I'm going to add 2 pixel. I'm also going to add one more, which is explore list item. We have this paragraph. I can add this style to this paragraph, which is color. I'm going to add #74 74 and 74. Next we can add the cursor, which is pointer I'm going to add. actually we don't need this paragraph, or let's keep it. We might need, because when the text is clicked on this, we need it. And also I'm going to add explore, or we can just add it for scroll icon. If you remember, we have added this class. If you go to this, we have added this scroll bar, scroll icon. So let's add the CSS style to this. I'm going to add font size to 24 pixel, and cursor I'm going to add pointer, and I will add margin left. I'm going to add the margin left to 10 pixel. Next I'm going to add the color, which is 747474, the same color which we have added for this text. And I'm going to add the transition color 0.2 seconds. Now let's save this, and I'm also going to add one more thing, which is scroll icon on hover. I'm going to add the color. I'm just going to add the tomato color, tomato. Let's save this, and let's go to the browser. Now you can see on hover of this, we get a nice color, the tomato color, and now we don't have the scroll bar at all. But if I see this in mobile view, now if you scroll this, you can get this scroll bar, and you can see. And what we need to do is we have to actually on click of this icons, we have to scroll through the categories. Let me do one thing. Let me increase this, and right now when I view this in mobile view, still we are getting this scroll bar. Let's actually investigate it, what's wrong with that. Let's open the CSS file, and here we are actually doing okay. This is actually work only for the Chrome browser. To make it for the Mozilla, what you can do is you can just add one more option, which is, let's go to the, and we can add scroll bar width to none. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, and let me see this in the mobile view, and you can see now we are not able to see the scroll bar, but you can scroll through the mouse. But we don't want this, we have to scroll through with these icons. So let's add the functionality to this scroll bar as well. Now let's open the Visual Studio Code, and inside the explore menu at the top, let's create a state const, not the state, we need actually use ref hook. We are going to use that. Menu ref is equal to use ref hook, and to this we are going to pass null. Initially the initial value will be null, and now we can create a function scroll left, and this is going to be an arrow function, and inside this we are going to write a condition. If menu ref dot current, and if it is true, then we are going to use menu dot ref, menu ref dot current dot, we're going to add the scroll by, and we're going to pass an object which is left. We're going to set it as -200, and behavior I'm going to set it as smooth. Similarly, the same thing I'm going to do it for scroll right as well. This is scroll right, and if it is menu.current, and I'm going to set it as +200, and let's keep it as it is. And now we have to use the use ref hook. So let's scroll down, and we have this div. Let's see. Okay, we have this div here. I'm going to add the ref, and I'm going to use the menu ref, And now on click of this icons, I wanted to attach these functions. So let's attach the on click events, on click, and this is going to be scroll left, on click, this is going to be scroll right. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can scroll through the categories. To check this, let me see in the mobile view. Now if you click on this, you can see, now we can see this scroll bar, which is clicking on this, we are scrolling through the categories, which is working as expected. Right now my browser size is increased to 133%. Let's actually decrease it to 100% and see how it looks. I'm going to decrease the size of the browser. This is how it looks like. This is great, but the problem is few of the images are not in exact size. So what I'll do is I have a separate images which I have downloaded in interest of time. I'm going to replace this burger and pizza, rolls and salad. I have a new images. I'm going to replace this with new images. You can also find these images in the description section of this video. I provided a link to it. So let's copy this burger and pizza, rolls, salad and biryani. So copy these 5 and let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the in a finder, open the in a finder, and I'm going to replace this. So let's replace it. And now if I go back to the browser and when I reload it, you can see these images are great. We have just replaced the biryani image, the burger image and pizza, rolls, salad. Make sure to you also do that. It looks great. Alright, I'm going to increase it back to 120%. Alright, now what we need to do is we have to add one horizontal line and below that we have to display the food. Let's go to the explore menu component. We have this explore menu. I'm going to add the horizontal line here in this component itself. Save this. We need to add few CSS. Let's go to the CSS and here I'm going to add the explore menu and I'm going to add the horizontal tag. Now let's add the CSS. Margin, I'm going to add 10 pixel and 0 pixel, and also I'm going to add the height, let's say 2 pixel, and background color I'm going to add hash e2 e2 e2, and this is the one we are going to add. Next, border I am going to set it as none. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser you should see this light horizontal line after this menu. Under this we can display the food. So for that let's create a new component. So inside the component let's create a new component which is food display. So I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call this food display. Inside this we can create a new component which is food display. We can also create the equivalent CSS file if it is required. I'm going to generate the React functional component using the arrow function, and we need to add this food display inside the home.jsx inside the home component. Before that I'm going to close some of these files, we don't need it. Let's go to the, and I'm going to close this also, and inside the home.jsx after this explore menu let's add the food display. Let's save this. If you open the browser you should see the food display. Now we can design this component. In order to display the food in this food display, we need to make an API call to our backend service. That we are going to do it in the separate component. We are not going to use the food display component. Instead we are going to create a React context, and in that context we are going to make an API call to the backend service and we fetch the food list. If we add it to the context, we can use that same food list throughout our application. That's the whole idea. Let's do that. Before that, if you look at this explore button. This is so big. Instead of this using a large button, let's use the small button. Go to the Visual Studio Code and open the header.jsx. Here we have used the button large. Just remove this. Let's use the regular button, which is medium size. And if you look at the browser now, it looks very decent. Okay, now let's create the context. Go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the src folder, I am going to create a new folder called context, or we can call it as store context. I'm going to call it as context. Okay, this should be a folder. Okay, it is already exists. It is saying that. Let me see. Okay, we have already created the folder context. That is great. Okay, inside this, I'm going to create a new file called store context.jsx. Inside this, we are going to create a store context provider. Before that, we need to use the create context hook. So create context, and initially this will be null. And let's export this. Export const. I'm going to call this store context. Next, we need to create the provider. So export const store context provider. We're going to pass the props. And inside this, we are going to define the functions. Whatever we wanted to add it to the context, we can add it here. And once we add this, we also need to return that. We are going to return the store context provider. Store context. This should be store context dot provider, and we're going to pass the value. What value we need to pass? Let's define it. Before that, I'm going to all the children's, I am going to pass whatever the value, we are going to add it here. So let's props dot children, and here I'm going to create a function, which is not a function. I'm going to create an object. Inside that object, we are going to add all the context, and that object we're going to pass it here. I'm going to call it as context value, and we are going to pass this context value. All right, inside this we can add whatever we wanted to pass it to all the children's or all other components. Whatever we want to access in other components, that we are going to add it to the context value. Here we are going to add it. And now we have to make an API call to the backend service to get the food. And what I will also do is, before that, what we need to do is, in order to access the context value in all other components, we have to wrap our, let's go to the, let me open the main.tsx. Here we have to wrap this app component with a store context provider. So we have this store context provider. We're going to wrap our app component with this. Now this app is the children to this store context provider, and this app component also include other components, and so in other way all other components can access the context values. That's the whole idea of it. It is like act as a global storage. We can use that context values throughout the application. Now let's go back to our store context, and here we can make an API call. Now to store the response from the API call, I am going to create a new state const. Let's call this food list, set food list. Let's use the use state hook. This will be an empty array initially, and once we get the response, we're going to add it to this set food list. Now I'm going to create an arrow function, const fetch food list. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this we need to make an API call. For that we are going to use the Axios library, axios.get. We need to pass the URL endpoint http://localhost:/API/foods, and we are going to get the response. I'm going to add the await. We get the response, and we are going to add the response.data to the set food list. Set food list response.data. And once we created this function, we have to in the use effect hook we have to call this function. So I am going to use the use effect hook, and inside the use effect hook we can call the function. So the way to do is, first of all I'm going to pass the dependencies, the empty array as a dependencies, and inside this I'm going to create a function load data, and inside this we are going to make a call, and but here I'm going to add the async keyword, and here I'm going to call this function which is the fetch food list. So let's call the method fetch food list. This is going to be an await, and now after this load data function we need to call that function. So let's call the load data. Now as soon as the application runs this store context, it is going to execute the use effect hook, and inside the use effect hook we are created this function load data, and inside this load data we are actually calling this function which is fetch food list. And inside this fetch food list, what we are doing, we are making an API call to the backend service, and once we get the response we are setting it to the food list. Now this, once we add it to the food list, this food list will be initialized, and this food list we are actually going to pass it to the context value. Simple enough. And entire this context value we are passing it to the context provider, and all of our components can able to access this context value which is nothing but the food list. Let's save this. Now to test whether we are able to see the food list or not, we can add the console log inside the store context. But before that we need to add the food into the database. For that, in interest of time, I have already downloaded some of the food images, and I have already uploaded to the MongoDB database through the admin panel. So first what you need to do is you need to open a new tab and run the admin panel. I have already started the admin panel which is running on the different port 5174, and you can see I have already uploaded all the images. I have uploaded 35 images. For every category I have added 5 food: biryani, burger, cake, ice cream, pizza, rolls, salad, everything I have added. In case if you are looking for these images, you can find it in the description section of this video. I have attached all these images for your reference. I have just uploaded it through the add food form. Alright, now let me close this. Now we can test it. Let me go to the Visual Studio Code, and here inside this fetch food list I am going to log it to the console response.data and save this and open the browser and inspect this. We should be able to see the array. Let me expand this. You can see we get around 35 details that we are fetching from the database. Now what we can do is we can use this to display it in the food display component. But one mistake what we have made is we are making the API call inside the store context. Instead of that, let's move that logic into the separate service file. Let's open the Visual Studio Code, and what I'll do is I'm going to create a new folder inside this which is service, And inside this, let's create a new JavaScript file. Let's call this food service.js. And inside this, we can make the API call. So what I'll do is I'm going to open the store context. I'm going to just cut this. And inside this food service, first of all, I want to import the Axios library, and I'm going to create a URL, API URL, http://localhost:8080/API/foods. This is the API URL, and I'm going to move this. So I'm going to just export it. Let me export this. And now this is going to be an asynchronous function, but what I'll do is I'm going to just add the try catch block. So let's cut this, and I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try catch block, I'll add this, and I'm going to just return the response.data. And I am going to remove this, and I'm going to use the API URL, which we have defined at the top, and I'm going to log this to the console in case of any errors for the development purpose. So error, I am going to throw the error, and I'm going to throw the error. So let's save this. Now we have to call this function inside our store context. So inside our load context, what we need, store context, what we need to do is inside this fetch food list, what we need to do is we have to first call this function. So let me call this function, and we get the response. I'm going to store that in a variable called data, and now we are going to set the food list using data. Now let's save this, and everything should work as expected. Even if you want, we can log this to the console, the data, and we can verify it. But I assume that it is already coming. There is no problem with that. So let's go ahead and design the inside this food display. Let's start designing this component. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Inside this food display, let's actually start designing this component. I'm going to create a div with a class container. This is a bootstrap class. Inside this, I'm going to create a row. This is also a bootstrap class. And inside this, we have to loop through the food list. So to get the food list, we are going to use the use context. We are going to call the use context hook. And to this, we are going to pass the store context. This is going to give us the context which we have added. We are going to get the food list. I'm going to destructure that. Let's call this food list. And inside this, we need to loop through that list. So we can make use of the food list array, food list dot. I'm going to add the length. In case of the array is empty, we can display a message that is no foods available. If the length is greater than 0, then we can return something. If it is not, then we are going to return another div with a, let me create a div. And inside this, I'm going to add the class name. Class name is equal to text center margin top 4. I'm going to add, and inside this, I'm going to add the h4 tag, and I can write the text no food items, no food found. This looks fine. And here we need to return something. We have to create a div, and I'm going to add the class column 12. We're going to add the in what all the devices, how we can see the food list, column -12, and also in small devices I'm going to add -6, and similarly in the medium devices I'm going to see 4 cards, 4 food items, and also in the large devices I'm going to display it as 3, and margin bottom I'm going to add margin bottom, and I'm going to add flex and justify content center. These are all the Bootstrap classes, and inside this we can display the food. But in order to display the food, what we can do is we can create one more component, food item, and there we can display it. But for now, time being, what we will do is we are going to display the food here itself. To do that, I'm going to use one of the card. We can copy the card template from the internet and we can add it here. To get the card template, let's head over to the browser and open a new tab and search for bootstrapexamples.com, and here you can search for card and you will get code snippets. Just scroll down and get the one that is suits for your needs. Okay, I'm going to copy this one, product card. Just click on this, and this is how it looks like. And we have this code here. We have this CSS code and JavaScript code, but right now we have just this code. Copy this, the HTML code, and here what we need to do is we just need to add it. We can align this properly. So let me refactor it, aligned it, and now here we don't need this image path. So first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to change this class. So Control F and change it to class name and replace all. So now we have changed it to class name, and we are getting this error. We can fix it by just adding at the very end by adding a slash. Now save this and let's go to the browser, and we are getting some errors. So let's investigate it. Go to the console, and we are getting this, the above error occurred in the div component. Okay, the style. Okay, there is a style prop. Okay, this we have to wrap it with a curly braces, and we should not use like this. We should use this way. And let me save this now. Now if I go to the browser, and you can see now we get a single card. Right now we have to iterate over this, and we have to display all the cards for 35 elements. Now actually what I will do is I'm going to just cut this. I'm going to cut this entire part, and here I'm going to just use this food list to iterate over it. Dot map, we're going to use this map function, and I can get the food and index. And what I'll do is I'm going to, inside this I'm going to return the HTML content. For now what I'll do is I'm going to just paste the code which I have cut earlier. Now I am going to add the key prop. So let's add the key, and I'm going to pass the index. Now let's save this and let's go to the browser. You can see the 35 cards we can able to see here, and this looks great. Now what we can do is but these individual cards we are just rendering it inside this same component, which is the food display, but the food display will not render these cards. We are going to create a separate card, and we have to move this entire logic into the another component. So for that, let's open an explorer, and inside this I'm going to create a new folder. We can call this food item, and here I'm going to create a new JSX file which is food item, and I'm going to create the component, and here we can add the code. So for that, let's go to the food display, and here we have this part. So let me cut this. Let's cut this, and here let's add that code. And now what we need to do is, let me actually realign this. Okay, now we are passing this index, but what we are going to do is we are going to destructure it from the food display component. Okay, we have to pass all these informations, whatever we are going to accept it. So we're going to accept the name, which is the food name, and description and ID and image URL and price. And now we're going to replace all of these things. So but first of all, I'm going to get rid of this key, because we are going to add the key in the food display itself while iterating over the food item. Now what I'll do is I'm going to just go here and I'm going to use this food item, and to this food item we are going to pass the key, which is index, and also we are going to pass all the information which we are accepting. We are going to pass name is equal to food.name, and also description we need to pass food.description. I'm going to just bring this to the next line, and we have the price. So let's add the price, and also we have to add the ID as well. So food.id, and we need to pass the image URL food.image URL, and price food.price. So all these we are passing as a prop to this food item. In the food item we are accepting this also, and we have to replace here. So what I'll do is I'm going to just use this source, and to this source we are going to add the image URL, and we're going to add the height and width. Height I'm going to add 300, width I'm going to add 60, and here we need to add it as name. Instead of this red Nike, we are going to add the name. Next we need to add the description. Let's add the description, and we have to add the price also. Price, let's add it price, but I'm going to, instead of dollar, I'm going to use the Indian currency. So for that, ampersand hash, we will add the 8377. This is the code. You can add your country currency code as well. This is for the rating. We are not going to deal with the ratings. Just for now, let's keep it as it is. Later we can change it. We have added the price, add to cart, and rest everything looks good. Now, okay, we have to add the ID if it is required, but we are not going to add it ID anywhere here. Later we are going to use it whenever we are added to the cart, or whenever we are incrementing the quantity or decrementing the quantity. At the time we are going to use this ID. Let's save this. Now if you go to the food display, in the food display we are already passing all these informations. Nothing else changes in this file. So let's save this, and if you go to the browser, we should see all the food details. You can see now whatever the food that we have uploaded from our admin panel, all those food we can see it in the food display component. Awesome. Now we have made a good progress. Now instead of adding the add to cart button, let's add view food, so that on click of each food we can see the food details in a separate page. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here instead of this add to cart, we can make view food. Let's save this. Let's go ahead and create a new component inside the pages, because that is going to be a separate page. Inside the pages, let's create a new folder. I'm going to call this food details, and inside the food details create a new file, food details.jsx, and I'm going to generate the arrow function and save this. Now let's create a route for this. Go to the app.jsx, and here first of all let's import the food details at the top, and next here let's create the route. We need to provide the path. I'm going to provide /food/id. We need to pass the ID. because for every food there will be a unique ID, and based on that ID we are going to fetch from the database the food details and we're going to display it. I'm going to pass this ID in the URL and I'm going to specify the element, which is we're going to render the food details. And save this. Now we have this route ready in place. We can use this. Now go to the food details. Here we need to accept the ID. For that I'm going to use params hook. Let's destructure it and grab the ID from the use params and save this. Next, let's go to the food item. Here, instead of this button, we are going to use the React router link, and we need to pass the toProp. We can use the template literal /food/ we're going to pass the ID which we are receiving here. We're going to pass this ID. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, on hover of these food you will see the food ID. At the very end, at the very bottom, you are going to see the ID /food/food ID. Now on click of this, we will navigate to the food details component, and at the top you will see this ID, and we are rendering the food details. Now we can design the food details component. Now to design the product detail page, again we can download a template. We can use the template from the internet. Just open a new tab and search for start bootstrap and select this first link. And in this website also you can find a very good code snippets related to bootstrap. And click on this templates and you can go to this e-commerce. You will find the e-commerce related snippets. We have this shop item. Click on this and you can click on this live preview to see how it looks. This is a good one. We can use this template for our reference. What I'll do is I'll just go to the free download. We can download it here, or even you can download it from the here also. You can just click on this free download. It will download this. Now you can extract this and open it in a file explorer. I extracted the folder and you will see these folders. Let's open the index.html. Let's open this. And inside this, what we are really interested in is this product section. At the top, we have the card details and other navigation bar that we don't want. We need this part, the product section. So let's actually copy this. I'm going to copy this section and go to the file which we wanted to add food details. And here I'm going to paste it. And what we need to do is, let me actually format it first. And now I'm going to change class to class name. Change everything. And now let's save this. And if you go to the browser, we should see the product details, but we are not able to see it because we are getting some errors. That is, let me clear this and again I reload it. Probably there will be a style or the value prop. Okay, on change, these we have to change it. What I'll do is, let me change few things. So there is a value prop that I'm going to remove it for now. So let's remove this, and we have this style. As I said before, we have to wrap it inside the curly braces because this is an inline styling, and this should be maximum width W capital. And let's save this. If you go to the browser this time, we should able to see the product details. Okay, now we can change as per our needs. Now to display the actual data, we need to make an API call. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. And first of all, I'm going to close all these files. and inside the food details at the top we need to make the API call. So first I'm going to create a new state, const, this is data, and set data. We can use state hook. Initially this will be an empty object. Let's create an arrow function, const fetch food details. This is going to be an async function. Let's pass the ID. Inside this we can make an API call. Let's use the Axios library, axios.get. We need to provide the URL, which is http://localhost:8080/API/foods, and to this we have to concatenate the food ID, which is the ID that we are getting in the use params, and this is going to be we need to add the await because this is an asynchronous function. Once we get the data, we're going to store that in a variable called response, and we can add the condition if the response dot status is equal to 200, then we're going to set the data, set data response dot data. And now we can use the use effect hook to call that function. Inside this we can call the fetch food details, and to this we can pass the ID, and we need to pass the dependency array. We are going to pass ID. Whenever the ID changes, we have to call this function. So let's save this. We can actually verify it. We can just log this to the console and we can see. I'm going to log this response.data, save this, and go to the browser, and I'm going to inspect this and go to the console. You can see we get the ID, boneless chicken biryani, and the description, image URL, price, and category. Similarly, if I go to the, let me go to the second one, special chicken biryani. When I click on this view food, we should see the food details. Alright, now using this we can display the content. But before we use those details, let's move the service call to the API call to the service layer. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let's open the food service. We have this food service, and inside this I'm going to create a new function and export it. Export const fetch food details, and we can make use of it actually. Let's cut this, and we are going to export it. Export fetch food details, and we have to, instead of this, we have to use this API URL. Let's use this API URL, and we have to provide /ID, and we are making the API call. We get the response, and we are going to check whether the survey status is 200, and we can return it. Or what even we can do is, once we get the response, first of all I'm going to put that in a try catch block, and inside the try block I'm going to make the API call, and here inside this I'm going to just return response.data. I'm going to return the response.data, and I'm going to just log the error in case of any errors. Error fetching the food details. I'm going to print the error, and I'm going to throw an error, and here I'm going to just, instead of adding the error, just print the proper error message, that is error fetching the food list. Let's save this, and now let's go to the food details, and here what I'll do is I'm going to again make use of the use effect hook, and here inside the use effect hook I'm going to create a function which is load food details. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this we can call the function which is fetch food details. And first let me import this fetch food details. We get the response const response, and we can set the data, this is nothing but the response. Instead of using response, let's use a proper naming convention which is food data. Always use the naming conventions, the proper naming conventions, so that the future developers can understand it what you have written. Okay, and one more thing what we need to do is, instead of just adding this, we can actually wrap it inside the try catch block. So let's cut this, and inside the try catch block I'm going to add it, and here I'm going to instead of logging this to the console, we can use the toast dot error displaying the food details, displaying the food details. All right, now we have in the use effect hook, we are actually now we have to call this function. Okay, so let's call this function which is load food details. All right, so now our inside the use effect hook, we have created this function load food details, and the load food details is responsible for calling the service method, and we are inside the use effect hook, we are just calling that function as well, the load food details. Now once we set the data to this food data, we can display it here. Now let's remove these hard-coded data and let's use the actual data which we are getting from the API. So first of all, for this image we can use data.image URL, and we can add the height and width, but let's keep it because it's a product detail, let it be. And here instead of the SKU, we are going to use the category, and I'm going to add a span tag, and I'm going to add few classes, the bootstrap classes, which is badge, text, background, warning, which comes in a yellow color, and data.category. Next we have this name, we can change it to data.name, and we have this price slashing that we don't want, we can remove that, and we have to display the price. So let's use data.price, and I am going to use the Indian currency ##8377, and here we have this description. So for this I am going to use data.description, and we have this input box, we don't want that, remove it, and we have this add to cart button, and here later we can attach a function when we implemented the add to cart functionality. But for now we have changed everything, we can verify it. Let's save this, go to the browser. You can see we get this nice image, category biryani, special chicken biryani, and the price and some description, and we have the add to cart button. Let's go to the other images and see. This is chicken biryani. We have seen special chicken biryani and mutton biryani. You can see this. And go to the burger, classic smashed cheeseburger, and you can see that. Looks amazing in the product details page. Of course, we can change as per our needs, but right now my web browser is set to 120%. Let's see it in the 100% size. This is how it looks like. You can also add the decimal points as well if you want. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I can add 00. Now if you go to the browser, you will see this decimal points as well. Alright, now we have completed the product details or the food details page. We can work on the other part, which is adding this food details to the cart. Before we start designing this the food explore component, what we can do is I'm going to fix few things. The category size is very small. I'm going to make it a little big. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here instead of this small, I'm going to use font size to 5, and also let me save this, and now you can see the size has been now bigger compared to the previous one, and also there is a gap between the price and the description. I can remove that. That is because we have added the margin bottom. I'm going to change it to margin bottom to 2. Let's save this, and now if you look at this, it is better than the previous one. Now we can continue with the explore food component. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and first of all I'm going to close this, and we have this component called explore food. Inside this, what we can do is, for now, let's render the food display. Let's render this. So I'm going to first import the food display, render this food display, and save this. If you go to the browser, go to the explore, you can see now we are displaying the food, all the food details inside this explore food component. We have just created the component and we are using that component. But what exactly we need to do is, just above these component, we have to create a search bar, and so that we can filter out these records, or we can search for the food. That's the whole idea. So what we need to do is, at the top we need to create the search bar. Let's do that. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to start designing this web page. So let's add the container first, and inside the container let's create a new div with a class row and justify content center. And inside this I'm going to create a one more div with, I'm going to design it for the medium size devices. And next let's create a form, and we will come back to this action later. And inside this I am going to create a div with a class input group and margin bottom 3. And inside this let's create the drop down. We need to display the categories along with the text boxes. And I'm going to just, let me get rid of this. I'm going to add the class name, which is form select, and margin top I'm going to provide 2. And I'm going to add inline style to this, which is maximum width 150 pixel, and later we can attach the on change event, and here let's add the categories. Next to this drop down, we are going to create an text box, and let's add the class, which is form control, and also I'm going to add margin top 2. We can add the placeholder, which is search a food. or search your favorite dish. Okay, and next we need to add the we also need to attach the on change and value attribute, but later we are going to do that. And I'm going to attach the button. We can add btn primary margin top 2, and this is going to be a type submit button, submit. And we can add, instead of the text, we can use the bootstrap icons. We add the bootstrap icons, bootstrap icon, and we're going to use the bootstrap search class. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser and if you go to the explore, you should see the search box, the drop down which displays all the categories, and the text box and the icon. That is, to combine all of this, we have used this input group. So using this input group, you can group all these elements. And also I'm going to display the food at the bottom. So to do that, I'm going to display it here, but I'm going to wrap it inside the fragments. So let's wrap it in a fragment. And here I'm going to display the food display component. Let's save this. Now if you look at this, our food display component is ready. I mean, the explore component is ready. It is displaying the search box with the categories drop down, and also we are displaying the food items. Now we can start working on searching the food based on the input. In case if you don't know how to create these text boxes and these bootstrap code snippets, you can find it here in the bootstrapexamples.com. So I just search for search bar here, and from here I have used one of the snippet. So this is the one that I have used. Instead of the button, I have used just the icon. So this is a great website where you can find the bootstrap snippets easily. Just bookmark this and you can use it for your next project. Alright, next go to the project, and here what we need to do is, let's go to the home. Here we have to, based on the category, we have to filter out the food. For that, let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here inside the home.jsx home component, first let's create the state const. I'm going to call this category, and set category. We can use the use state hook. Initially this will be value will be all, and now we can pass this category as a prop to the explore menu on food display. Category is equal to category, and also set category we are going to pass set category. Let's save this. Now what we need to do is, let's go to the explore menu. First let's restructure it and accept the category and set category. Next we can use this category and set category while iterating over these categories. So what I'll do is, first of all, I'm going to write an expression here. We are going to use item dot category. Item dot category is equal to the category one which are receiving in the prop. If it is equal, then we are going to set the class which is rounded circle along with active. Otherwise we are going to just add the rounded circle. This is the first change that we are going to make. And second thing, we are going to attach the on click event. So let's add the on click event, and I'm going to add the inline function set category. When we are setting the category, first we are going to check for the previous state, and if the previous state is equal to item dot category, then we are going to set it to all. Otherwise we are going to set item dot whatever the category that we are iterating. This is the second change that we are making. Okay, now with this, what we can do is, let me save this and open the browser. And now, okay, one thing what we need to do is we also need to add a styling to this active. And what I'll do is, let's go to the explore menu.css. Here I am going to add the styling to that. Explore menu list item dot active. I'm going to add the border, which is we can add the border size around 2 pixel if you want. So let me add, instead of 2 pixel, let's add 4 pixel solid color. I'm going to add tomato, and I'm going to add the padding, which is 2 pixel. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser and let's click on this biryani, you can see it has been selected. Now if you click on this burger, you can see it has been selected, and cakes, it has been selected. When the user selected the burger, we have to filter out the burger. And if the user unselect the burger, if none of these selected, we have to display all the food. That's the whole idea. To filter these food items based on the category, it's very easy. What we need to do is we have to pass the category to this food display component. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here let me close this, and we can close this also, and we can pass the category to the food display category. Let's save this and go to the food display, and let's destructure it and get the category. And inside this, I'm going to create an function, which is first of all, I want to we are getting this food list, right? Now what we need to do is, here I'm going to use this food list to filter out the category. We are going to use the filter function, and each time when we loop through that, we get a single food object, and we can filter it out using category and category if it is equal to all, or if the category is not the category, the food dot category is equal to the category which we are receiving. Then what we need to do is we are going to filter it out, and we are going to store it in a new variable or a new array, which is called as filtered foods. Now we can use this filtered foods in the down to loop through that. So let's use it here. That's the change we wanted to make. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, now in the browser, none of the category has been selected, so we can able to see all the food. But when I select the biryani, we can able to see only the biryani. When I select the burger, we can able to see only the burgers. When I select the cake, okay, for the cakes, nothing is displaying. Similarly for the ice creams, nothing is displaying. For the pizza, we can able to see the records, rolls, salad, everything is working. Only for the cakes and ice creams, it's not working. This is likely because of the categories text mismatch. Let's go to the MongoDB, and in the MongoDB, let me reload the data and scroll down. For the cakes category, we are using cake, and for the ice creams, we are using ice cream. But if I go to the Visual Studio Code, and here in the assets, we are using cakes, so this should be cake. Similarly for the ice creams, this should be ice cream and small c. So let's save this, and now let's go to the browser and select the cake, and you can see we are able to see the cakes. Similarly for the ice creams, we can able to see the ice creams, and everything works as expected. And if I deselect this, we will get all the food. All right, now next what we need to do is the same thing, whatever we have done, we have to do it in the explore food here also. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here let's open the explore food. So at the top, what I'll do is I'm going to create a state. We're going to we're going to set the category and set category. We can use state hook. Initially this will be set to all, and next we are going to create a one more state which is for the search text. Set search text. Initially this will be empty string. Okay, now what we need to do is we have to attach the on click event for this button, not the button, for this input tag, not the on click. We are going to use on change, and we are going to make use of this event. Let me actually bring this to the next line, and we can use event.target.value, and we can set it to the set search text e.target.value. We will also add the value. The value will be search text, and for this button I'm going to attach the we don't have to attach anything here, but instead we are going to add the on submit to the form. We are going to add an inline function. We are going to, instead of reloading the entire web page, we're going to just do prevent default, event.prevent default. This will stop reloading the entire web page. Next, what we need to do is for this select also we need to add the on change event, and to this we are going to do the same thing. We are going to set category, and we are going to use e.target.value. Let's save this. Now we are populating this we are setting the category, and also we are capturing the whatever the user enters in the text box. But once we have captured it, we have to filter it out. So in order to filter it out, what we are actually doing is, this is actually the food display component, and here when the user, if you look at this food display, we are actually using this. Okay, and for this food display we need to pass the category as well as the search text. So let's pass the category search text. We are passing this. Now inside this food display, the food display is already accepting the category. We just need to accept the search text, and once we get the search text, now we can make use of this filtered foods to filter out the category as well as the text. So for that I am going to wrap this in a brackets, and I'm going to add the AND operator. Then we can write food.name to lowercase. I'm going to convert it to lowercase. I will call the includes method search text dot, this also I'm going to do it to lowercase. Okay, now we are filtering the categories. After that we are also checking whether the food name contains or includes in the search text. If it is there, then we are going to filter it out. So let's save this. We can test it, but before that, if you look at this food display is accepting search text. So if I go to the home component, here only I'm passing the category. this will throw an error because now the food display is accepting search text as well. So here what I'll do is I'm going to pass the search text. I'm going to pass an empty string. So let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, and here the biryani is selected, but I'm going to select it burger. You can see burger will be filtered out, and cakes, and okay, the cakes again the same issue. What I'll do is I'll go to the Visual Studio Code and let's go to the explore food. At the very top we have this cakes. I'm going to do cake, and this should be ice cream, not ice creams. And also I'm going to add one more, which is all. Let's save this and go to the option all. So let's add this. Let's save this and we can add it. This is not required, so let's save this. And now let me reload this. You can see initially it will be all, and it is selecting, it is displaying all the food. But now when I select the biryani, it will display biryani only. When I select cakes, it will display only cakes. And now I can search only the cakes. Okay, I'm going to select it for velvet. You can see VE only display the characters which are present in this velvet mini cake. Similarly, if I say mini, okay, and you can see we have MI and also mini cake, both are displaying. And similarly, if I do chips, it will display chips. But when I select all, if I do MI, it will display everything, mini and mini ice cream and cake, both everything it will display. Let's say suppose if I say VEG, it will display veg burger, veg pizza, veg spring roll, vegetable salad, everything it will display, which means our search functionality is also working, as well as we are filtering the categories as well. Now we completed with this explore option, and also in the home we are also filtering based on the categories. Now we can focus on adding the items into the cart. We can increase the quantity and decrease the quantity, and we can add it to the cart. Before we design the cart page, let's actually design the contact us page as well. Let's quickly go to this website, which is Bootstrap Examples, and search for contact. You will see nice contact code snippets. You can copy any one of this and you can use it. I'm going to use this one, or you can use this one also. Let's click on this get in touch form, and let's go to the code, and you can see the CSS and as well as JavaScript. So let's actually copy this and go to the Visual Studio Code. Let me close all of this and open the contact JSX and paste your code. Let's change this class to class name, change everything, and we have to add this slash for all of these input tags. And save this. Now let's go to the the browser, and you can see now we have this nice get in touch form, the contact form. We can add the CSS that we have seen. Let's go to this and copy the CSS, and inside the Visual Studio Code, let's actually create the CSS file, contact.css, and let's paste it, and we can import the file, import contact.css. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, and you can see this is how it looks like. Fine, now we have designed the contact us page as well, and we have completed the food explore and as well as the explore menu and food display. Everything looks good. our filtering and searching text, everything is working. Now we can concentrate on designing this cart page, and we will focus on adding the food to the cart. Before we move on to the next part, I'm going to fix few things. In this contact us form, if you look at this form, we can see in the background two different colors. Let's actually fix that. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to remove this BG light, which is nothing but the background light. So let's save this. And if you look at this, now we don't see two different colors. Also, let's go to the home, and in this food display, you can see to display the food details. To check the food details, we should click on this view food button. Instead of this, what we can do is anywhere on this card, if the user click on this, we have to show the food details page. To fix that also, let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the food display. Here we are using the food item. Click on this. Here what I'll do is, instead of using this div, we are going to use the React router link. Let's change this to link, and we are going to pass the to prop. Let's use the template literal, and we can pass the URI, which is /food/ we can pass the ID, the food ID. And okay, we are getting this error, so let's link. Okay, this actually change this to link. I have added in a wrong place. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, now anywhere on this card we can click on this and we can see the food details, but the problem is it is highlighted with the underline. To fix that, we can add the inline style, which is text decoration. I'm going to set it to none. Save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see this. Right now we can able to click anywhere on this card and we can see the food details. Okay, for this logo also we have to add, but before that let's go to the explore, and here in explore also we can click on this. We can see the food details. So let's go to the menu bar. I'm going to open the menu bar. Here at the top we have the image, and what I'll do is I'm going to, for this image, I'm going to wrap it in a link component. So let's use the React router link. Okay, we are already using that link. We have imported that link, and inside the link I'm going to paste the image tag which we have cut, and let's use the path which is /. Now let's save this, and if I go to the browser, on click of this icon we are navigating to the home page. So we have fixed that also. Alright, now we can focus on, we have also created the contactors, explore, home, everything looks good. The contactors functionality we are going to add it at the very end. User can contact us by sending the emails, that we are going to do it at the very end. Now we can focus on the cart by adding the items to the cart page. Now what we need to do is we need to change this icon to plus icon, so that user click on this plus icon, we can increase the quantity. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Inside this food item we have this button and we have this icon. I'm going to remove this icon. Instead we are going to add a different icon, the bootstrap icon, which is, I'm going to add the class bootstrap icon hyphen plus hyphen circle. This is the one we are going to add. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser you should see this plus icon. But what we need to do is, instead of this outline secondary, we are going to use btn primary and btn small. Let's save this. Now we got this plus icon. On click of this, what we need to do is we have to increase the quantity of this particular food. But now when I click on this plus icon, it is navigating to the food details. That is because what we have made is the entire card we have wrapped inside this link component. So let's actually remove this. We don't want to wrap the entire card. So let's cut this part. Instead, we just wrap this image itself. So let's wrap this image with a link component. We're going to close the link component and I'm going to add the toProp and I'm going to remove this text decoration. We don't need this. Now let's save this. And if you go to the browser now when I click on this plus, nothing is happening. But when I click on this image, it is going to taking us to the food details page. Similarly, we can also wrap these title and description to the link component, but I'm not going to do that. This image, clicking on this image is enough. User can also click on this view food. That's more than enough. Now we can concentrate on this. Clicking on this plus, we have to increase the food quantity. The idea here is if I add the function to increase and decrease the quantity here in this component, then later in our cart page, when we develop the cart page, there also we have to enable user to increase and decrease the quantity. So if I add the component, if I add the function in this particular component, then we cannot access those functions inside the cart component. Either we have to duplicate the code or what we have to do is we have to move that function to a place where we can access it commonly. That's the approach we are going to use. We are going to create those functions inside the context. So if we add it to the context, we can access those functions throughout our application. Anywhere else in the future, if we try to make that functionality like increasing the food or decreasing the quantity, we can call those functions from the context. So that's the approach we are going to take. Now let's go to the context and create those functions. Let's open the Visual Studio Code and open the store context. Inside this, first we need to create a state to hold the quantities. So let's create a state. We're going to call this quantities set quantities. Use the use state hook, and this is going to be an empty object. And how we are going to store in this object is in this set quantities. How we are going to store the quantities is, suppose we have a key value pairs and the key will be food ID, and we are going to store the quantity. Similarly, we have one more food, maybe the second food and that particular quantity. Similarly, we have a third food ID and that particular quantity. This is how we are going to store the data inside this quantities. So that is why initially it will be an empty object. And now we can create the functions. Increase quantity. This is going to be an arrow function and it will accept the food ID as a parameter, food ID. Similarly, we are going to create one more function which is for the decrease quantity. This is going to be decrease quantity, and inside this we can write a logic to increase the food and decrease the food. So for increasing the quantity, we are going to use the set quantities method, and here we are going to first get the previous state. Once we get the previous state, we are going to provide a new object. So first we are going to use the spread operator to copy the old values, and then we are going to, for the particular ID, this is not going to be an ID, this is a food ID. For that particular food ID, we are going to increase the quantity. So we are going to add the new quantity. Basically, we are doing just incrementing the 1. That's how we are going to increment the quantities. The same thing we are going to do it for the decrease quantity also. So here we are going to use the set quantities, but when decreasing the quantity, we are going to check one condition. If it is 0, if it is greater than 0, then we are going to just increment it by decrement it by 1. If it is less than, if it is not greater than 0, if it is already 0, then we are not going to decrement it. We are going to just keep it as 0, because we should not go for the negative values. So first we are going to check whether if it is greater than 0, then only we are going to decrease it. Otherwise, if it is already 0, then we are not going to decrease it. That's the idea. First, again, we are going to get the previous state. And once we get the previous state, we are going to create a new object. We can use the previous, we're going to use the previous state to copy the object. And then we are going to use food ID to set the new quantity. So this is going to be food ID. And now we are going to check if it is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to do -1. Otherwise, we are going to set it as 0. And this is how we are going to do. We can pass these functions into the context value. So increase quantity and decrease quantity. Now we can use this increase quantity and decrease quantity inside our component, which is the food item component. There we can accept these increase quantity and decrease quantity, and we can use these functions to attach the on-click event. Let's do that. Now let's open the food item, and at the top, let's grab those functions. Let's use the use context, and to this we are going to pass the store context. We are going to grab the functions, which is increase quantity and decrease quantity. Actually, we also need to grab the quantities as well. So let's pass the quantities as well. Quantities. And here we can grab the quantities. Now we can use these functions to attach the on-click event. So what we need to do is, first of all, I'm going to remove this. And here I'm going to add a condition here. Based on that condition, we can add the buttons, because we don't want to add only the single button, the plus icon. We also need to add decreasing the button as well. So for that, I'm going to write an expression here, and I'm going to use that quantities, and I'm going to check the ID, which is nothing but the food ID. From that quantities, we're going to grab the ID, the particular ID. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to return something. We are going to create a buttons. So let's create the buttons. First of all, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to use flex align items center and gap of 2. Inside this, let's create the button with btn and btn danger and btn small, and we can attach the on-click event. But before that, let's add the icons. We're going to add the bootstrap icons, bi dash circle. We're going to add the circle, and now we have this button. And after this button, we have to add the text to display the quantities. So for that, I'm going to use the span tag, span, and I'm going to use the font bold, font weight to bold, and here I can display the quantities. So we have this quantities of a particular ID. And next, we need to create a one more button, and we need to add the class btn success and btn small, and we can also add the icon for the the plus icon. So icon bootstrap icon hyphen plus, and I'm going to add this circle. Now we have these buttons, and if this is greater than 0, if the quantity is greater than 0, if it is not greater than 0, then we are going to create a one more button, which is the one which we have copied earlier. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you should see this plus icon, right? But now on click of this plus icon, we have to increase the quantity, and also we have to show the minus button, the decrease button. For that, we already have a code in place, but we need to attach the on-click events. So let's attach the on-click events. We have this icons, and to these icons we can attach the on-click function, but I'm going to attach it to the buttons. So let's attach on-click, and to this on-click we are going to call the functions, which is increase quantity, increase, okay, this is not increase, this should be decrease quantity. So decrease quantity because it has dash circle, which is nothing but the decrease quantity, and increase quantity button, here it is. And to this we need to pass the ID. So we are going to pass the ID, which is nothing but the food ID. Similarly, here also we are going to attach the on-click event, on-click increase quantity, and we are going to pass the ID. Similarly, here also I'm going to attach the on-click event, and we are going to increase the quantity. To this we're going to pass ID. Let's save this. With this, now let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Now I'm going to click on this plus. You can see the quantity has been increased and we get the minus button. Okay, now I can click on this minus. You can see it has been decreased and that button has been removed. So I can increase the numbers, the quantity. Similarly, for each food I can do that. Now all these are storing inside the quantities. Now the very first thing what we need to do is, on click of this cart button, we have to navigate to the cart page. So for that, let's create a route. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the app.jsx. Here we have to configure it, but for that we need the cart component. Let's go to the Project Explorer and inside the pages, create a new folder, cart. Inside this, create a new file, cart.jsx, and here let's create the arrow function and let's export it. Now go to the app.jsx. Here we need to import the cart. So let's import the cart, and we can create a route. This is going to be /cart and this is to be cart. Now let's save this. Now we have created the cart. Next we have to go to the menu bar, open the menu bar. Inside the menu bar we have this cart icon. This is the cart icon, and we have to wrap it inside the link component. So let's cut this, and I'm going to use the link component. Okay, we already have the link component, so I'm going to just format this, and here we are going to provide the to prop, and we add the /cart. Now let's save this. Now let's go to the browser, and on click of this we are navigating to the cart. Now we have to design this cart page. Now to design it from the scratch, what we can do is we can use any templates. Let's go to this Bootstrap examples and search for cart. You will see a bunch of components. So scroll down and copy the one that suits for your needs. I'm going to use this one, your shopping cart. So just click on this, and if you go to the code, we have this CSS and any JavaScript code which will be present here. For now we need this HTML code, so let's copy all of this and go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the cart let's paste the code. And what we need to do is we have to change this to class name. So Control F, and we are going to change it to class name. Alright, now just search for this style. If there is any style, we have to change that as well. Yes, we have this style. Basically we are going to wrap it inside the curly braces, and this is going to be a maximum width, and we have to just remove this value attribute, and similarly here also we have this value attribute. Just remove this and add slash, and we can change this to maximum width, and let's wrap it inside the curly braces. Alright, so we almost done. There are no errors. Okay, we have to add this, and let's remove this comments. Is there any other comments which are present? Just remove that as well. I'm going to remove this also, and this image, let's add slash, and here also let's add the slash, and let's remove this comment. Hopefully we have removed everything, all the comments, and also we added the slashes. Okay, for this horizontal line also let's add it. Let's save this, and now if you go to the browser, okay, we are getting some errors. Let's go back. Let me see, we have added the div JSX closing tag for HR. Okay, there is a one more horizontal line somewhere. Let's see. Okay, here it is. So let's add slash and save this. Now we can able to see the product card page. Okay, now we can change this template as per our needs. The first thing what I will do is I'm going to remove this apply promo code. We don't need this. We are not going to deal with the promo code in this tutorial. So let's remove this, and also we need to add this styling as well. This CSS styling, we have to add it. So let's copy this and go to the Visual Studio Code and create a new CSS file for this cart.css. Let's paste the code and save this. Now inside this cart, let's import the CSS file, import cart.css, and save this, and scroll down, and we have to remove this promo code. So I'm going to remove this div and save this. Now if you go to the browser, this is how it looks. Now what we need to do is we need to first calculate the subtotal. We have to add the shipping charge. We also need to calculate the tax, and finally we have to add all these, and we have to calculate the grand total. So let's do that. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. At the top we can add the calculation, and also we have to find the cart items. Right now we have the food list, but user has added few of the food into the cart, that we have to filter it out from this food list. For that we can filter out this food list based on the quantities. This quantities contains the food ID along with the quantities. Based on that we can filter it out. Const cart items, I'm going to create this variable, and we can use this food list to filter out the cart items. We get the food object, and we are going to use this quantities, and we are going to pass the food ID. If it is greater than 0, then only we are going to filter those items. Then we know that those are all the items that user has been added to the cart. Now we got the cart items. Now to these cart items we have to calculate the subtotal. So let's column variable subtotal, and let's use these cart items dot, we're going to use the reduce function. This reduce will take two parameters, one is accumulator and another one is food object, and we are going to accumulator, we are going to get the accumulator, and we are going to add the food price to the accumulator, and we are going to multiply it with the quantities. We got the each food price, and that we have to multiply it with the number of quantities. So for that we are going to use the quantities food.id. Now initial value for the accumulator will be 0. We are going to add from the 0th initial value. Now we got the subtotal. We have to add the shipping charge. We are going to add the shipping charge only if the subtotal is greater than 0. So let's add the shipping charge. Shipping is equal to sub total is equal to 0. Then we add 0.0 as the shipping charge. Otherwise, we're going to add the $10 for the shipping charge. Now we have to calculate the tax. Tax, we're going to add it as 10%. So subtotal multiply 0.1. This is going to be a 10% tax. Next, we need to calculate the grand total, the final amount. We have to add subtotal, shipping and tax. This is going to be total is equal to subtotal plus shipping charges plus tax. Now we have this total amount that we can display it here. Also, we are going to display the subtotal, shipping and tax. Now we got the cart items that we can iterate over and we can display it here. And we can also add the functionality for increasing the quantity and decreasing the quantity. And finally, we are going to add functionality to remove this entire cart item from the cart items. Before we display the cart items here, first let's check whether is there any items in the cart items. If it is there, then only we will display it. Otherwise, we are going to display a meaningful message that is your cart is empty. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here if you scroll down and we have this div, which is this div. I'm going to cut this. And here I'm going to use the expression. I'm going to write cart items dot length. If the length is equal to 0, then we are going to display a message with paragraph, which is your cart is empty. Otherwise, if it is not, then we are going to display something else, which is that we have copied. Now let's save this, and now you can see your cart is empty because the cart items length is 0. Now what we need to do is we need to loop through that if the cart items are present. So for that, let's go to the top, and here we have to start displaying it here. But right now there are two items present inside this, the product 1 and product 2, which is the hard-coded one. We have to remove one of the product. So for that, we have this row. I'm going to remove this row. So let me remove this. Now here what we can do is we can loop through that using the cart items. After this cart body, we have this div starting from row. So this we have to loop through that. So I'm going to cut this, and here we can use the expression and we can loop through the cart items dot map, and we get the food object, we get the food, and we can loop through the content. And now, okay, here we are getting some error. That is because we have made some mistake, likely this. Okay, I should have wrapped it inside the, I need to change this, and here I need to add the brackets. Alright, now we got the food, and using this food we can loop through that. So first of all, I am going to add the key. So let's add the key. We got food.id, and next we have this image. So let's remove this. We can use food.image URL. For the alt, we can use food.name, and similarly we have this product one, so we can use food.name, and for the category So we can pass food dot category. This is going to be category. And what else do we need to change? Scroll down. We need to change the price. So food dot price, and here I need to add ampersand, and I want to add hash, which is 8377 for the Indian currency 8377. Let's save this, and hopefully I have changed everything. I have not missed anything. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, now we can test this. Let's add few things and see whether it is adding it to the cart items or not. Let's go to the home, and here I'm going to add 2 items. Now let's go to the cart. You can see 2 items have been added to the cart, 350 and 320. Of course, we have not yet done. We have to add the values here as well. But the basic things, whatever the user is adding, that now we are able to see it in the cart page. The first thing what I will do is I'm going to add a width to these images. Go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside this cart we have this image, and I'm going to add the width. I'm going to add 100. Let's save this. Next, we need to attach the increase quantity and decrease quantity to these buttons. So this is the decrease quantity. So let's add on click events. On click, we are going to call the functions, which is decrease quantity, and to this we need to pass the food ID. Similarly, for the increase button, let's pass the on click event, and we are going to call the function increase quantity food.id. We have this input box. To this input box, we also need to add the value. We have to display the value, which is quantities, and we are going to pass the food.id, and this is going to be a read only. So let's set the read only. And finally, what we need to do is we are displaying the price. So instead of just displaying the price, we have to calculate the quantity of that price. So we add food dot price multiply with quantities, and we are going to pass food.id, and on this I'm going to add the function to fixed. So we need to add the decimal places. So I'm going to add the 2 decimal places. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see now we have this 2 quantity, and also you can see we have this chicken biryani have 1 quantity, and you can see the total price of this 2, which is 250 and 250 for 1 quantity, and this becomes 700 and this is 320. Now we have done this. Now what we need to do is we have to update this order summary page or the order summary part. Let's update this order summary. Open the Visual Studio Code, and here we have this subtotal. So we are going to use the variable subtotal, and also I'm going to add to fixed method to add the decimal points, and also I'm going to add the Indian currency, which is ampersand hash. We will use 8377 for the Indian currency. Same thing we are going to do it for total and tax and shipping as well. So here we have this shipping. So for the shipping also we are going to use subtotal. So here we will make use of the subtotal is equal to 0. Then we will add 0.0. Otherwise we are going to add the shipping charge, and for the shipping charge we will add to fixed, and we add the 2 decimal points. Next we have this tax. Let's add the tax as well. Here we use tax variable, and we add to fixed with the 2 decimal points. For the total we will add the same thing. We are going to, let me remove this, and we are going to use subtotal is equal to 0. Then we add 0.0. Otherwise, we are going to add the total to fixed with 2 decimal places. All right. Now we have this proceed to checkout. We are going to add the one on-click event. Later we're going to add that on-click event, but before that, let's add the disabled. This is going to be disabled if the cart items is 0. So let's add cart items dot length is equal to 0. We have to disable this, otherwise we have to enable this. So let's save this. And now one more thing what I will do is this horizontal line, I'm going to add it just below this div so that we get a nice horizontal line. So let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see the shipping charge is, the subtotal is 1020, and we have this 10 shipping charge, and we have this tax and also the total amount. Now I'm going to increase this. As soon as I increase this, here it will be increased, and also in the subtotal it will be increased, and the total amount will also be increased. So I'm going to again increase this. You can see it will be increased. The tax, everything, it will be increased, but the shipping charge, it will be constant. Similarly, when I decrease this, you can see it will be decreased. Okay, when I click on this, when it is goes 0, it is removed from the cart. Similarly, when I this one also, when I do it minus, it is going to remove it, and you can see the proceed to checkout becomes disabled. Okay, now we have completed this order summary as well as the shopping cart. One more thing we need to handle here. Let me show you what it is. Let's go to the explore, and here I'm going to add few quantities, and let's go to the cart, and here if you see we have this delete icon. On click of this, we have to remove the item from this cart items, that we have to handle. And also if you look at this margin is not correct, the horizontal line, that we have to handle. And on click of this continue shopping, we have to go back to the home page. All this we have to handle. Let's do it. First go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside this cart CSS, we are going to add the CSS for that horizontal line, which is cart item, and let's add the margin top 10 pixel, and height we are going to add 2 pixel, and background color we are going to add, which is hash e2 e2 e2, and border I'm going to set it to none. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, now you see a nice border. It is much better than the previous one, right? Okay, next what we need to do is we have to handle the continue shopping. So for this, let's go to the cart.jsx. Here we have this continue to shopping. Where is that button? Let's see that. Continue to shopping. We are going to use the link component, and instead of href we use toProp, and we provide /home. Let's save this, and let's go to the browser and click on this continue shopping /home. Looks like the home is not present. Let's remove this, save this, and let's go to the cart, and we have to click on this continue. Now we are able to see the we are going back to the home page. And one more thing we have missed is in the navigation bar, we have to update this cart items. Right now it is hard coded. We have to update this also. Next, what we need to do is once we done this part, we have to handle this remove cart, that we have to handle. For that, again, we are going to add the function inside our context. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here let's go to the store context. Inside this store context, we are going to handle the functionality. I'm going to create an arrow function, const remove from cart. This is going to accept the food ID as a parameter. Inside this, we have to update the quantities. So we're going to use the set quantities, and we are going to get the previous state. So previous quantities, and we are going to, inside this we are going to first get the updated quantities. So for that I'm going to use this spread operator to copy the previous quantities, and we are going to copy it to the update quantities. Next, once we copy it to the update quantities, this is going to be updated quantities. Now we are going to use the delete operator to delete the quantities. So we are going to pass the food ID, and we are going to return the updated quantities. We are going to return it. Now this remove from the cart function, we are going to pass it to the context value. Now we can use this function inside our application anywhere. Just like how we used the increase quantity, decrease quantity, we can use the remove from cart as well. Let's go to the cart.jsx. Here we have this button. Let me find that button. Okay, here we have that button. So we are going to attach the function. Before that we need to grab that function. So let's get the function remove from cart. Now here we can attach the function, which is on click function. Remove from the cart. To this we are going to pass the food ID, food.id. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, let's go to the continue shopping, and I'm going to add few food to the cart. Now we have 3 food. I'm going to delete the second item, which is chicken biryani. Click on this. Now you can see it has been deleted. Similarly, when I go ahead and click on this, the first one, which has the 3 quantity, delete this, you can see it will be deleted, and it will also update the order summary. Okay, now we have handled that part, and the next part what we have to handle is we have to handle this cart. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the menu bar. Here in the menu bar, what we need to do is we have to update at the beginning. First we have to get the quantities. So we are going to use the use context. Let's pass the store context, and we are going to grab the quantities from the context. We will get the we are going to get the quantities. So let's grab quantities, and now once we get the quantities, from this quantities we have to find the unique one. So for that, what I will do, I'm going to use this object dot values, and to this we are going to pass the quantities, and we are going to filter it out for the quantity. If the quantity is greater than 0, for that we are going to get the length. So we get the unique items in cart. Now we can update this. So let's save this, go to the unique items where we have added. Okay, here it is. So I'm going to add the variable which is unique items in the cart. Now let's save this and go to the, you can see now we have a single item in the cart that is updating because we have single item. If I increase the quantity, this will not increase because this is a unique item. Now if I go to the continue shopping and I'm going to add another one which is just chicken biryani, and now you can see we have 2 products, the 2 foods, right? It has been updated here also. Okay, now we have completed the cart part, and now we can proceed to the checkout page. When click off this proceed to checkout, we have to show the order page where the user will order summary page where the user will enter the delivery details and he will proceed for the payment. That we are going to develop. Before we go ahead and design the place order component, what we can do is we are going to make some changes to this menu bar. I have noticed one thing. On click of these menu items, we are not highlighting it. Let's actually fix that. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here in the menu bar at the top, I'm going to create a state. Initially, this will be home. We're going to provide the default value as home, and I'm going to store that in a variable called active, and set active is the updater function. Now what we need to do is here we have these items like home, explore and contact us. Here I am going to add the on click function and we are going to update it. Set active, we are going to set it to explore. Similarly for the home, let's add the on click event and we add the set active to home. Similarly for the contact us, let's add the same thing. On click set active, we are going to set the active to contact us. Now what we can do is here we have this class, right? So let's wrap it inside the expression and here we can check for the active. If the active is equal to this is contact. If it is equal to contact us, if it is contact us, then what we need to do is we have to add this class which is navlink as well as active class, and we are going to, otherwise if it is not, then we are going to just add the one class which is navlink. Otherwise we are going to add both the classes which is active also and navlink also. Later we can add this active class, or what we can do is we can use font weight to bold. We can do instead of active, we can do this. So similarly let's copy this and here for the explore let's do the same thing, and here we are going to make it as explore. If it is active is explore, then we will add these two classes. Otherwise we are going to just add this only one class. Similarly for this also let's do the same thing for the home. If it is home, we add these classes. Now let's save this, and if we go to the browser, you can see now actually we are in the home and it is highlighting. Let's go to the explore, you can see this has been highlighted, the explore. Similarly go to the contact, you can see the contact us has been highlighted. Otherwise what we can do is even we can also change the text also. Let's say suppose if we add active, let's say suppose I'm going to add the active. Here I will add active, here also I will add active, and here also I am going to add active. Now inside the menu bar.css, let's go to the menu bar.css. Here I can add the color, the text color, which is color, I'm going to add tomato. Let's save this. Go to the browser. Okay, it is not highlighting. Let me add not important. Let's save this. You can see now the home is highlighted. Now you can see explore and you can see contact us. This looks great. All right. Next, what we need to do is we have to design the place order component. Now let's create the place order component. Go to the Visual Studio Code. First, let's create the component. I'm going to close all these files. So let me close all these and open the new project explorer, and inside the pages, where is the pages? Okay, we have this pages. Let's create a new folder, place order. Inside this we can create the component place order.jsx. We can create the CSS files also if we required. So let's include that also. place order.css. Inside this, let's create the file place order.css. Next, we have to configure the route. So let's open the app.jsx. Here first let's import the place order component, and next let's copy this route and we are going to change it to /order. So here we can change this to place order. Now let's save this. Now what we have to do is, let's go to the cart. Here in the cart at the end we have this proceed to checkout, right? Here we are going to attach the onClick function, and we are going to use the use navigate hook. So at the top I am going to use the use navigate hook. We're going to get the navigate, and now we can use this navigate to navigate to the navigate. We're going to navigate to order. Now let's save this. Now let's go to the Mozilla, and here I am going to quickly add few items and go to the cart items, and you can see we have this proceed to checkout. On click of this proceed to checkout, we are navigating to the place order. So here we can design the HTML, and we can add the form where the user will enter the shipping details, and also at the right hand side we can design to display the summary. Now to design this place order component, we can write it from the scratch also, or even we can use the templates. The best way is to copy the templates. We can easily find the templates or the components on the internet. Either you can find it inside this bootstrap examples, or you can find it here in the startbootstrap.com, or you can find it on their official website. I have already found one of the component that is useful for our requirement. I'll go to this official website and go to the examples. If you scroll down, you will see the snippets and you will see the custom components. On this, you will see this checkout component. Just open this. So this is the one that we are going to use. It is beautiful and it serves our purpose. So in order to use this component, what we can do is we can just right click on this and go to the view page source, and we can use this code. By the way, this is huge code. If I try to copy everything from here and if I paste it in the component, definitely I will get some errors. The best way to copy is by copying bit by bit. So what I'll do is, first I'm going to copy the right hand part, which is the card part, the summary part. So let's go to the source code, and here we have this container. This is for the billing information, the form, and at the top what do we have? This is what the summary part, and at the top we have these SVG content. We don't want that. What we are interested in is this one. So first let's copy this entire part, copy it and go to the Visual Studio Code, and here what I'll do is I am going to create a div, and inside this I'm going to paste it. So now let's save this. It is automatically formatted because I have installed the Prettier. Now right now I don't want to change this class to class name because we have to add few more content to it. Next, once we added this part, next we need to add the other part, which is the form part. So let's go to the browser and scroll down. We have this container part. So now let's create the div. So first I'm going to create this div. And inside the container, we have this main tag. So let's add the main tag. And inside the main, we have this div, which is responsible for displaying the image as well as the checkout form and some text. This is the what? This is the thing that is going to display. So let's go to the source code, and we can add this or even we can ignore this. But for now, what I'll do is I'm going to ignore this. I don't want this part, the div part. So I'm going to ignore this. Next, what we need is I want this part, the row G5. So this part I want. So what I'll do is I'm going to copy this entire thing. So let's, from here, I'm going to copy till the very end. I'm going to copy it till here. So let's copy, make sure to copy it properly, otherwise definitely you will run into some errors. We don't want this part, so let's copy it. Now I am going to paste it here. So we will get some errors, that is closing tag for horizontal line. So let's add slash, and similarly if you go top, we have this H horizontal line. So let's add this, and here also we can see. And anywhere else do we have? Nope. So at the end, what we are getting some errors, we can see. Okay, this is for the input tag. So what I'll do is I'm going to add this slash, and also I'm going to remove these validation error messages. We don't want these validation error messages unnecessarily, it will be clutter. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to close this with a slash. Similarly, let's remove this also, and I'm going to add slash. Similarly, let's remove the validation message and full name as displayed on the card. This is also not required, so let's remove that. And let's add this, and we can remove this. And next, what do we have? This is also we can remove. And let's add this. By the way, actually this is for the payment. Even we don't want the payment at all. So let's remove this entire div. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this also. We don't need this. And next, I'm going to add this slash, and here also I'm going to add slash. There are so many input elements are there, so make sure to add all this, and so that you will free from the errors. All right, hopefully we have removed everything. No more are there. Here we are getting this. Okay, this is, let's keep it, later we can remove it. Okay, there are no errors. I'm going to save this, and one thing what I'll do is I'm going to change this class to class name. Let's change this to class name, and you can also find any style properties are there. Nope. And let's go back to the browser, and here after this, do we have any other content? You can verify it. Okay, we don't have anything. We have this footer, we don't want that. Okay, we have done with that. Now we can just go to the browser and see how it looks. Oops, this is how it looks like. Only one thing what I would like to add is the container. So let's go to the top, and here I'm going to add the container. Save this. You can see this is how it looks. This is great because most of the things we have copied from this page, and it looks great. And now we can change few things that are not required. This we don't want. The shipping address as same as the billing address, save information and name on card. We don't need all these things because we are going to integrate with the RazorPay gateway. So let's go back, and at the top, at the bottom, let's remove these things. We have, what do we have? We have this shipping address is same as the, okay, we can remove this part. This form check is there, right? We can remove this. And going to remove this div. Also, I'm going to remove this div. And we have this name on the card and all those informations. I'm going to remove this also. And we don't need CVV also. Let's remove that. We are getting some errors. Expected closing div. Okay. So we don't want this horizontal line, double horizontal lines. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, Yes, this is what we want actually. We want just the billing address, and the user will enter the details like first name, last name, and we don't want the username. We are going to convert that into an email address, and the address to country, state, zip, and right hand side the order summary. All right, we have made a good progress. Now we can change few things in this form as well. Now what changes we have to make in this is, we don't want this promo code. We have to get rid of this, and also we have to remove this promo code also. Anyway, this is hard coded. Later we are going to loop through the cart items and we will display it, but we don't want this also. And we have to change this from USD to INR, and we have to swap this, like we have to make this as email, and we have to remove this part, right? And finally, in the drop down, we have to just add one single country, India. In the state, I'm going to add one single state, Karnataka. That's it. We don't want to mix up all other countries, and because we are just only targeting for the Bangalore places, this restaurant is only targeting to the Bangalore region. That's why later in the future, we can enhance this as per our needs. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and what we need to do is, first of all, I'm going to add the margin top. So let's add margin top to 2. So let's save this, and now we have this margin top. And also let me go to the down. Here we have this again, one more container, and I'm going to add the margin top to 2. Let's save this, and now we have this nice space between this. Okay, we can actually increase it more and we can see how it looks. Let's save this, and this is how it looks. All right, next we have to remove this promo code. Scroll down, this is the promo code. We can remove this, and also at the top I see notice some SVGs. Okay, this is not required for actually. Okay, we can remove this. And what do we need? This button. I don't know what this button is, so we don't need this also. So let's remove this. Okay, looks like this is for the light and maybe dark, maybe because of some, I don't know why they have used this part. We don't need this anyhow. So what I'll do is I'm going to remove this div, entire div here to here. So let's remove this and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see we have this nice thing. Nothing has been changed. Okay, looks like that is for a different purpose they have added. We can verify it here. Okay, I think for this they have added it. Okay, auto, dark and light. We don't want this, so that's why we have removed that code. All right, now we have made a good progress. One more thing, we have to remove this part also, this username, and we have to add the email address. So we can remove this validation also. Let's remove this validation. We can remove this validation, and let's remove this also, and here also I can remove, and let's remove this. Let's remove this, and zip, we can remove this. Let's save this. Next, what we need is one more thing. Here we have this email, and what I wanted to do is I'm going to make this as email. I'll change this for to email, and here ID I'm going to change it as email, placeholder email, and next we have to remove this part. This div we don't want. Okay, and we have this for. I can make this as HTML for. Let's replace everywhere. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see if I click on this label, it will automatically highlight focused. For the email also, address, address to, country, state, and zip. Now we have to remove this promo code, which is the example code. So copy this and search where it is, and we can remove this li, and I can change this to INR, and this we need to change it to #hash. For the price we have to use the HTML code, I think, which is 8377. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, yes, we can see now. Now we have to loop through this, and we have to display the actual food, and also we have to update the unique cart items here. To display the cart items, now let's accept the food list from the store context, and also let's change this drop down values. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. First of all, what I'll do is, I have noticed one thing here. You can see we have added the two div with the same thing. Okay, so we don't want this, so we can remove this, and at the very end we can remove one extra div. All right, next what we need to do is, we have to just displaying this entire billing address. Let's add the logo, the same logo what we have added at the menu bar. So for that, let's go to the source code, the checkout example source code. Here you can see we have this div, so let's copy this div, and inside the main let's add this. So now I'm going to change this to class. Let's keep it the source. We are going to add the logo. This is assets dot logo we are going to add, and width, let's keep it, we can add the width as 98 and height 98, and we don't need this paragraph. Let's remove this. Now let's save this, and this is class name. This is also class name, not the class name. Let's save this. Let's see how it looks, and go to the browser. Yes, this looks great. Instead of just adding this billing address, this logo is much needed. Okay, now we don't want this checkout form. We can remove this also. Just the logo is enough. Now we have to display the cart items, and also for this email, let's go to the email part. Let's go to the email. This should be not a text. This should be email type as email, input type as email, and we need one more field, which is, we have this address, right? So we can copy this. We need phone number. This is phone, and phone number. This is type should be number. This is also phone, and placeholder, let's add some number. Okay, all right. Now we have this address too, which is not required actually. Let's remove that. Okay, and country, let's just add India. State, let's just add Karnataka. You can add more values and you can handle it, but for now I'm going to keep it simple. Let's add the zip placeholder. Now let's save this. This should also be of number type. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, now this is how it looks. So these are all placeholders, and we have the state, country, and address, phone number, email address, first name and last name. Okay, and what else we need? We have to now loop through this. So for that, at the very top, I am going to use the use context hook, and let's pass the store context, and we are going to accept few things. So the first thing what we are going to accept is the food list. We need food list. Also we need quantities. We need a set quantities. Save this. Next, what do we need? And actually, if you go to the form, you can see we have these placeholders. Actually, we don't need these placeholders because already we have these labels, right? We don't need the placeholders, or we can add the, for the name and last name, let's add the placeholders. Okay, for this, let's add John, and for the last name, let's add John Doe. Let's save this. And now, yes, at least now it's look better. And now let's loop through this. And one more thing, margin bottom, we don't need this, so we can remove this margin bottom. Save this. Yes, this is fine. And yes, we have this food list. Now we have to display here. We need total and tax, shipping charges, all those things we need. So let's use the same code that we have used in the cart. So in the cart, whatever we have used here, the cart items and subtotal, shipping, tax, total, everything, let's copy it. Of course, we are duplicating it. Later we are going to refactor it. But for now, we have this cart item, subtotal, shipping, total, and tax. All we get it. And also I'm going to now I'm going to display these in the cart summary. First of all, instead of this your cart, let's actually change this to order summary, or even we can keep it as your cart only. Let's keep it as it is, but we have to change this. So here in the your cart, so where is that your cart? Here instead of this 3, we are going to use the cart items dot length we are going to use. Let's save this. Now if you see, we have this 0 because there are no items in the cart. Now inside the placeholder, first what we need to do is scroll down. We have this unordered list, right? Inside this we have this list. Now let's cut this, the first list item, let's cut this, and here we are going to use the expression to loop through the cart items. We have this cart items. On this we are going to call the map method, and each time we loop through that, we get the item, and we are going to return the HTML content, which is the list. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to change few things. First of all, we have this product name. We can change this to item.name, and we have this brief description. Instead of using this description, what I'll do is I'm going to remove this. We don't want this. And okay, let's keep this one, but let's remove this, and we can use quantity instead of that. Quantity, and I'm going to use item dot, or for the quantities, what we need to do is we have to use this quantities of item.id. We have to pass item.id. This is going to give us the quantities. Next, we have this total, right? For this total, what we need to do is we have to use the expression and item.price, and we are going to multiply it with quantities of item.id, and to this we are going to add ampersand hash 8377, which is the Indian currency we are going to add. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, nothing is there because we have not added anything. To verify this, let's go to the home, and I'm going to add few items. And now if you go to the cart, click on this proceed checkout, you can see we have this boneless chicken quantity 2, chicken biryani 1, and you can see this 2 cart items which are present in our cart. Now we have to change this. We have to add the shipping charges, we have to add the tax. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here after this looping through this, we have the list, right? Here only we can add the shipping charges as well. So we have this list group item, and we have this deflex we are adding, justify content between we are adding, but we don't want this. We can remove this class, and inside this we can add just this small, instead of this brief description, we can add shipping, and I'm going to change this to small span instead of the small. So let's add span, and we don't need this anymore. Okay, now what we have added the shipping, and also we have to add this span tag, and for this span tag we are going to add the shipping charges, which is we are going to add the shipping charges through the expression subtotal dot, we are going to check subtotal is equal to 0, then we are going to add 0.0. If the subtotal is not present, then we are going to add the shipping charges, and we are going to use to fixed. We are going to add the decimal points, the 2 decimal points. This is for the shipping. So let's save this. If you go to the browser, you can see we have this shipping. I'll just add capital S. Okay, now we have added the shipping. Similarly, we can also add the tax as well. Let me remove this, and let's remove this. We can use span for the tax. We are going to use tax dot to fixed, and we add 2 decimal places, and we're going to add, let's copy this, the Indian currency we have added here. So let's copy this, paste it in the shipping charges, also place it in the taxes. We don't need this, and save this. We have to add the, okay, this should be actually, I did a mistake. This should be actually tax, which is 10% tax, and here we will add this, the amount. Now save this. If you go to the browser, you can see tax 10%, the amount, shipping charge, and the cart items, and we have this total. Now we have to add the total. So scroll down. Okay, here we have the total. So total, we are going to total dot to fixed. We're going to add the 2 decimal places, and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see total 1132, 700 plus 300, 1020, 1020, 1030, 1030 plus 1132. So this is the total. Okay, now we have completed the place order component as well. Of course, on click of this continue to checkout, we have to make a call to the RazorPay payment gateway. We have to complete it. But before that, what we have to do now is, right now there are 2 items in the cart. Now when I reload this, you can see everything will be erased because we are not storing it anywhere. We are not storing it in the database. Now what we need to do is we have to make backend changes. We have to create the APIs for the cart, and we have to store the items, user items inside the cart, and also we have to add the login and register functionality. So let's complete that. One more thing what we need to handle is this button. We have to disable this if the cart items are 0. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside this placeholder at the very end we have this continue to checkout. I'm going to add this disabled property, and we are going to check if the cart items are equal to 0, then only we're going to disable this. Now you can see the cart items is 0. This supposed to be, okay, this should be length, not the length. Let's save this. You can see now it has been disabled. Whenever we added the cart items, this becomes greater than 0, then it will be enabled. Okay, next thing what we need to do is we have to handle one more thing. That is, let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here in the cart as well as in the place order component, we have duplicated the code, right? So let's actually refactor this. Open the Project Explorer and inside this util, create a new file. I'm going to call this cart utils.js. Inside this we can create a function which is, I'm going to export this actually first. Export const calculate cart totals. This is going to accept the cart items and quantities. Now this is going to be an arrow function. Inside this we can add the logic. Let's go here and we're going to cut this entire thing. Cut this and let's go to the cart utils and paste it. And once the calculation is done, we can return everything. We are going to return the subtotal, we will return shipping, and we will return tax, also total. Right now we can use this function. So let's go to the place order here. Inside this, what we need to do is we have to call that function. So what I'll do is I'm going to call the function which is calculate cart totals, and we need to pass the cart items. Let's pass the cart items and we need to pass the quantities. This is going to give us the information. We're going to destructure it and we're going to grab the subtotal and we will get the shipping, and tax we are going to get, and total we are going to get. Let's save this. Now same thing, we are going to copy this and go to the cart, and here let's remove this part and let's add this code and let's import the calculate cart items. Let's save this. Alright, now we have refactored it. Let's go to the browser and we can just test it one more time and go to the cart, and you can see we have 3 items and we can proceed to the checkout. You can see boneless chicken, chicken biryani, and special chicken biryani, all the items which are present here, and we have 3 unique items and the total as well. Shipping charge, everything, it is working as expected, but we have just refactored the code and everything works as expected. Next, one more thing what we need to handle is, let's go to the home. Here we have these items, right? So here in the home also we have to add this link. On click of this, okay, image is already there, so on click of this image we can able to see the food details, but on click of this add to cart we have to navigate to the cart and we have to add one quantity to it. So that also we are going to handle. To make this, let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let me close all of these files and open the food details, and here we have this add to cart. I'm going to attach an on click event, on click, and I'm going to call a function which is add to cart. Now we can create this function at the top, const add to cart. Inside this we need to call the increase quantity. So first let's get the increase quantity from the use context. We can pass the store context. Let me import it. So store context, I don't know why import is not working. Let's import it manually from context, store context, and we get the store context, we can pass the store context and we get the increase quantity. Now we can call this function inside this add to cart, increase quantity, and to this we can pass the data.id, which is here that we are setting. Inside this we are setting this data, right? So to this we can add the data.id, we can pass to this. Now once we passed it, we have to navigate to the, we need the use navigate hook, use navigate, we have to navigate to the cart, right? So for that we are going to use the use navigate hook, and in the down we are going to use navigate function to navigate to the slash cart. Let's save this. Now go to the browser. So let's go to the browser, and here right now we have, go to the cart. So right now we have special chicken biryani. Okay, first of all let me clear all of this. Okay, now let's go to the explore, and what I'll do is I'm going to click any one of this boneless chicken biryani. I'm going to click on this add to cart. You can see one boneless chicken biryani has been added to the cart, and here also it has been increased, and it is updating in the order summary, which means our add to cart for the food details page is working as expected. Now we made a very good progress. Next what we need to do is we have to create the components for this login and register. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. First let me open the Project Explorer, and here I'm going to create the, let me close this, and I'm going to first create the login component inside this login folder, login.jsx, and I'm going to create the equivalent CSS file as well, login.css. Similarly, let's create a one more folder, which is register. This is the folder that we wanted to create, register. Okay, the register folder is also available. Okay, so let's create the file, which is register.jsx, and we can create the register.css. Now let's generate the component, functional component. Let's create, and we can include the CSS file at the top, import register.css. Similarly, let's go to the login and generate the functional component, and at the top let's import the CSS file, login.css. Now let's save this. Next what we need to do is we need the design to apply it here, but before that we have to configure the route. Let's go to the app component, and here at the top let's import the login. Also let's import the register component. Now we can create the route. This is going to be login, and this is login component, and change this to register. This is going to be register. All right, now let's save this. Next let's go to the menu bar. Here we have to use the navigate method. For that we need the use navigate hook, use navigate. This is going to give us the navigate function. Now we can use that navigate function. On click we are going to call the navigate method to navigate to the route /login. Similarly for the register also, on click we are going to provide an inline function, navigate, we are going to navigate to register. Let's save this. Now if you go to the login, and when I click on this login, we are navigating to the login. Click on this register, we are navigating to the register component. Now we need the login form. So for that we can use the templates. Either you can find it in the Bootstrap examples, or you can go to the Start Bootstrap. I'm going to open this Start Bootstrap and click on this resources, go to the snippets, and you will find some login forms. Okay, this is the one we can use. Just it has a floating labels, and if you look at this, it has a floating labels. We can use this for our design. Of course, you can design it however you want. That's your creativity. I'm going to use this. Let's go to the HTML and let's copy this div, the container part. Copy this, and let's go to the, let me first close this menu bar and app.jsx, and I'm going to close this register as well. Here in the login, what I'll do is I'm going to paste the code, and we need to change this to class name. So let's replace this, and for this I'm going to add the login container, a class I'm going to add. Later we can design it, we can add the background image and everything. Next I need to remove this for, so let's change this for to HTML for, replace this. Next we have to add slashes, and next what we need to do, we don't need this remember password, so I'm going to remove this remember password also. And we need this sign in button, but we don't want this horizontal line as well as this sign in with Google and Facebook. I'm going to get rid of this. Now let's save this with these changes. Let's go to the browser, and if you go to the login, you can see we have this nice login form. This is sufficient for our purpose, but I'm going to change few things to this button. I don't want this font weight bold, and I'm going to add outline primary. Save this. You can see it looks decent. I need to add one more text. So for that, after this div, I'm going to create a new div, and I'm going to add margin top to 4, and here I'm going to provide a text which is already have an account, then login. So I'm going to use the link, and here I'm going to provide the to prop slash register. So I'm going to make it as sign up. Let's save this. Now you can see already have an account, sign up, and we have this sign in button. We can also add the reset button as well. Now let's design the register component. We're going to just copy and paste this, and we're going to add a one more field, which is the name field. Before that, I'm going to add a one more button, the reset button. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to just copy this button and I'm going to paste it. I'm going to just add margin top to 2, and here I'm going to add reset button. Okay, the type is reset, and I'm going to change this to reset. Next, what we need to do is we have to change this to, instead of primary, we are going to use danger. Let's save this. Now if you look at the browser, we get the reset button as well. Now let's same thing, let's copy this and use it inside the register component. Let me copy this. We have this div, copy this and go to the register component, and here I'm going to add the content, and only thing what I'll do is I'm going to add this, copy this, and I'm going to add the, instead of type we're going to use text, and this is going to be an floating input. This is going to be a placeholder John Doe, and we can add the text full name, and this is for floating input. We can add it, instead of floating input, floating name. This is going to be floating name. Alright, now with this, let's save this and let's go to the browser and go to the register. Okay, something went wrong. We can verify this. Let me go to the console and link is not defined. Okay, let me import all of this. Here in the register, I'm going to import this, and this we have to change it to login, and this is going to be sign in, and this is instead of already have an account, or this is going to be, sorry, this inside the login we have added as already have an account, so this is going to be don't have an account. Okay, this is to be don't have an account, then sign up. In the register already have an account, then sign in. Let's save this and go to the browser. Now we should see the sign up. So this we can change it to sign up. At the top, I'm going to change this to sign up, and in the bottom I'll change this to sign up. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, now we have the full name, email, password. In the sign up account, we can go to the sign in, and here we have this email and password. We have this sign in, and we can also go to the sign up. Now we have to add the background image for this, so it will look even better. To add the background image, I have already downloaded the image and added to the assets folder. If you open this assets folder, I have this image which is login.jpg. This is the image that we are going to use. Now let's go to the login.css. Here, if you go to the login.jsx, we have this login container. Similarly, in the register, we have this login container. We can change this to register container. Register container. Here in the login.css, I'm going to style that container. Let's add the styles. I'm going to add the background image, and I will use URL method, and I'm going to provide the path assets / login. This is the image that we're going to use, and I'm going to add the background size, which is cover. Next, background position I'm going to add, which is center. Next, I'm going to add background repeat. I'm going to add no repeat. Height 100 I'm going to add, and align items, I'm going to set it to center. Next, justify content, I'm going to set it to center. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, this is in the register. Let's go to the login. You can see we get this background image, but let's go to the Visual Studio Code. In the login, we have this container. Let's remove this container. Now let's save this. Now you can see we have this nice background image, and we can navigate to the different sections. And if you go to the login, we have this background. Now if you see it in the mobile view, even it looks great. We can easily log in through the mobile as well. The same thing we are going to apply it in the register as well. So let's go to the register. Here we will add the background image. Let's go to the register.css. I'm just going to copy this and I will paste it. Here I'll change this to register. Save this, and let's go to the browser, and for this register also I'm going to remove that container. Save this, and now you can see we have this nice background. We can view this in the mobile view also. Alright, now we have created the login and register form. Now we can add the APIs in the backend. Using the Spring Security, we can handle the login and register. Now we can start creating the login API and register API. I have opened the IntelliJ IDEA First, we need to add the Spring security dependency to our pom.xml. Let's open the browser and open a new tab and search for start.spring.io and search for Spring security and click on this explore and copy this dependency, and inside the pom.xml, let's add the dependency, reload the Maven changes. We also need to add few other dependencies which are related to JWT token, but we're going to add it later. Next, we need to create few request and response objects. Inside the request IO package, create a new Java class which is for the login API, and I'm going to call this authentication request. This is going to contain two fields. One is email and password, private string email and private string password. We can add the data annotation, not the document, data annotation, the Lombok dependency, and all args constructor and no args constructor. We can also add the builder annotation if we are using the builder pattern. And I'm going to create one more request. This is for the register. For that, we can create user request. This is going to contains private string name, private string email, private string password. Let's add the data annotation, all args constructor and no args constructor. The same fields we're going to create it inside the user response also. Let's add the same fields, but this will not contain the password. Instead, it contains the ID, and we need to add the data annotation, and it will also contain the all args constructor and no args constructor. This is for the user response. We need to create the entity. So inside the entity package, we're going to create an class user entity. This will also contains the same fields, but it will also contain private string and ID. We need to add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and document annotation. We're going to provide the collection name. This is going to be users collection. We need to add the ID annotation to make the primary key type. Let's save this. Next, we need to create the repository. Let's create the repository. This is going to be an interface, user repository. This is going to extend the Mongo repository with the entity name, which is user entity, and primary key type, which is string. Inside this, I'm going to create one finder method, which is find by email. This will takes the email as a parameter, and this is going to return optional of user entity. Let's save this. We can add the repository annotation. Okay, now we created the user repository, user entity, user response, user request, authentication request. We need to create also the authentication response. Authentication response. This authentication response contains two fields, the JWT token and the email, private string email, private string token. We can add the annotations, which is only the getter annotation we can add, or getter annotation, and we will also add all args constructor. Let's save this. Next, create a service interface. Inside the service package, create a new service, which is user service. This is going to be an interface. Inside this, we are going to define a method. This is for the registering the new user. Register user. We are going to pass the user request. Let's call this request, and we are going to return the user response and save this. Now we are going to create the implementation class. Inside the service package, create a new Java class, user service implementation. This is going to implement the user service. Let's add the annotation, service annotation, and we are going to implement the methods, which is register user. Inside this, we need to inject the repository, which is the user repository, and call this user repository, and I'm going to make this as final private. Let's add the allocs constructor. Once we get the user request, we have to convert this into a user entity. So for that, I'm going to create a private field, private user entity, convert to entity. We are going to pass the user request, and inside we can use the builder pattern. So first let's go to the user request and let's add the builder pattern, and here for the user entity also I am going to add builder. Now inside this, first we need to create the user. We have to copy all the values from user request to the user entity. So user entity dot builder, and we need to first set the email, request dot get email, password, request dot get password. Later we are going to hash that password, and name, request dot get name, and we're going to call the build method. This is going to give us the user entity. So just return the user entity, and here we can use that method, convert to entity, and we can pass the request. We get the user entity, new user, and now we can save this new user repository dot save, and we are going to save the new user. We get the new user back with the ID, and now this new user we have to convert it into a user response. So for that I'm going to create a new private field, user response, convert to response. This is going to take the user entity as a parameter, new user, or we can call it as registered user. And here for the user response we can use the builder annotation. Here let's use the user response dot builder. We're going to set the ID, registered user dot get ID, and name, registered user dot get name, and email, registered user dot get email. On this we're going to call the build method, and we can directly return this. Now here we can call the method which is convert to response. we can pass the new user and we can return it. Now our register user is ready, the service method. Now we can call this method inside our controller. For that, let's go to the controller package and create a new Java class. We can call this user controller. Let's add the annotation REST controller and let's add the all args constructor, and here I'm going to create a method public user response register. We can add the post mapping annotation with /register. We can add here the request mapping /API and /register. Inside this, first we're going to get the request body of the user request, and let's call this request. And now once we get the user request, we need to pass that user request to call the service method, and I'm going to inject the service private user service. I'm going to make this as final, and here let's use the user service to call the register user method, and to this we can pass the request. This will give us the user response back. User response, we can call this response, and we can return the response. We can send the response status HTTP status created. We can return this status code. In fact, here we can directly return it. We don't need to create any variable. Okay, now the register API is ready. We can test this. Let's test the register API. I have opened the Postman, and what I'll do is I'm going to write the URL http://localhost 8080/API/register, and we need to select body, raw and JSON. We need to pass the name, we need to pass the email. These three we need to pass. Name, I'm going to pass it as test, and email test@example.com, password 12345 and 6. Now we can test this. Let's click on this send. Okay, the application is not started, so let's start the application. I'm going to start it in the debug mode, so that if any errors we can debug this. Okay, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman, and when I click on this send, we get 401 unauthorized. This is because we have added the Spring security dependency and it is blocking all the endpoints. So for testing purpose, what we will do is we are going to comment the dependency. Let's go to the pom.xml. Here I'm going to just comment this and reload the Maven changes. Okay, now let's go to the Postman, and now when I click on this send, still we are getting unauthorized. Let me stop this and I'm going to restart it. Alright, the application is started. We don't see any passwords in the console. It should work this time. Let's go to the Postman, click send, method not allowed. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the user controller. Here the post mapping, REST controller, alert constructor, request mapping /API/register. Okay, I should remove this foods. Okay, now when I click on this send, you can see now we are able to see the ID, name, email in the response 201, which is the resource has been created. We are not returning the password. We should never return the passwords. Let's verify it in the MongoDB database. Let's go to the MongoDB and I'm going to just reload this. We got the new users collection, and inside the users collection we have a single user. Password, we are storing it as a plain text. As I said before, later we are going to hash this password. Alright, the register API is working. I'm going to save this request. Save this inside the foodies API, and I'm going to call it as register. Click save. Now we can start configuring the Spring security. Open the IntelliJ, and inside the pom.xml, first of all, uncomment these dependencies and reload it. Reload the Maven changes. Alright, let me reload it again. Okay, looks good. Now we need to first create the configuration class. So inside the config, I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call this security config. First, let's add the configuration annotation to make this class as a configuration class, and I'm going to add the enable web security. That's fine. Next, we need to create a bean. So let's create a method, public security filter chain, security filter chain, which is the method, and this is going to be a bean. I'm going to create the bean, and inside this first, okay, this is going to accept the HTTP security as a parameter, HTTP security. Okay, let's call this HTTP. And by the way, this is going to throw an exception, and not throw, this is throws. Alright, inside this, let's start configuring this security chain. So HTTP colon, first we're going to call the CORS method to configure the CORS policy if it is required. So for now, we're going to use customizer.with defaults. Next, I'm going to add CSRF. I'm going to disable this. So abstract HTTP configurer, I'm going to disable this. Next, we need to authorize the HTTP request. Authorize HTTP request, and we are going to provide the URI paths calling the request matchers, and here I'm going to enable /API/register, similarly /API/login, also /API/foods/ /. So any URI that starts with /API/foods, that will be accessible by anyone. There will be no security for these APIs. For all these, we are going to do a permit all, and any other request, any request that should be authenticated. Other than these URI endpoints /register, /login, /foods, that should be authenticated. Nobody can access those requests until unless they logged into the application. Next, we are going to add the session management session creation policy stateless. I'm going to make it as stateless, and later we are going to add a few more methods. We're going to chain few more methods, but for now this is enough. We are going to return the HTTP, and we're going to call the build method. Alright, now we created the bean for the security filter chain. So now we can able to access these API endpoints without logging in, without authenticating. This is anybody can accessible, but any other request other than this, that should be authenticated. That is why we have added here any request that should be authenticated. Okay, next we need to create a one more bean to encode the password. So public password encoder, let's call this password encoder. This is also going to be a bean, and inside this we are going to return new bcrypt password encoder. We created this object, and now later we can use this password encoder bean to encode the password. But for now we will also configure the cars filter. So public cars filter, let's add the bean annotation. Inside this I am going to return a new cars filter, and to this I'm going to pass a private method which is cars configuration source. Of course we haven't created this method. This is a private method. We're going to create it in just a bit. Let's create this private method. This is going to return URL based cars configuration source, and inside this we are going to create a new object, cars configuration config new cars configuration. And now we can use this config object to set allowed origin. We're going to set the allowed origins, and we're going to provide a list of host names starting from http://localhost:5173 and also we're going to provide one more host which is the admin panel host, localhost:5174. You can also add star if you want. That will allow all the origins, but ideally we have to give these specific origin names. Next, config.setAllowed methods. We're going to provide all the methods, list of the get method, post method, put method, delete method, and options and patch. Next, config.setAllowed headers. We are going to allow a list of headers. One is the authorization header, because we are going to pass the bearer token, authorization, and content type. These are the headers we are going to allow. Next, config.set allow credentials. We are going to allow credentials to true. Allow credentials to true. Next, we are going to create an object for URL based cars configuration source. Let's call this source, new URL cars configuration source, and let's use this source object to register the cars configuration. And to this we're going to pass the regular expression */$, and we're going to pass the config object, and finally we are going to return the source. We're going to get this error, so I'm going to just comment this. Now let's save this. Now we have this cars configuration source, so we're going to add this cars configuration source. We're going to call this here, but we are getting some error. Now this is likely because I have imported the wrong cars Okay, this is not the one we need to import. So let's go back and we have to import it from the, let's import this class from the Spring framework. So let's import it here, and now you can see. And here, so this could be true. And save this. Okay, now we have created the bean for the coarse filter. We also need to create a one more bean that we're going to create it later. But this is, now we have created the security filter chain, which allows, which will tell which all the APIs are free to use or open to use and others are protected. And this password encoder will help us to encode the password. And this is for the coarse filter. It will tell us what all the hosts allowed to make the request and what all the request methods are allowed and what all the headers are allowed. And with this we can encode the password. Now let's go to the user service, and here we have this register user. At the top we can use password encoder, private and final password encoder. Let's call this password encoder. And now, okay, this is actually the controller. We don't want it to do in the controller, so let me get rid of this and go to the service implementation. Here I'm going to inject the password encoder, and let me import this password encoder. And here, while registering the user, we get the user request, and here in this we are going to encode this. So we are going to use the password encoder dot encode, and we're going to pass the password. Alright, now with this we can go ahead and test our functionality. So let me start this in the debug mode. Application is started, and now let's go to the Postman, and I'm going to register a new user. Let's go to the body, and here I'm going to call this test2 example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click send. A new user has been created. Now this time, even though we have enabled the security, we are not able to get any unauthorized because we have enabled the /register API in the security filter chain. User is creating. We can check whether the password is encoding or not. Let's go to the MongoDB database and let's reload this. You can see a new user has been created, but the password is encoded. Alright, this is great. It is working as expected. I'm going to delete this object. I'm going to delete this collection, not the collection, the object or the document. And next, what we need to do, we need to create the user details service to log into the API. Now for the login API, first we need to create the custom user details service. So open the project explorer, and inside this service, let's create a new Java class. I'm going to call this app user details service. This is going to implement the user details service. Implements user details service from the Spring framework, and I'm going to make this as service, and I'm going to add the all-args constructor so that we can inject the user repository. User, let's private final user repository. Let's call this user repository, and we're going to override one of the method, so which is load user by username. This is going to give us the username. In our case, it's email. And inside this, first I'm going to use the user repository to call the method which is find by email, and to this we're going to pass the email. And if the email is not found, we are going to, or else we're going to throw an exception. So we're going to throw new username not found exception, and we can pass the message user not found. Otherwise, we are going to get the user entity back, user entity existing user, or we can call this as just user. Now once we get the user, we need to return the user details, right? So in order to return the user details, we are going to create a new user from the Spring framework, and to this we are going to pass the user details, which is user dot get email. We're going to pass the email, user dot get password, and we are going to pass the empty list because we are not dealing with any of the roles, and we're going to return this. This user details is actually an interface, and the implementation class is user, and to this user we are going to pass the email, password, and authorities. So for now we are going to pass an empty list because we are not going to manage with the role based authorities here. Alright, our user details is ready. Now we can register this within our Spring security configuration. So here at the bottom I'm going to create a one more bean. So we're going to create a method public authentication manager. Let's call this authentication manager. We have to make this as bean, and inside this we're going to create an object for DAO authentication provider, auth provider, new DAO authentication provider. Next we have this auth provider. To this auth provider we're going to set the user details service. We need the user details service, so let's just add that. Before that, let's provide the set the password encoder also. Password encoder, we have the bean for this, which is password encoder. Let's pass this as well, password encoder. We need the user detail service. At the top I'm going to inject it, private final. I'm going to pass the app user details service. You can add the all our constructor, and at the bottom we are going to add the user details service, and finally we are going to return new provider manager. To this provider manager we are going to pass the auth provider. Let's save this. All right, we almost done. What we need to do is we need to just create the controller. Let's go to the controller package and create a new Java class. Let's call this auth controller. Inside this, first let's add the notation REST controller request mapping /API, and here let's create the method public. This is going to return the response entity, and I'm going to call this login. We can add the post mapping annotation, and /login is the API. In fact, instead of returning the response entity, let's return the login, or we have created as authentication response, and we are going to get the request body of type authentication request. We can call this auth request, and inside this what we need to do is first we need to authenticate the user. We need the authentication manager, private final authentication manager. Let's add the all args constructor, and also we need user detail service, private final user details, the app user detail service, app user detail service, user detail service. Inside this, first we are going to make use of this authentication manager to authenticate the user. To this authenticate, we are going to pass an object of username password authentication token, and to this we are going to pass the request.get email and request.get password. The password and email we are going to pass to this username password authentication token, and this object we are going to pass it to the authenticate method of the authentication manager, and this will authenticate the user. Next we can return the authentication response, but this authentication response contains the email and token. We have to generate the JWT token because authenticating is just one part, but after authenticate we have to generate the JWT token. To generate the JWT token we need the user details. So for that we are going to use the user detail service dot load user by username, and to this we are going to pass the request dot get email, and this will gives us the final user details. We can call this user details, and once we get the user details we need to generate the JWT token. So let's generate token, and to this we are going to pass the user details, and this will gives us the JWT token back, final string JWT token, and this JWT token we can pass it to the response. So we can return authentication response. We can use the builder pattern, so we can use the what we can do instead of this, we can use new authentication response, and we can pass the email and password. Email we get it from the request.get email, and we need to pass the JWT token. Alright, but we have to generate the JWT token. For that we are going to create an utility class, where the utility class will provide utility methods to generate this token based on the user details. Next we need to generate this JWT token. For that I'm going to create a new package. Let's call this util, and inside this create a new class which is going to be JWT util, and this is going to be a component. So let's add the component annotation. Inside this, first of all we are going to create a secret key, the JWT secret key. We are going to use the @value annotation. We're going to read it from the properties file, but for now let's just add here, later we can change it. JWT.secret.key, and now we're going to create a method public string generate token. To this we're going to pass the user details. Let's call this user details, and inside this we are going to use a map method, we're going to use a map. So string and object, we're going to add the claims, so new hash map, and inside this we are going to create one more method and we return that method. So create token, and to this we're going to pass the claims and user details dot get username, the get username which is nothing but the email address. Now we can create this create token method, which is a private method. inside this we are going to first of all, this is going to make it as subject, and inside this we are going to return the JWTs. We are going to use the builder pattern. So let me okay, we need the JWT dependencies. So first let's add the dependencies inside our pom.xml. I will add these 3 dependencies. So the very first one is JJWT API and JJWT implementation and the JJWT Jackson API. So these 3 dependencies we are going to add. So let me reload this Maven changes. Alright, now if you go to the JWT util, jwts.builder, and we are going to set the claims and set subject. We're going to set the subject, which is subject. Next, set issued at. We're going to pass the date. So I'm going to date system dot current time milliseconds. Next, we are going to set the expiration date, new date, system dot current time milliseconds. I'm going to add plus 1000, and I'm going to multiply it with 60, and let me also multiply it with 10. This is just an expiration date for 10 hours. So let me write a comment here, 10 hours expiration. Next, we are going to sign with a key, and we're going to use a signature algorithm, which is HS5 256, and we're going to pass the secret key, and we're going to call the compact method, and finally we are going to return this. So what we have done is we are going to create this JWT builder pattern we're going to use and to return the token. So for that we are going to set the claim, subject, issued at, expiration date, and sign with. We are going to use the algorithm HS256, and we pass the secret key, and we are going to set the expiration date to 10 hours, and we call the compact method. Let's save this. Now we need to call this generate token method. Go to the auth controller here. Let's make use of this private final JWT util, and we can use the JWT util to call the generate token method. Let's save this. Now after we log in, we are going to generate the token. We can verify that. So let me run the application. So I'm going to run it in a debug mode. Okay, we get a nice error. So we can see what is the error. Error creating the bean auth controller. Okay, JWT injection of component dependencies failed. Error creating the unsatisfied dependency expressed constructor of parameter 2. Okay, this is likely because we have not added the token here. So let's go to this secret key, and we have not added this inside our application.properties file. So inside this application.properties file, let's add the secret key. So if I go to the top, this is the one that we have to add inside our application.properties. Let's add the secret key. What I'll do is I'm going to add a strong secret key so that no one can steal that. So let me paste it. This is a random characters. So let's save this. Now when I run this, we should not see any errors. You can see now we are not seeing that error. So let's go to the Postman, and we have this test2 user. We can log in this. So I'm going to just duplicate this, and I'm going to change this to login, and this is going to be a login API /login in the body, I'm going to pass email and password test2@example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. And now when I click on this send, boom, we get the success response. We are getting the email as well as the JWT token, which contains 3 parts: first part, second part, and the third part. All right, now after logging in, we are able to generate the JWT token. Once we get the JWT token, for the next subsequent request, we need to pass this JWT token to validate the user, to authenticate the user. We can do that. Next, we need to create a custom filter to authenticate the JWT token. So for that, I'm going to create a new package, filters, and inside this, let's create a new Java class. I'm going to call this JWT authentication filter. This is going to extend once per request filter. We're going to add the annotation, component annotation, and inside this we need to implement the method which is do filter internal. This is the one method that we are going to override. In order to authenticate in order to validate the JWT token, we are going to make use of the same util class, and inside this we are going to add few utility methods. In interest of time, I have already written these methods, so you can just copy these methods. I drop a link in the description section of this video for the source code. So I'm not going to waste any more time. So let's quickly import this claims, and I'm going to import the function. And all right, everything looks great. So these are the just self-explanatory methods. Extract the username. We are going to, from the token, we are going to extract the username, which is nothing but the email address. Similarly, we are going to extract the expiration. Similarly, we are going to extract the claims. So we are going to pass the token, and we are going to extract the claims. And also we are going to from the token, we are going to extract all the claims, and we are going to check whether this token is expired or whether the token is validate token or not. We're going to use all these utility methods. All right, now let's go to the authentication filter which we have created, and inside this, so first of all, what we need to do is we have added the component annotation, and also I'm going to inject few dependencies. So private JWT util, it required, so let's call this JWT util, and I'm going to add the auto valid annotation, and also I'm going to inject user details service, let's call this user details service, and let's add the auto valid annotation. And here inside this, we are going to actually first use the request and get header to get the JWT token. From this, we are going to get the header of authorization. We're going to pass this header, the authorization. That is why this authorization we have added in the course policy. So if you go to the security config, inside this course policy, we have added this authorization, right? So now let's go to the authentication filter. Here we get the bearer token. So that is going to be called it as auth header. Once we get the authentication header, we can write a condition if string utils dot has text which is auth header, and auth header dot starts with bearer. It should start with bearer. If it is true, then we are going to get the token, string token auth header dot substring. We're going to extract only the token. So for that, it will start with 7th index. So that is going to give us the token. Once we get the token, we are going to, from the token, we are going to extract the username, which is nothing but the email. So jwt util dot extract username, and to this we are going to pass the token. This will give us the email. Now we can write a condition if email is not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, and security context holder dot get context dot get authentication if it is equal to null. Of course it will be null initially, and now we are going to use the user details, and we are going to make use of the user details service to load the user name, and to this we are going to pass the email address. So this will give us the user details, and once we get the user details, now we are going to write the condition. We are going to make use of the jwt util dot validate the token. We are going to validate the token by passing in the token, and we are going to pass the user details as well. If the token is valid, this is going to return boolean. If it is valid, then we are going to make use of the username password authentication token. We will create an object for this, and to this object we are going to pass the user details, and we are going to pass the second parameter as null, which is nothing but the credentials, and user details dot get authorities. And next we are going to make use of this authentication token to set the details. We are going to pass a new object which is web authentication details, web authentication details source. We are going to call the builder details, and to this we are going to pass the request. And finally we are going to set the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. We are going to set, and to this we are going to pass the authentication token. That is why initially we have, at the beginning we have checked this security context holder authentication as null. If it is null, then we are going to set the authentication. And finally we are going to just, what do we have? We have this filter chain. So filter chain dot do filter, and we are going to pass the request and response for the next filter. Let's save this. Alright, now our authentication filter is ready. We have to register this. So let's go to the security config. At the top I am going to first inject the authentication token, jwt authentication token. So jwt authentication filter, let's call this jwt authentication filter. Now we can use the after the session management, we are going to, let me chain one more thing, which is add before filter. So add filter before, sorry, not before filter, add filter before, and we're going to register the filter, which is jwt authentication filter, and we are going to use the username password authentication, not this one, which is username password authentication filter dot class. Let's save this. Alright, now we have created the filter chain. Also we are registering it inside our security config. Now after we log in, we are going to generate the JWT token, and once we generate the JWT token, for every subsequent request we are going to pass the JWT token in the header, and the Spring security, it is going to validate whether the authenticated user is making the request or not. That is the whole idea of validating the token. Now let's test the API endpoint, the login API, and after the login API, once we get the token, we will test the subsequent request, whether with the API token we can able to access, or without the API token we can able to access. So in order to test that scenario, what I'll do is, let's go to the security config. Here for this food API, we have made it as permit all. I'm going to remove this. So only the authenticated user can able to access those API endpoints, just for the testing purpose. With this, now we can test our API endpoint. I'm going to start the application. I'm going to start it in the debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Open the Postman, and this is the login API. I'm going to just send a request again. We should supposed to receive the API token. Something is wrong. Let's go to the read foods, and here I'm going to, this is a get request. I'm going to click send. We get, okay, for every request we are getting 200. Looks like there is something which we have made in our request filter, because previously it was generating the API token, but after adding this filter we are getting some error. We can investigate it. Let's go to the JWT authentication filter, and what we have missed. Okay, this filter chain we should have been added after this if condition, right? This after if condition we should add this filter. All right, let me restart it again, and let's go to the Postman. We have this foods API. Now only the authenticated user can able to access this. So now when I click on this send, you can see forbidden, which means we are not able to access this API because user is not authenticated. Now let's authenticate the user. So we have this request test2@example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click send. Boom, we get the token. So now let's copy this token, and in the read foods and in the headers we have to add the authorization, because we have allowed this authorization. Now we have to pass the bearer token, bearer, and followed by the API token. Now when we send the request, we should be able to see the list of foods. Click on this send, and you can see we get the 200, and we are able to see all the foods, which means our login and register API is working as expected. Now we can focus on the other endpoints, which is creating the cart, removing the cart, all those things, because now user controller and user details is in place. Now when we create the cart, we can store the user ID inside the cart, for which user we are creating the cart. All right, and last thing what I will do is I'm going to revert this change. So let's go to the security filter chain, and here I am going to add the /API/foods/$, and let me stop this. Okay, our API is in place, and let me save this, and I'm going to close this, and we have this login API. Let me close this also. Now we can start creating the cart. So for that, to create the cart, let's go to the IntelliJ, and let's open the project explorer, and here inside the entity, let's create a new Java class. We're going to create the entity with the name cart entity, and we are going to add the annotation, which is data annotation, and all args constructor and no args constructor. Let's add the builder. Also we are going to add the document annotation, and to this we are going to pass the collection. We're going to add it as carts, and inside this we are going to add the fields, which is private string ID, private string user ID. We need the user ID because we wanted to store for which user we are creating the cart. And I'm going to create a map. So this is going to hold the key value pairs. Key will be string and value will be of type integer. And this is going to be an items new hash map. We're going to create the hash map, and I'm going to create one constructor. We need the constructor. So public cart entity, and we're going to pass the user ID, and map we're going to pass string integer. This is going to be an items, and this dot user ID is equal to user ID, and this dot items is equal to items. Let's save this. Now our entity is ready. So let's go to the food entity. Here we have added as foods. User entity we have added as users, and in the cart entity we have added as carts. Okay, next what we need to do is we have to create the request and response objects. So go to the IO package, and inside this create a new Java class which is cart request, and I'm also going to create the cart response. Inside this create cart response. We need to add the same fields. Let's go to the cart entity. We have this cart entity and copy everything and go to the cart request. Actually in the cart entity we have added this. In the entity we don't need this actually, so let's remove this. Let's keep it as hash map. And also inside the cart request, here we have to change this as cart. This is a request. In the request also we don't need this, so I'll remove that. And we don't need this ID. We are going to only even we don't need the user ID, but let's keep it, we will see. And we need the map. Okay, this is going to be a new hash map. So let's save this. And also in the cart response, let's go to the cart response. Let's copy this. In the cart response, I'm going to add the one more field which is private string ID, and let's add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder. And next let's go to the, of course we need the what we need actually the constructor, but let's see whether later we can as per our needs we can add it. But for the request we need to add these annotations. Let's add these annotations, cart request. Okay, and next let's go to the cart entity. We need to add the @ID annotation. We forgot that. Let's add the ID annotation. All right, now cart request is ready, cart response is ready, and next cart entity is ready. Next what we need the cart service. So go to the service and here create a new interface. Let's call this cart interface. So this is going to be an interface. Save this. Next we need the service implementation also. Java class cart service IMPL implementation, and this is going to implement the cart service. We will add the service annotation, and we need the repository. Let's create the repository. This is going to be an interface, cart repository. This is going to extend the Mongo repository, extends Mongo repository which is of type cart entity, and the primary key type which is string. And here we can add the repository annotation and save this. Now the repository is ready, service implementation class is also ready, and request response is also ready. Let me close all of this, and I'm going to just open the controller which is cart controller. Let's create the cart controller, and we need to add the /rest controller. We can add request mapping. We can add /API/cart, and inside this we can start creating the API endpoints. Next we need to get the logged in user ID, because in order to store these cart details we also need to store the user ID. How do we get the user ID? We will get it from the Spring context. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a new interface. Inside this service I'm going to create a new interface. I'm going to call this authentication facade. Inside this I'm going to define a method which is going to return authentication, and we can call this get authentication. Now we can override this method. So create a new implementation class. So I'm going to call this authentication facade implementation. This is going to implements authentication facade, and I'm going to add the annotation @service, or we can even make this as component instead of the service. This is going to be a component, and I'm going to implement a method which is get authentication. Inside this we are just going to use the security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. So we get the authentication and we can return the authentication. And next, what we need to do is we can make use of this component. Okay, we can use this authentication packet to get the authentication. From that authentication, we are going to get the email address, the logged in user email address. Through that email address, we can get the user ID. That is the idea. Now, what I'll do is let's go to the user service implementation, and also we have this user interface. Inside this user interface, I am going to define a method which is find by user ID by. To this we are going to pass the email, and let's return the string. Now let's save this. Now let's go to the user service implementation. We can override this method. Here we are going to make use of the repository method, which is user repository dot find by email, and to this we need to pass the email address. So to get the email address, what we need to do is we need to pass. Okay, I think this is not going to receive any email address, so let's remove this. Let's go to the user service and just make this as find by user ID. All right, this is going to be a find by user ID. And now inside this, I am going to the logged in user ID. How do we get? We're going to inject the dependency, that is private final authentication packet. Let's call this authentication packet, and we can make use of this authentication packet to get the authentication, and we get the authentication object. Using this auth, we are going to get the username, this name, which is nothing but the logged in username. But instead of this, we can avoid the extra variable get name. This will gives us the logged in email, logged in user email. Now we can pass this email to the repository method find by user repository dot find by email, and to this we can pass the logged in user email address. This is going to give us the email address. So but this find by email is going to return an optional. So what I'll do is, let me see whether do we have any registered user find by, or we can go to the app user details service. Here we are actually throwing the exception. Okay, what I will do here, only I'm going to throw the exception in case of, or else throw username not found exception. I'm going to throw user name not found exception, user not found. So we can return the user entity. But in order to return the user entity, what I will do, I am going to get this is going to be a string, but here what I'll do is I'm going to get the user entity. So user entity, let's call this. Now once we get the logged in user, from this we can return the logged in user dot get email. That email we can return it. All right, now we get the, we wanted to return actually not the email, get ID, we want to return the ID. So find by user ID, we get it, so we are returning it. Now let's save this. Now what we will do, we are going to use that inside our cart controller. Now we can create the repository methods. We need few repository methods. So let's create the finder methods. Open the cart repository, and inside this let's define the finder methods. Find by user ID. We have to fetch the cart based on the user ID. So for that we are going to pass the user ID. Anyhow, while we are creating the cart, we will be storing the user ID, so we can fetch it based on the user ID. This is going to return optional of cart entity. We can import the optional. Next, we are going to create one more method, which is delete by user ID. To this we are going to pass the user ID. This is going to return void. Now we have these two finder methods. We can use this inside the cart service. So let's go to the cart service. If it is not, we can create a cart service. Okay, we have already this cart service. So let's create this cart service. Inside this, first of all, this is going to be an interface. I'm going to define a method which is add to cart. Add to cart. To this we are going to pass the food ID. Whenever the user has passed the food ID, we are going to add it to the cart. So food ID. This is going to return a void, public void. Now save this. Now we can create the implementation. We already have the implementation class. We can override this method. So implement this method and we can add the allargs constructor. We can inject the repository, which is the cart repository. Cart repository. Let's call this cart repository. We can make it as final. Inside this, first of all, we need to get the user ID. To get the user ID, we need the we're going to inject the user service. User service. Let's call this user service. Using the user service, we can get the find by user ID. We can get it. And once we get the user ID, so this is logged in user ID, and this user ID we can pass it to the repository method to add it to the cart. So for that, what I'll do is first of all, we need to get the cart, because in order to add it to the cart, first we have to check whether the existing cart is available or not for an user. So for that, I'm going to make use of the cart repository and I'm going to call the find by user ID. And to this, we're going to pass the logged in user ID. This is going to give us the cart. So I'm going to make this as cart optional. Okay, this is going to return actually cart optional of cart entity, cart optional. So let me import this optional. And now once we get this cart optional, we can make use of this cart optional, or else get we can use, or else get, and we can create a new object. If it is not present, we can create a new cart. So create cart entity, and to this we need to pass the user ID. So let's pass the logged in user ID. Okay, do we have any constructor? Let me see. Let's go to the cart entity and we have this ID, user ID. Okay, this is why we need the constructor here. So let's create the constructor, public cart entity, and we are going to add string user ID, and we're going to use the map string and integer. This is going to be an items. Inside this, we can use this dot user ID is equal to user ID. This dot items is equal to items. Now we have this constructor. So to this constructor, we can pass the logged in user ID and we can create a new hash map. We can create a new hash map and we're going to store that in a variable called cart entity. Let's call this entity. Now once we get the cart entity, now we can get the items from the cart. So cart or entity dot here, we are actually checking the card entity. So we got the cart optional. Once we get the card optional, if it is cart is not available, we are going to create a new cart. But if it is already cart is present, then we already have some items into the cart. So we are going to get the items from the cart. So entity dot get items. This is going to give us the map of string and integer. We can call this items. So let me import this map. Now we get the items, which is nothing but the cart items. Cart items, I'm going to call this cart. And once we get the cart items, now we have to add the food ID. We have to add it to the cart items because user is trying to add a new food to the cart. So for that, let's use items, cart items dot put, and we're going to pass the food ID because the food ID will be of key, and value. For that we're going to use cart items dot get or default, and we're going to pass the food ID we're going to pass, and the default value we're going to set it as 0. Otherwise, if the food ID for that particular food ID, if it is not present, we're going to add 0. The default value we're going to ask for the 0, otherwise we're going to increment it by 1. Once we get the cart items, now we are going to use the cart to set the items, and now we are going to pass the cart items again. Now we can save this. So cart repository, save, and we are going to save the cart. Now once we save this, we get the cart back. So we get the cart back, and now we can convert this into a cart response because we have to return the response. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a method convert to response. To this we are going to pass the cart, and we will get the actually we have made this as add to cart as void. So in that case we don't have to convert it. Actually we can just save this, and that's it. Now we can just return the 201, which is nothing but the cart is updated, the cart is created. So for that, let's go to the we have this cart controller. Where is the cart controller? And here I am going to create a new method which is public. I am going to for this add to cart controller, we are going to return the response entity, or we can return void, and let's call this add to cart. This is going to be post mapping, and here we are going to what we're going to do, we are going to pass the request body. The request body, I'm going to pass map of string. This is going to be request, and inside this what I'll do is, first of all I want this service. I'm going to inject the service private cart final cart service. Let's call this cart service, and here I'm going to add the allocs constructor. So now we get the cart service, and inside the cart service what we need to do is first we need to get the food, because here we pass the food ID, so we have to get the food ID. So for this request dot get, I'm going to use the key which is food ID. Once we get the food ID, I'm going to store that in a variable string food ID, and once we get the food ID, we're going to check if the food ID is equal to null, or food ID is empty. If it is empty or if it is equal to null, we are going to throw an exception, that is return response entity bad request dot body. I'm going to pass food ID is required. Just we are going to add the validation. Actually in that case we have to make this as response entity. All right, now once we check this condition, if condition, next what we need to do is we have to make use of this user not the repository, the service method, which is cart service, and to this cart service we're going to call the add to cart, and to this we need to pass the food ID. Let's pass the food ID, and once it is added to the cart, what we need to do is we need to return the response entity. So return response entity. Okay, and we can pass the body, or even we don't need to add anything, we can just pass the response entity dot, we have this. Okay, we can pass this, but passing this body, I'm going to pass it as null. All right, we are just going to pass it as 200. Okay, so that we will understand that it is added to the cart. So now the add to cart is ready. We can test this API. Now let's test this API endpoint. Open the Postman, and first let's see whether application is running. Okay, the application is started. go to the Postman. I'm going to send a request to this login API and we get the JWT token. Now using this JWT token, we have to make an API call to the cart. So I'm going to create a new request. So this is going to be a post request and this will be http:/API/cart. And inside the headers, we need to pass the authorization and the bearer token. Let's copy this token and pass it in the headers. And let's save this actually first. I'm going to store this in a foodies API and let's call this add to cart. Let's save this request. Now we can make a request to this API, but we need to add the body as well. So in the body, we will provide the food ID. We need to pass the food ID. For that, let's go to the read foods, click send request. Let's take the first food and we need to go to the body, not this, go to the add to cart and paste it. Let's send the request. I'm going to click send. You can see 200 OK, which is added to the cart. We can verify it. Go to the MongoDB database and just refresh this. You can see a new collection has been created, cards. If you open this, you can see this is the user ID. We can go to the users and you can see the user ID end with CE3 and this is CE3, which is the user ID. Now if you expand this, you can see there is a food ID and the quantity. Now user, if send again request, if the user from the React application, the user will click on the plus icon. So at that time, we are going to make this API call to add it to the cart. So again, I'm going to send this request. Again, it is added to the cart. We can just Control R and you can see a 2 quantity has been added. Let's add one more food. So I'm going to add this second food and here I'm going to pass this second food. And when I click on this send, a new food will be added with a quantity 1. Let's go to the MongoDB and reload this. You can see a new food has been added with a quantity 1. So now what we are doing is we are actually adding to the cart, but we have to return the response. Actually, I forgot to return the response. Okay, so let's make some changes. Let's go to the IntelliJ and inside this, first of all, I'm going to change this to, let me change this map to, I'm going to use the cart request. We have this cart request. Let's use this cart request. And now we can get the food from the food ID from this request. So request.get items is there, but instead of items, let's actually use food ID and we get the food ID. So now if you go to the cart request, I'm going to change a little bit here. So I'm going to change this user ID and private string food ID. So we get the food ID and we don't need this one. I'm going to remove this. I think we don't need the user ID as well. So let's remove this. So in the cart request, we're going to just only send the food ID, but in the cart response, let me remove these unused imports. But in the cart response, we have this cart response. Let me open the cart response. We are going to pass the cart ID and user ID, and we are going to return the items. Now let's save this. So this is fine. Now we have to map this to this response once we send the response back. So for that, let's go to the cart service. Here I'm going to change this to cart response. So cart response, go to the implementation. Here let's change this to cart response, and here we are passing the food ID. Instead of passing the food ID, we can pass the cart request. So let's pass the request, and here I'm going to pass the request.get food ID. Here also I'm going to pass request.get food ID, and we can go to the cart service. Here I'm going to change this to cart request. Let's make this as request. Now in the add request, add to cart, this is actually the post mapping. Here we have this cart request and we can use the request dot get food. Okay, this is the food ID. We are passing this food ID, but here in the add to cart, I am going to pass the cart request. Let's call this cart request. Let's save this, but here I'm not going to return this, and here I'm going to return the cart response. I'm just making few changes. I hope you are aware of this. And here I'm going to return the, so if you go to the food controller, we are returning this response status, right? We are throwing this exception, so we can throw this exception here. Let's go to the cart controller, and here I'm going to throw a new response status exception, which is bad request, food ID not found, food ID not found. Okay, and here we need to pass the, from this cart service, we need to return the cart response. So let's go to the cart service and go to the implementation class. Here once we save it into the database, we get the cart back, and now we have to map this to the private method. So we can call private cart response convert to response. So here we are going to pass the cart, which is nothing but the cart entity, and inside this we can go to the cart response. We have used the builder pattern, so inside this we use cart response dot builder, and we're going to set the ID. So the ID, we are going to get it from the cart entity dot get ID, and next user ID. So cart entity dot get user ID, and finally the items cart entity dot get items. This we are going to add, and we are going to call a build method, and finally we are going to return the cart response. And here once we save this, we are going to call the convert to response. To this we are going to pass the cart, and we are going to return this. Now we get the cart response, and here in the controller we get this add to cart method, and finally we are going to just return this. Now let's save this. Now I'm going to stop this. So let's quickly restart the application, and we can add this to the cart and see what do we get once we added it. Let's go to the postman, and here I'm going to add one more request, send. Now you can see we get the response with cart ID, user ID, and the items. This is the food ID, and this is the quantity. Earlier it was 2 and 1. Now we have added one more food, one more quantity. That is why it becomes 2 and 2. Alright, now if I don't pass the food ID, and if I just directly click send, we get the 403 forbidden, and it is going to throw the exception. Let's say suppose I'm going to add food ID. I'm going to click on this send. We get 403. It's supposed to return the bad request. Okay, so okay, we are getting the request here, food ID not found. All right, which is working as expected. Now we can create a one more endpoint to get the logged in user cart. So for that, let's go to the cart service, and here I'm going to define a new method, which is cart response get cart. And let's save this, because we are not going to pass anything. We will once we call this method, we are going to get the user ID from the Spring context. So let's go to the service implementation. Here I'm going to override this method. Click OK, and inside this we need to get the cart. So in order to get the cart, first we need the user ID. So for the user ID, we already have this in place. So this is going to give us the user ID. So let's copy this and paste this. So now we get the logged in user ID. This logged in user ID, we can pass it to the method, which is cart repository dot find by user ID, and we need to pass the logged in user ID. If the cart, this is going to return actually an optional, and we are going to call a method, or else we are going to create a new cart entity, and to this we are going to pass the ID. So the ID, it will be null, and user ID, which is nothing but logged in user ID, and new hash map. This we are going to pass, and this is going to give us the new cart. So let's call this cart entity. We can call this entity. Now we have to convert this into a response. So convert to response entity. This is going to give us the cart response. Pretty simple. Let's save this. Now let's go to the cart controller. We can create a new endpoint. So let me create public. This is going to return cart response, and we can call this get cart. This is going to be a get mapping, and inside this we are going to make use of the cart service to call the get cart, and this is going to return the cart response. Pretty simple. So let's save this. Now let's test this API endpoint. Go to the Postman, and let's save this and go to we have the street foods, and let's go to we have to duplicate this, add to cart, and duplicate this request. This is a new request. I'm going to call this /API/this, and this is going to be a get request, and in the body we don't need to send anything, but headers we have to pass, which is authorization and bearer token. Now I'm going to click on this send. You can see we get the object for a user. For this user we are getting, but let's say suppose I'm going to log in with a new account, and that user does not have any cart. So what do we get? We can verify it. I'm going to open a register API, and I'm going to send a new request to create a new user. Click on send. New user has been created, and now let's go to the get cart, and we need this token actually. So let's get the API token and go to the get cart, and here I'm going to pass this. This user does not have any cart, but let's see what will happen when I click on this send get cart. Why are we getting this? Okay, let's go to we should supposed to log in with the test3. Okay, test3 and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click send. Now we get the new token for the test3 user. So let's copy this and go to the get cart and paste it. Now when I click on this send, you can see we get ID null, user ID, and cart items. So there is no cart for this particular user, and there is only a user ID is present and items which is empty. So in order to create a new cart, he has to first send a request to add to cart. That he has to do. Alright, but now get cart is working as expected. Alright, now we can move on to the next API. Now let's create one more API endpoint to clear the cart. So if the user wanted to clear all of his cart, he can do that. Let's go to the IntelliJ, and first let's go to the cart service. We have this cart service. Inside this we need to declare a new method. This is going to return void, because after clearing it we are not going to do anything. Void clear cart. Let's save this, and here I'm going to override this method clear cart, and inside this we are first going to get the logged in user ID. So let's get the logged in user ID. Once we get the user ID, we are going to call cart repository dot delete by user ID, and to this we are going to pass the logged in user ID, and that's it. Let's save this, and inside the controller I'm going to create a new endpoint. We need to create the new endpoint with a clear public, and this is going to be written void and clear cart. I'm going to make this as delete mapping. This is going to be /API/cart/clear, or we can even make this as /cart only. And since this is a delete request, this is going to be clear the cart. Next, we need to call the cart service dot clear cart and save this. That's it. Pretty simple. Once we have cleared it, we have to send the response status http status dot no content. Let's save this. Now we can test this API endpoint. We can go to the Postman, and not this one. We have to log into the other account because that user has a few items, or even we can do this for this also. Let's go to the add to cart and let's pass the food. Go to the read foods. I'm going to get this food ID and let's pass it. Click on this. Okay, we have to pass the headers. In the header, we need to pass the token for this particular user. Add to cart, paste it, click send. You can see a new food has been added. I'm going to click one more time. One more food has been added to the cart. Now in order to clear this, or I can add one more food, go to this, and here in the body I'm going to change the food ID, click send. You can see now we get 2 food with the different quantities. Now in order to clear this, first of all I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be a delete request, and in the headers we have to make the authorization, and this is going to be clear cart. Now I'm going to make a send request. Okay, forbidden. Why this is forbidden? Okay, we need to remove. Okay, by the way, this is only a delete request, but why we are getting this in the clear request? We are passing the /API/cart. In the headers we are passing the bearer token. I'm going to send it again. Click send. Still we are getting 403 forbidden. This is likely because let's go to the IntelliJ. This is going to be delete mapping. All right, this is, we have added 2 times the cart and cart. So let's remove this. So let me save this, and now let it build the application. Okay, now I'm going to make an API call. Click send. You can see 204 no content, which means the cart has been cleared. We can verify it. Let's go to the get cart and click send. You can see now we are getting the empty, but we can verify it in the MongoDB database, and I'm going to reload this. You can see right now there is only 1. Okay, we can also remove this also, so by logging into the other account. So this is going to be a test2. Click send. We get the token. We can copy this token, and in the clear cart, so let's pass this token and click send. 204. Let's go to the DB and reload this. You can see the cart has been deleted. So this is how we can clear the cart. Now we have the last endpoint, which is remove from the cart the quantity. Just like how we have add the food to the cart, similarly we have to decrease the quantity of a particular food. Whenever the user from the UI he click on this decrease quantity, we have to make an API call. For that we are going to remove the quantity. So let's create that API endpoint as well. Now let's create the last API which are related to cart. Remove from the cart. Open the IntelliJ, and here let's go to the cart service, and here I'm going to define a new method which is remove from cart. For this we need to pass the user ID, but we don't have to pass the user ID, and but what we need to pass is that we need to pass the food ID. Pass the cart request, and this is going to return the cart response. Now go to the implementation and override this method. Here inside this, first of all what we need to do is we need the user ID. So logged in user ID, I'm going to get this logged in user ID. Once we get the logged in user ID, we need to get the existing cart. So cart repository dot find by user ID. To this we need to pass the user ID, the logged in user ID. This is going to give us the optional cart entity it will give. And once we get the optional cart, we can check whether if it is present, optional cart is present, then we need to get the existing cart from this optional cart, or even we can use the Java 8 feature. I don't want to mess up this, so let me remove this, or else we're going to throw the exception, new runtime exception, which is we are going to check the cart is not present, cart is not found. All right, next what we need to do, this is going to return us the cart entity, and what we need to do, we need to use this entity to get the food. So sorry, we need to get the items, cart items, entity dot get cart items. This is going to give us the cart items. Let's store that in a map dot string and integer of type. This is cart items. Now we get the cart items. Once we get the cart items, write a condition if cart items contains the key, which is food ID, contains the key, we need the food ID. The food ID we are going to get it from the cart request dot get food ID. If this food ID is already present in the cart items, then we have to first get that ID, cart items dot get. We can pass the cart request dot get food ID. This is going to give us the quantity, the current quantity. So current quantity, right? This will give us the, because we are going to store it in a map. If you go to the Postman, you can see, all right, this is how it is going to store. Now we are going to pass the food ID, and this is going to give us the quantity, the current quantity. Now we have to minus this, right? So, but in order to do that, I'm going to write one more condition. If current quantity is greater than 0, if it is greater than 0, then only I'm going to decrement it. So items, the cart items dot put and food ID, not the food ID, cart request dot get food ID, and I'm going to use current quantity minus 1. If it is greater than 1, I'm going to 0, I'm going to do it. If it is not, if it is already 0, we should not make it as minus. We should never do it as negative value. So for that, I'm going to write the else condition. Else inside this, I am going to use the cart items dot remove. We are going to use the remove, and we are going to pass the cart request get food ID. And finally, we have to save this. After this, we have to save this. We have to update it. So I'm going to use cart repository dot save, and we're going to pass the cart entity. So if you go to the top, we have this entity, right? So this entity, we have to store it back. We have to save this because we have updated it, right? Entity, and this is going to give us the entity back, the updated entity. Now we can map this to the response. So convert to response, we can pass the entity. This is give us the cart response. So return this. So let's save this. Now what we need to do, in case if the cart is not present, we are just throwing an error, cart is not found. Otherwise, what we are going to do is we are going to get the items from the cart, and we are going to check whether that food is present in that cart item. If it is present, we are going to get the current quantity, and if it is greater than 0, then we are going to decrement it. Otherwise, if it is already a 0, then we are going to remove that. We are going to remove that, and we are going to update it by saving into the database, and we are going to convert it back to response. Now we can go to the cart controller, and we can create a new API endpoint to remove the cart, remove the food from the cart. Public, let's make this as cart response remove from cart. This is going to be a post mapping. but this is going to take cart request, not the response, cart request as a parameter. We need to attach the request body, and inside this we need to use we have to first check whether user is passing the food ID or not. So I'm going to make use of the same approach that we have used at the top. So let's take this and paste it. All right, now I'm going to make a call to the service, which is cart service dot remove from the cart, and to this we're going to pass the request. This is going to return the cart response. Let's save this. And now what we need to do, we have to test this API endpoint. So let me stop this, and I'm going to restart it. We don't need to necessarily restart it, okay, but we are getting some very good error. We can see that error creating a bean with, let me see that what is the error. Configure dependencies failed, web security configuration. There is a bean creation error, which is could not Spring annotation, which is, let's see that what is the web security. There is already a cart controller bean method. All right, looks like something is already present here. Okay, this is already present, right? Post mapping. So what we need to do is we have to just add this, or we can make this as put mapping, but I'm going to make it as remove /cart/remove. Now I'm going to restart this. All right, now we don't have any errors, which is great. Let's go to the Postman. First of all, I will log in with test2, and otherwise let's go to the database and see whether do we have any users in the database. Okay, right now we have 2 users. I'm going to log in with this user. Okay, I have logged in, and let's take this and let's add to the cart. Do we have any carts? No, there are no cart. Let's go to the read foods and click on this send, and in the add to cart I'm going to pass the first food. Click send. We get 1 quantity. I'm going to send it again, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Let's go to the second food, copy this and paste it. Click send, click send. Okay, we have 3 and 6. Now let's duplicate this, and let me duplicate this, and this is going to be remove from cart /cart/remove. In the body we need to pass the food ID, and let's go to the add to cart, and let's take this, copy this, not this one. Okay, this is remove from the cart, right? This is the one. I'm going to add the food ID, and I'm going to pass the authorization JWT token. So let's pass this JWT token. All right, now with this, now when I send the request, earlier we have this 3 and 6. Now let's see what will happen. I'm going to click send. Okay, forbidden. This is not a delete, this is actually post. Click send. Still we are getting the forbidden. Okay, localhost 8080/API/cart/remove, and this is going to be a post mapping /remove API cart remove localhost 8080, but we are getting this forbidden. We can verify it why it is coming. Let me go to the debug. Okay, we are getting a beautiful error. Click send. Okay, cart is not found. All right, the cart is not found. So what we need to do, if the cart is not present, we have to create first cart. Hey, this supposed to be cart is already present. Let's go to this cart is already present, but let me go to the login, and I'm going to, for which cart it is, user ID EEA. Let's go to this. Okay, this is for the test user, we have created it. Okay, and I'm trying to log in with other user account, that's why. So I'm going to make it as 3. Click send. We get a new token. Copy this token and go to the remove, and here go to the authorization or headers, and here Let's paste it. Now if you click on this send, we can see 200 like 5,3, right? New food, the food will be decremented. I mean like it is removed from the cart. I'm going to click on this send. Again, you can see we get the 4. Now let's take this food and in the body, I'm going to pass this. Click send, you can see it becomes 2. Alright, our remove from the cart API is also working as expected. Now we have created all the API endpoints, login, register in the backend API in the Spring Boot. Now we can integrate these APIs in our front-end application, in our React application. Now our login API is ready. What we need to do is, in the store context, we first need to create a state variable to store the token, so that once we store the token in the store context, globally we can access that token anywhere else in the application. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the store context, and here at the top I'm going to create a new state const. This is going to be token set token, and this is initially, this will be an empty string. Now we need to pass this token and set token to the context, which is this context value, so that we can access it anywhere else in our application. Token and set token. Alright, now we are passing these to the context value, we can access it anywhere else. Next, we need to handle the, first we will complete the register API, then we can move on to the login API. Let's open the register component. What I'll do is I'm going to close all of this other files, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a new state. So I'm going to call this data, so that we can store the values, which is name, email and password. Let's call this const data set data, use state hook, and initially this is going to be an object with a default values. So name will be empty string, email will be empty string, and password will also be an empty string. Next, I'm going to create a new handler function to set the input values to these fields. So for that, let's create an arrow function const onChange handler. This is going to accept an event. Inside this, I'm going to get the name and value. Const name is equal to event dot target dot name. Const dot value is equal to event dot target dot value. So from the input text boxes, we are going to get the which input text box it is and what is the value in that. Once I get this, I'm going to set to this set data. I'm going to set it to this data using the set data function, and here I'm going to pass the data, and we are going to add the object. We're going to create a new object. So first I'm going to use the spread operator to copy the values, and I'm going to add the property name property and value I'm going to add. Basically, I'm going to set all these input values to this data using the set data function. Okay, now this data has all these values like name, email and password. Now inside this, I am going to create one more function, which is on submit handler. On const on submit handler. This is also going to be an arrow function, and we're going to get the event so that I can stop the full page reloading. Event dot prevent default. Let's save this, and now I have to attach an function, onChange function, to all of these input elements. So let's do it one by one. So first we have this full name, and for this full name, first we have to add the name. So name, I'm going to add it as name, and next I'm going to add the onChange on change okay, this is not comma, I should not add comma here. On change, I'm going to add the function which is on change handler, which we have defined above, and I'm going to add the value as well, data dot name. Next, similarly, we have the email. So for that, let's add a name attribute which is email. Next, on change event, to this we're going to add the on change handler. Next, value we're going to add which is data dot email. Finally, okay, this is for the password, so I should have changed this to password, and this should be password. Go to the top, and here this is name and this is email. So email, I should have added email, and this is email. And next, what do we have? On change handler, email and password. I think I made some mistake here. This is email. Okay, I made one mistake, which is for the password. Here what I did is, this is a password, and here I'm adding the email address. This should be password, which means we have, this is full name and this is email. This should have been email. Let's change this to email. Here I should have added the name. So name, which is name, and on change handler, I'm going to add on change handler and value data dot name, and this is for the full name. Next, we have the email. So for the email, type will be email, and here this is going to be email. This is also an email. And next we have the password. Scroll down, we have this type password, floating password, placeholder password, name is password, on change handler data dot password. Awesome. Now on click of this submit button, we have to attach a function to this form, which is on submit. We are going to attach on submit handler, and now here I'm going to log the data to the console so that we can track what all the values we are getting inside this. So let's save this and let's go to the browser, and we are inside this register. Let me inspect this. Go to the console. A component is changing uncontrolled. Okay, let me reload this. Okay, clear this. Now I'm going to enter the full name, which is Bharat, email bharat@example.com, password 123456. Click on this sign up, and we should have not reloaded the entire prevent default. Okay, just a spelling mistake, default. All right, let's save this. Now let's go to the browser, and here I will add something, some email address and password. Click sign up. You can see we are getting all the values, the name, email and password. Now we can make an API call to the register into the database. Before that, let's verify whether we all have a validation in place. So there is no validation. I'm going to add the required field, the attribute. I'm going to add the required, the email address also, and for the password I'm going to add required. Let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, let me reload this, and when I try to click on this sign up, we get the validation message. Now let's open the Visual Studio Code. Here inside the on submit handler, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, let's make use of the Axios to call the post method, and we will pass the URL, which is http://localhost:8080/API/register, and I'm going to store the response in a variable called response. but this is going to be an asynchronous call. I'm going to add the await and async. Okay, I have already added the async. And next what I need to do is inside this catch block, I'm going to handle the exception. So for that, I'm going to add the toast message, toast.error, unable to register, please try again. And after the successful registration, I'm going to display a toast message, toast.success. Okay, first I need to check if response.status is equal to 201. If it is 201, then we know that registration is successful. So I'm going to use the toast dot success. We can print a message, registration completed, please log in. Let's save this. Okay, else we can print an error message, unable to register, please try again. The same error message we are going to print. Now let's save this. We can test this. Let's go to the browser, and before that, in the database I have erased all the data for this users collection. Now let's go to the browser, and here I'm going to add the full name, which is test at example.com, and password we need to add 123456. Now on click of this sign up, okay, on click of this sign up, nothing is happened. It should have printed the toast message, but let's verify it in the database. Let's go to the MongoDB and reload this. Okay, looks like, okay, we made a mistake. We are not passing the data at all. So let's pass the data. Okay, let's save this. And now let me reload this. And now let's pass test at example.com, password, and click sign up. Okay, still we are not able to see the toast message, but let's go to the database and reload this. But this time the data is persisting in the MongoDB collection, but for some reason we are not able to see the toast message. That's fine. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here what I'll do is the next step what we need to do is we have to move this logic to the service layer. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here let's actually open the app.js and see whether we are importing the Toastify or not. And okay, the reason because we are not importing that React Toastify, so we need to add that component. So for that, let's go to the Mozilla, and here just search for React Toastify. Actually, we have added that in our admin panel dashboard. So here also we need to add it. So let's copy this import statement, and here let's paste it, and we need to add this toast container in the menu bar. After the menu bar, let's add this toast container. Let's save this. Now let's go to the browser, and now let's register a new user, test3 at example.com 123456, and click on this sign up. You can see now we get the registration completed, please log in. All right, but next what we need to do is after the registration is completed, we have to navigate to the login page. So we have to take the user to the login page. So for that, I'm going to add the navigate, use navigate I'm going to add. So let's import the use navigate hook. Let's use this. Here I'm going to add navigate / login. Now let's save this and let's go to the Firefox, and here let's add test 6 at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 and click on this sign up. You can see we are navigating to the login page and registration completed. Please log in. The success message we are able to see here. But let's go to the MongoDB and reload this. We can see all the data. I'm going to delete few of the records. Okay, let's keep it only to test and test1. Okay, now what we need to do is let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here we are making the API call inside this register component itself. Let's move this logic to the service. Open the Project Explorer. Inside the services folder, let's create a new file. Let's call this auth service.js. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to import Axios. Next, I'm going to create the API URL. API URL is equal to http://localhost:8080/API. Next, I'm going to create a function and export this. Export const register user. This is going to be an async function. I'm going to pass the data. Inside this, we can make the API call. Let's copy this and paste it. So we can use the API URL, and to this we can concatenate /register. Next, we are passing the data also, and once we get the response, we have to make this. Once we get the response, we need to return that response. Return response, but we have to wrap this in a try catch block. Throw error. We are going to throw the error. So let's save this, and now we can call this method inside our register. So inside our register, what I'll do is I'm going to keep the try block as it is, but let's remove this, and I'm going to make use of the await register user, and to this we're going to pass the data. This is going to give us the response, const response, and we're going to check whether response dot status is equal to 201. If it is 201, then we're going to toast success message, and we're going to navigate to the login. Else we're going to display the error message, and in the catch block also I'm going to display the error message. I think we have much done. We just moved the calling the API call to the service layer, and we are calling the service method, which is register user. Everything remains same. Let's go close all these files and open the login. So we have this login JSX, and here at the top I'm going to create a state, use state const. This is going to be data and set data. So let's provide the initial value, email, it will be empty, password, this will also be an empty string. Next, I'm going to create a function on change handler. So const on change handler, much like how we have done in our register. Inside this, const name is equal to event dot target dot name, const value event dot target dot value, and we are going to use the updater function set data, and we get the data. And to this we are going to for this we are going to copy the new object using the spread operator, data, and we use name. For that particular name we are going to add the value. Now this data has all the values. Now we can attach the on change functions. Before that, I'm going to create one more function for on submit handler. Submit handler event dot prevent default, and scroll down, we have this email address. So let's add the name attribute, which is email, and we add the on change event. So for this on change handler I'm going to attach next value data dot email. Similarly for the password name attribute, it will be password, and on change handler we are going to use on change handler value data dot password. Let's save this. Now when the user click on this submit button, we are going to log the data to the console. We can verify it, data comma data. So let's save this. So this one we have to attach it in the form. So on submit handler. Let's save this. Let's go to the browser. Let me inspect this and go to the console. Email address test at example.com, password 123456. Click sign in. You can see we are printing the email and password. Okay, now we can make an API call. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here I'm going to get rid of this. First of all, I'm going to directly open the service, and there only I'm going to make an API call. Let's open the service, which is auth service. Here I'm going to create a function export const login. I'm going to pass the data. This is going to be an async function. Async. Inside this try catch block, we are going to make an API call axios.post API URL. To this we are going to append /login. We need to pass the data. We get the response, const response. This is going to be an await. Once we get the response, we can return the response back. I'm going to throw an error. Let's save this. Now let's go to the login. Here we can make an API call, try catch block. Inside the try block, let's call the service method, which is, first of all, I'm going to make this as async. Inside the try block, we have this method called login. To this login, we are going to pass the data. We are going to make an await. We get the response. We can write a condition if response dot status is equal to 200. If it is 200, then we know that user is successfully logged in. First we are going to set the token. Okay, we have passed the token. We have to get the token to set it. I am going to use the use context. We are going to pass the store context. Store. Okay, let's import it manually. Import from context / store context, and here we can pass the store context. This will give us the set token function. Now we can use that function to set the token. Set token. To this we are going to pass response.data.token. Once we set the token, we also need to set it to the local storage. Local storage dot set item. We are going to set the token response.data.token, and we need to navigate to the login page. For that we need the navigate hook. So use navigate const navigate. Scroll down here. Let's use navigate, and we can navigate to the home page. We can, once we navigate it, the user can continue browsing. Else, if the status code is not 200, then we're going to show an error message. Toast.error, unable to login, please try again. Toast.error, we are going to display an error message that is unable to log in, please try again. We can log this to the console, the error message. Error while logging or unable to log in. We can able to log in. The error message we can display for the development purpose. Let's save this. Alright, now we have done this. We can test this. Let's go to the browser, and here let me clear this, and now let's reload the web page. And now I'm going to log in. Test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this sign in. You can see the user is logged in and he is navigating to the home page. Let's go to the inspect and go to the storage, and in the local storage we are storing the token. Awesome. Now using this token we can make other operations, like we can hide this login and register button, and we can show the logout button. All those things we can do. Now once the user is logged in, we have to hide the login and register button. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here first of all I'm going to close these two and open the menu bar, and here we have these two buttons, right? I'm going to first cut this button, and at the top I am going to, from the store context, first of all we are already using the use context, so let's get the token, and let's first get the token. Later we can also use set token. Once we get the token, here what I need to do is I'm going to write an expression. Basically I'm going to use the ternary operator. So if the token is not present, then we know that user is not logged in. So we have to display the two buttons. So I'm going to display the two buttons. Okay. Else, if the token is already present, then we know that user is already logged in. In that case, we have to hide those two buttons and we have to display the logout button. So here I'm going to create a new div. Let's create a new div. I'm going to add the class which is drop down text end, and inside this I'm going to create an anchor tag, and inside this let me add the class name. So we're going to use dblock and link body emphasis and text decoration none I'm going to use, and I'm going to add drop down toggle I'm going to add, and also I'm going to add one more property which is data-ps bootstrap toggle I'm going to add, and I'm going to set this to drop down. Apart from this, I'm also going to add one more attribute which is area, which is expanded. Area expanded, it should be there. Expanded. I'm going to set this to false. So inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to add an image. So let's add the image, and we need to add the one image, the user icon, and I'm going to add the height and width. So width I'm going to add 32 and height I'm going to add 32, so 32 by cross 32, and class name I'm going to add rounded circle. This is going to be rounded circle, and inside this, so inside this div we have this div, right? So here I am going to create an unordered list. Inside this we can show the drop downs, the orders and the logout options. So for that I'm going to create an li tag, and inside this li tag I'm going to add the class name which is drop down item, and we need to, let me add this text first. I'm going to add the text which is orders. I'm going to add the onClick event, and to this onClick event I'm going to provide an inline function. Let's use navigate, and we can navigate to the my orders page. Of course we haven't created this, we will create it later, but we will add this. Now let's copy the same li, and we will add the drop down item, and on click we are going to attach the logout function, logout, and this is going to be logout. And for this unordered list I'm going to add the class name which is drop down menu text small. Next, actually we can make this as link, and we can, in fact we don't need to add this also, looks like. So let me comment this. Oops, let me remove this. I'm going to remove this also. Let's see how it looks. Let's save this, but we need to add the logout function. So at the top I'm going to create the logout function. So at the top, const, I'm going to create an arrow function, const logout is equal to inside this. First we need to remove the token from the local storage dot remove item we are going to remove the token. Next we need to navigate to the, so first of all we need to also set the token. So set token, let's accept the set token from the context. Set token, we are going to set it to empty string, and we have to navigate to the, let me navigate to the login page, or we can navigate to the home page. That is correct. So let's save this. Now everything is in place. Now let's go to the browser and let me reload this. Okay, we are not able to see these. It should have been hidden. So let me go to the inspect and go to the storage, and in the local storage we have this token. If the token is present, we should have been ideally hidden these two, right? But looks like it is not working. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here we can verify what exactly we have written. Here we are writing that if the token is present, then we are, if the token is not present, then we are showing these two. But if the token is present, then we should have been ideally go to the else condition and we should have been shown the drop down, but it is not working. Let me reload this. So what we will do, I'm going to just go to the developer tools and in the storage, and I'm going to just delete this. So I'm going to delete this and reload this, and now I'm going to just refresh this. Now we will log in again. So test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6, click on this sign in, boom. Now you can see, okay, you just, whenever you're doing this, just remove that and again re-log in, it will work. Now you can see we have logged in and the register and login buttons have been hidden. And now if you look at this, it should have been shown the drop down. That is likely because we have removed the anchor tag. So that is why we are not getting that down arrow symbol. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to just undo that. Okay, now let me save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see now we have this icon, the caret icon, down caret icon. Click on this, you can see we have this orders and logout. Of course we haven't added this logo, the user logo, we will add it, but now we have this orders and logout. On click of this logout, you can see we have logged out and the login and register button is showing. And let's go to the inspect, and if you go to the storage, token has been removed. Awesome. Now we have made some good progress, but what we need to do is we have to add the cursor pointer to these. So let's see whether I can add the cursor pointers. Cursor pointer. Let's save this. I don't know whether the class is present or not, but let's see. I'm going to re-log in again. Test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let me give a wrong credentials and see what will happen. Click on this sign in. You can see unable to log in, please try again. Cool. 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in, and okay, so let me cursor pointer, let's save this. And okay, still we don't have this. I think this class itself is not present, but what we will do is we can go to this drop down menu and we can add the CSS styling. So let's open the menubot.css here. Let's add this class. For this li items, we can add the cursor pointer. Let's save this, and you can see now we have this pointers. Great. Now we need to add the user icon. Let's add that. Now let's add the icon to this profile. So in interest of time, I have already downloaded the icon. So I have already added to the project explorer. If you go to the assets, profile.png. This is the one that I have added, so you can find it in the description section of this video. Now open the assets.js. Here first let's import that. So import profile from profile.png, and we can add the profile here and export it. Now let's save this. Let me close this. Now go to the menu bar.jsx. We have this image here. We can use that assets.profile. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you will see this nice profile icon. Now on click of this, you can log out. There is one problem here. I'm going to reload this. When I reload this, you can see even though the token is present in the local storage, we are logging out. Let's verify that. Go to the storage, and if you go to the local storage, we have this token. This is because on reload of this, we are not setting the token back. So to retain the token in the set token. So for that, in our store context, let me close all these files. Let me open the store context. Here we have this use effect hook, right? So here I'm going to write a condition. So if I'm going to use the local storage dot get item, if that item is present, and what we need to do is, we know that it is already, user is already logged in. We are going to set the token. I'm going to add the local storage dot get item, and we're going to add the token. So let's save this. Now let me go to the browser, and you can see now the user is logged in, because on this reload the use effect hook is getting called, and inside that we are checking whether the token is present in the local storage. If it is present, we are setting it to the token. Now even after reloading this, you can see we are not logging out, right? We are still inside this. Now when I click on this log out, and now if I reload this, nothing happened. So now the login and logout is working as expected. Now we can start concentrating on integrating the cart APIs. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we have this functions increase quantity and decrease quantity. So after, like, once we user click on this plus icon in the food item, we are going to call this function increase quantity, and here we are updating the set quantities. And after this updating the set quantities, we have to make an API call. So we already created the API, so let's call that API Axios dot, this is going to be a post request, and we need to pass the URL, which is http://localhost:8080/API/cart. This is the one we are going to make an API call, and to this we need to pass the food ID. So food ID, and we need to pass the ID, so we get the food ID back. So we can simplify this by just adding food ID. Next, we also need to pass the bearer token, because these are all the protected APIs. So that is why we need to pass the headers. So to pass the headers, we will use headers, and we will pass the authorization, and we pass the bearer token. So I'm going to use a template literal bearer, and we use the token. That's it. So we don't need to catch the response and everything, but I want to add the await, because this is an asynchronous function. I'm going to add the async. Let's save this. Similarly, for the decrease quantity, we have to make the same thing. So here I'm going to use Axios dot. For the decrease, we have this delete request. Let's go to the IntelliJ and verify that we have this cart controller. Okay, we have this /remove, and this is going to be a post mapping. Sorry, this is going to be a post mapping. http://localhost 8080/API/cart/remove, and for this also we need to pass the food ID. So I'm going to pass the food ID, and we need to pass the headers. So at the top, whatever there, I'm going to just copy that, copy this, paste it. Now let's save this. Now we can test this. So let me save this and go to the browser. First of all, we need to log in. I'm going to log in test at example.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign in, and let's go to the MongoDB database. Let's verify, do we have any carts available? Okay, there are only one cart available. For which user we can verify it? The user ID EEA, which is not even present here. So I'm going to just remove this. So delete this. All right, now our cart is empty. Let's see when we make a request, when we add items to the cart, it should create a cart here. Let's go back, and here for the biryani, I'm going to add one boneless chicken biryani with a quantity of 2 and one special chicken biryani. Now let's go to the cart, and I'm going to refresh this. You can see now a cart has been created for that user, particular user, which is DCA, and this is the user DCA. Now if you expand this, you can see we have this 2 boneless chicken biryani, 1 special chicken biryani, right? Now I'm going to remove this, or I'm going to just decrement this. I'm going to -1 quantity for this boneless chicken biryani. Go to the, let's reload this. You can see now we have 1 1. Now I'm going to make this as minus, and now when I reload this, we have a single cart item in our cart. Now I'm going to just remove this and reload this. No items in the items are there, but the quantity is 0. That's fine. That's completely fine. Okay, now what we need to do is we have adding the items to the cart. So let me add it again. +2, +2, and +1. Now I'm going to reload this. Let's see what will happen. I'm going to, in the cart, we have 3 items. The 3 cart items are present. And now I'm going to reload this. You can see now after reload this, the cart is showing as 0. But in the database, let me reload this. We have still 3 items. So now what we have to do is, when the user is reloaded, still in the database, if the card items present, we have to populate that. In order to fix that issue, let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to create one more function, which is const load cart data. This is going to be an arrow function. This will take the token as a parameter, and this is going to be an async function. Inside this, we are going to make the API call axios.get. We're going to make an API call to the get cart, http://localhost:8080/API/cart, and to this cart we need to pass the headers, right? So we already passing the headers here. I'm going to copy the same headers and paste it. So now we get the headers, and once we get the response, I'm going to make an await and const response, and inside this we can set the quantities. So set the quantities response.data.items. So this is the items that we are going to set it to the quantities. Now once we set the quantities, this function we have to call it inside the use effect hook. So inside the use effect hook, we have this local storage. We are setting the token. After we set the token, we have to call the load cart data. and we need the token. We cannot pass the token here. Directly we cannot take this token because this use effect is first gets called and at the time we don't get the token. So token we have to get it from the local storage dot get item, and we're going to pass the token, and this is going to be an await, and save this. Now let's go to the browser. You can see automatically now we have 3 items in the cart. I'm going to reload this. Still we have 3 items. Click on this. We have 3 items. Now after reloading this also, we are persisting the cart items. But now I'm going to log out. See, after logged out, still it is showing 3. But after logged out, we have to make it 0. We have to set the quantities as 0. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code and in the menu bar, we have to set the quantities. So at the top, first let's take the quantities. So we have this quantities, right? So we have to we are going to remove this when the user is logged out. We are going to call this logout function, and at the time we are going to set the quantities. Set quantities we don't have. Let's actually get the set quantities from the context. Set quantities. Here I'm going to set the quantities. Before we navigate, I'm going to set the quantities. We are going to set an empty object. Now let's save this. Now let's go to the browser. Let me reload this. Now you can see we have 0. Let me log in. Test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign in. You can, it's supposed to show 3 cart items, but for some reason it is not showing. Did I logged into the correct user? Let me go to the MongoDB and reload this. We have the cart items, but after logged in, I don't see the cart items added to the cart. There is something wrong with that. Let's actually verify that. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Here inside the store context, we are adding local storage get item token. Set the token we are setting. Local storage dot get item token, and we are setting the token. If it is token, load cart data. Local storage dot get item token, and we are loading the data and the dependencies. There are no dependencies, but okay, I got it. So here quantities we are passing, but the set quantities we are not passing. So the set quantities we can pass. That is one thing. That is the one mistake that we have done. And also here in the menu bar, we are taking the set quantities. Now let's actually test it. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Now you can see we have 3 quantities, right? So let me go to the cart. We have 3 items. Let me reload this. Still 3 items are there. I'm going to log out. It becomes 0. Now I'm going to re-log in. Test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign in. Okay, we looks like it is not adding 3 items here. We can verify that. Let me reload this. Okay, if we reload this, we are able to see, which means once we logged in, we have to load the cart when the user is logged in, which means we have to go to the login component, go to the Visual Studio Code and open login. Here if you see, we are actually fetching from the we are setting the token once the user is successfully logged in, and we are navigating to the home page. Here we have to set the quantities, but we are not going to use the set quantities, because if you use the set quantities, we have to get the items. But instead what we do is we are going to call the method which is load cart data. That method we are going to call it. So which means at the top we are going to import the load cart data method. So here from the use context we are going to get the load cart data. This we have to pass it to the context. Go to the store context. Here we need to pass this method which is load cart data. Let's save this, and in the login here we are accepting the load cart data, and we can call the method load cart data. And to this load cart data method we need to pass the token. So the token we will be getting it from the response.data.token. This is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to call the await. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the Mozilla Firefox and I'm going to log out, I'm going to re-log in again, test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in. Boom, you can see now we are able to see the 3 cart items. Even after reloading this we still see the 3 items. After log out it becomes 0. Now let's move all the API calls to the cart service. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let me close all of this and open a new tab, and inside the service folder create a new file which is cart service.js. Inside this, first I'm going to import the Axios, and I'm going to define an API URL http://localhost:/API/cart. This is the API URL. Now I'm going to define a method and export it. Const add to cart. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Async, this will accept food ID and token. And I'm going to write a try catch block. So let's copy the same method and paste it. This is going to be remove quantity from cart. This will also take food ID and token. And I'm going to add one more method which is get cart data. To this we don't need to pass anything, we just pass the token, and inside the try catch block we're going to handle that. So let's go to the store context, and here we have this Axios API call. Just cut this, and inside the cart service for the add to cart, let's paste it. Now this is an asynchronous function, we are making an await, and that's it. Now we don't need to do anything. Similarly, let's go to the store context in the decrease quantity. So let's cut this, and in the cart service, so in the remove quantity from cart, let's paste it. This is also going to be an asynchronous and await, and here we can handle that. But before that, let's go to the load cart data. Just cut this, and in the cart service, let's add it in the try block. Now we can just return the response.data.items. In the catch block, we are going to add console.error. We can print a message error while fetching the cart data. I can print the error. So let's copy this, and here also in the catch block I'm going to write it, which is error while removing the quantity from cart. So we print the error. Here also I'm going to write the console.error, which is error while adding the cart data. So I'm going to print the error. And finally, so we are going to use this API URL instead of this hard coding it. API URL here, let's use this API URL / remove I'm appending, and this is going to be API URL. So let's save this. Now inside the store context, let's call those methods. Here I'm going to call the add to cart. To this we are going to pass food ID and token. This is going to be an await. Next, decrease the quantity, await, remove quantity from the cart, and to this we can pass food ID and token. Similarly, here in the load cart data, so at the beginning I'm going to make an API call which is get cart data. To this we are going to pass the token. This will give us the cart, the response or the cart items. So let's call this items. This is going to be an await items. Let's save this. Alright, now we have moved all the API call to the cart service. We can test it. So let me close this and go to the browser. I'm going to log in, test at example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in. There are 3 items in the cart. Let's go here, 4 5 2. I'm going to make it all 1. So 3, okay, right now 2 3 1. So let's go to the database. Let me reload this. 2 3 1. Awesome. So now our APIs are working. We have moved the cart service APIs to the cart APIs to the cart service file. Next, what we need to do is we have to handle the placing the order, and click on this proceed to checkout. Here we are going to, the user will enter the details, which is the delivery details, and we have to do the payment. So let's do that. Now let's open the IntelliJ IDEA, and now we can start creating the order APIs. First of all, I'm going to create a few entity classes, and here inside the entity, let's create this order entity actually also includes the order items. So for that, first let's create the order items. That order items is not going to be an entity, it is going to be an IO object. So let's create the item, order item. This is going to include the food ID, quantity. Actually, I'm going to make this as integer, the quantity. Next, I'm going to create a double. This is going to be price, private string category, private string image URL, private string description, private string name. So now to this I'm going to add the data annotation and all args constructor and no args constructor. In fact, we don't need the all args constructor and no args constructor. Just I will add the builder annotation. So, and we don't need this. Let's remove this. Let's save this. Now we can add this order item inside the order entity as a list. So inside the order entity, so I'm going to first of all add the document annotation, and I'm going to add the collection. This is going to be an orders. Inside this, let's add private string ID. This is going to be primary key type, so I'm going to add the ID annotation, private string user ID. We need the reference to the user ID, so I'm going to add the user ID, private string user address, private string phone number, private string email we are going to store, and private list of order items which we have created. List of order item, I'm going to call this ordered items. Ordered items. This is going to be a list of array, and I'm going to add private double amount, private string. I'm going to add the payment status. Payment status, this is going to be either processing, success or failed. Private string, I'm going to add the RazorPay order ID, RazorPay order ID, private string RazorPay signature. I'm going to add signature. This is going to be RazorPay signature, and finally I'm going to add order status. Order status. To this I'm going to add the data annotation, and I'm going to add the builder annotation. Let's save this. Next, we need to create the order repository. So let's go to the repository and create the interface. Let's call this order repository. This is going to be an interface. Let's extend this with Mongo repository, which is of type order entity string type. So let's add the repository annotation, and inside this we can declare few finder methods so that later we can use that. First one, we're going to use find by user ID. To this we can pass the user ID. This is going to return a list of order entity. Import the list. Next, we need find by RazorPay order ID. RazorPay order ID. So through the order ID, through the RazorPay order ID, we are going to get the single order. So to this we are going to pass the RazorPay order ID. RazorPay order ID. This is going to return an optional of order entity. Let me import the optional. Now we can create the service. So inside the service, I'm going to create the order service. I will also create the implementation class. This is going to be order service IMPL, but this is going to be an interface, and we will implement the order service. So let's add the service annotation and save this. Now we can start defining the methods. Before we create the service method, first let's configure the RazorPay. We need to add the dependency. Let's go to the Project Explorer and open the pom.xml. We are going to add the RazorPay dependency. So let's add the dependency, and we need to provide the group ID, which is com.razorpay, and artifact ID, which is RazorPay Java, and we need to provide the version as well, which is 1.4.1. Now I'm going to update the Maven, so it is going to download the latest dependencies for the RazorPay and Java. Alright, now next we need to add the RazorPay secret key and API keys. you need to create the RazorPay account and you have to generate the APIs keys. I have already created the account and I have already generated the APIs keys. Basically, we need the secret key and also we need the API key. So I have already added in the application or properties file. You can see the RazorPay key and secret key. I have added this to the environment variables. So if you go to the configuration and if you go to the environment variables, you can see the RazorPay key and the secret key. Make sure to use your key and secret key, because after uploading this video to the YouTube, I'm going to delete this secret key and the configuration keys. Okay, so once you add the API key and secret key, now we can create the service methods. Let's go to the order service. Here, first let's define the very first method, which is creating the order method. So let's create a method, create order with payment. This is going to take the order request as a parameter. So let's call this request, and this is going to return the order response as return type. So now we need to create this order request and order response. So let's create this class, create order request. We're going to create it inside the IO package. Similarly, we also need to create this response inside the IO package. So let's create it inside the IO package. Okay, now inside the order request, basically the user is going to send the user ID. The user ID, we need to send the ordered items. So this is going to be a list of, first let's import the list of order item. Let's call this ordered items. Next, we're going to send the user address. This is going to be of type string, and private double amount. These are the mandatory fields that the user has to send in the user request. Now let me save this, and in the order response, so let's go to the order entity. We have this order entity. I'm going to copy all of this, and in the order response, let's paste it, but we don't need everything. So I'm going to remove let's keep the payment status, but we need the RazorPay order ID. We don't need the RazorPay signature, and we don't need the user ID, user address, phone number, email, ordered items, and I don't think we need the ordered items. So let's remove the ordered items, amount, and the payment status, and we need to send the order status as well, and also the RazorPay order ID. Let's save this. We need to add let me remove this list. I'm going to add the data annotation. We need the builder annotation, and let's save this. Next, let's go to the order request. I'm going to add the data annotation and builder annotation. So let's save this, and now let's go to the service implementation. Here we need to override the method, which is create order with a payment. So here I'm going to inject the private final order repository. I'm going to inject, we can call this order repository, and I'm going to add the all-args constructor. Inside this, we can provide the implementation. So first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to convert this order request into an order entity. So for that, I'm going to call a method convert to entity. We can pass the request object. This is going to give us the order entity. Let's call this entity, or we can call this new order. Now we can create this private method. Inside this, let's make use of the order entity dot builder. We can copy all the values. So first we need to, from this we are going to get the user ID, request dot get user ID, user address, request dot get user address, amount, request dot get amount, and ordered items. So request dot get ordered items. We can call the build method, and we are going to return the order entity. Now once we get the order entity, we need to first save this into the database. So let's call the order repository dot save, and to this we are going to pass the new order. Once we store the new order, we will get the ID back. So let's store that in the same variable, new order. This new order now contains the order ID, the MongoDB ID, the document ID. Now once we save the data, now we can create a RazorPay payment order. So create RazorPay payment order. So here what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the RazorPay client. So at the very top, first I'm going to load the RazorPay secret key and API key. Private string RazorPay key, private string RazorPay secret. We can add the value annotation. We will provide the application property name, which is RazorPay key. Let's copy this and let's change this to RazorPay secret. So now we can make use of these. So in the down, I'm going to create the RazorPay client. So RazorPay client, which is from the com.razorpay package. Let's call this RazorPay client is equal to new RazorPay client, and to this constructor we need to pass the RazorPay key and RazorPay secret key. So I'm going to add an exception. Click on this yes. It is going to add the throws exception, the RazorPay exception. And next what we need to do, we need to make use of the JSON object, because we need to pass few details to the RazorPay client. So I'm going to use JSON object. We can call this order request is equal to new JSON object. Now to this order request, let's add few items. One is the amount we are going to pass, that we are going to get it from the order request, or even we can get it from the new order. So new order dot get amount, Next, order request dot put. We're going to pass the currency we have to pass, which is Indian currency, INR. And next, order request dot put, we need to pass the payment capture, payment underscore capture. We're going to set this to 1. So we want to capture the payment, so I'm going to add 1. Once we added all these necessary details, now we have to create the order. So RazorPay client dot orders, RazorPay client dot orders dot, we're going to call the create method, and to this create method we're going to pass the order request. This is going to give us the order, so which is the RazorPay order. This is the one it is going to provide. We can call this RazorPay order. Now this RazorPay order, this order has a property called ID, which will give us the RazorPay order ID. So that we're going to get it. So let's use the RazorPay order dot get. To this we're going to pass the ID property. This is going to give us the RazorPay order ID. So that we're going to set it to the new order. So we got the new order. So new order dot set RazorPay order ID, and to this we're going to pass the RazorPay order ID. So now we have set the RazorPay order ID, and now we have to again store it in the database. And before we storing it again into the database, we have to store the user ID as well. We have to set the user ID. So the user ID, how we are going to get it is from the user detail service. So we already have the service we have created. So if you go to the service, we have this authentication facet implementation. So we're going to use this authentication facet. So at the top I'm going to inject this private final authentication we should be getting the, what is the name? Okay, we have given the wrong name here, authentication. So let me correct it here. So authentication facet, let's call this authentication facet. So this is going to, using this we can call the method. So here, or even if I go to the cart, let me go to the cart. We have this cart service. Here we have used the, yes, you can see we have this user service dot find by user ID. This is going to give us the logged in user ID. We can use this one only. So user service, we can make use of this. So at the top, we don't need this. So let me remove this. Instead, private final user service, let's call this user service. Now let's make use of the user service dot find by user ID. This is going to give us the, let's go to the cart service. You can see this is going to give us the logged in user ID, the find by user ID. The same method I'm going to call it here. This is going to give us the logged in user ID. This we can add it to the new order dot set user ID. Let's take the logged in user ID, and finally we're going to store it into the order repository dot save, and we can pass the new order if this new order is already having the ID, the document ID, it is going to update it. So that we already know that. So, and we're going to store that in a again variable called new order. Now we can convert this order into a response object. So for that, I'm going to call a method convert to response, and to this we can pass the new order, and we can return the order response. So let's create this private method. Inside this, we are going to add all the copy everything to the order response. So order response dot builder. So first we're going to set the ID. So new order dot get ID. Next it is going to add amount. New order dot get amount. Next user address. New order dot get user address, user ID, new order dot get user ID. Next RazorPay order ID. So new order ID, RazorPay order ID, and dot email. All these we can add, but before that we need the very important thing, that is order items. Okay, we need the order status, not the order status, we need the payment status. We are going to set it to new order dot get payment status. We can also pass the order status. This is going to be order status, new order dot get order status, and we can call the build method, and we can return the order response and save this. One thing I have noticed here we are passing the user ID. Actually in the user request we will not get the user ID at all. So let me remove this and let's go to the user request. In the user request we are not going to send this user ID. So let's save this. Actually in the order request we are going to send few more details. So that is user address, phone number, and email address. So let's add email, private string, phone number, and private string order status. So these are the mandatory fields that the user is going to add. Let's verify one more time. One is order items, user address, amount, email, phone number, order status. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yes, it should be sending all these 6 fields. We are going to send it. So let's save this. Now let's go to the service implementation. Here first let's copy the request to entity. So for this I'm also going to copy the phone number and email address. Email request dot get email, phone number request dot get phone number, order status request dot get order status. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so let's save this. Now here also we're going to add the ID, amount, user address, and we're going to return the user ID, RazorPay order ID, payment status, order status, and email and phone number. Also we're going to return email, new order dot get email, phone number, new order dot get phone number. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. While sending we are going to send 6, but while returning ID we are going to return it back, the new ID, and also we're going to return the user ID. That is one more thing, and also we're going to return the RazorPay order ID. And now let's save this, and now we can test this API. To test this we need the controller, so let's create the order controller. Inside the controller package I'm going to create a new controller which is order controller. Inside this we can create a new handler method. Before that I will add the REST controller annotation, and I'm going to add the request mapping annotation. I can provide the URI which is /API/orders, and I'm going to add the all args constructor, and I'm going to inject the dependency which is the order service. So private final order service, we can call this order service. Now I'm going to create a handler method public. This is going to return the order response and create order with payment. This is going to be a post mapping, and this is of the URI /create. So /API/orders/create is going to create a new order. We are going to use the request body to bind the values to the order request. You can call this request, and inside this first what we need to do is we have to make use of the order service dot, we're going to call the create order with a payment. To this we're going to pass the request. This is okay. By the way, this is going to throw an exception. Let's add the throws, which is RazorPay exception, and here we need to this is going to return the order response. So order response, we can call this response, right? Next we need to return this response, so return the response. Let's save this. Otherwise, even what we can do is we can even we can add it in the throw catch block. That is also fine, but I'm going to keep it simple. This is going to be the endpoint. Now let's start the application. I'm going to start it in a debug mode. Okay, we are getting some error, parameter 2 of constructor order. Okay, this is because, let's go to the service implementation. Here we can use the auto wired annotation. Let me add auto wired annotation. Let's save this, and I'm going to start it in a debug mode. You can see now there are no errors. We can test it. Let's go to the Postman. We wanted to create a new endpoint, so let me save all this. I'm going to close all these other API endpoints. So let's keep it open, the login API, and we need we need to create a new endpoint which is post mapping, and this is going to be http:/API/orders/create. And let me save this inside the foodies API. We can call this create order. Click on this save and go to the body, and raw we have to add the JSON, and here we are going to pass the details, which is what we need to pass. We need to pass the items, we need to pass the, let's go to the the IntelliJ and go to the order request. We need to pass the user address, amount, email, phone number, and order status. So let's start with order item. That is the first thing. So this is going to be ordered items. This is going to be an array. Inside this we need to pass what details we need to pass. We can verify it. We need to pass the food ID and quantity. We can pass all of this, but for now let's pass this food ID, quantity and price. Let's go to the read foods API. So read foods, click send. We can see, so I'm going to add this food. We need to add food ID. This is the food ID, and we need to add price. So let's add the price. This is going to be $350. So $350. This is going to be of number type. And what else we need to pass? Let's go to we need to pass quantity. Okay, so let's pass the quantity. Here I'm going to add quantity. Let's say user has added the 2 quantity. This is how we are going to pass. Now for now let's assume that user only ordered this one single item. Now we have to add the other, which is user address. Let's say Bangalore, email test@example.com, and phone number 123456789. This is the phone number. What else we have to add? Let's go to the order request, email, phone number, order status. We have to add the order status and amount. Let's say 300, and order status, which is preparing, which means the food is preparing. Now with this we have to send a request, and we can see, but we have to pass the authorization. Let's go to the headers and pass the authorization. I'm going to log into this API. We get the token, copy the token and pass the bearer and pass the token. Now let's send the API. I'm going to click on this send. You can see 200. Order has been created in the RazorPay. You can see we get the RazorPay order ID. Okay, to check this, whether to verify this, what we can do is let's go back to the RazorPay. Just log into our RazorPay account and make sure you are in the test mode. And now here you can see the payments, which all the payments has been created. I'm going to reload this page. Okay, or let's go to the orders. Yes, go to the orders. You can see the order has been created. So this is the order ID. You can see, which is 3 rupees. We have added 3 rupees. Okay, this 300, it has been converted to 3 rupees. That's fine. We can fix it from this UI part. But for now, you can see we got the order ID. So this is the order ID, which is end with RZ9, and this has been created. Today's date. And if you open this, you can see. But now we have just created the order. But now what we have to do is, once this API is, we make an API call from the React application, we also have to show the RazorPay payment dialog box to complete the payment. Once the payment is completed, this created will be converted to as paid if the user has correctly paid the amount, and later we will get the payment details. So, but for now we are able to create the orders. The create order API is working as expected. Now let's go to the IntelliJ. We have to create other endpoints as well. Before that, let's verify it in the MongoDB database whether the order is creating or not. Let's go to the MongoDB database and let me close this. This is the other database. The foodies one we are looking for. I'm going to just reload this. You can see we get the orders collection. If you open this, you see the new document, the amount, ordered items. You can see the ordered items and email, phone number, user address, user ID, and the order status, RazorPay order ID, everything is storing in the database. Now let's go to the IntelliJ and open the order service. Let's create the other endpoints. So I'm going to create the service method, which is update, not the update. Once the user has completed the payment from the RazorPay dialog box, we have to verify that. So for that, I'm going to create a method verify payment. This is going to take the collection, which is map of string and string. So let's import the map. This is going to be string. I'm going to call this payment data. So once the payment completed, we will get the payment data, which contains the RazorPay payment ID and signature. Everything will be stored inside this. It will be present inside this payment data, and we are going to get the status. So let's define this method. This is going to return the first of all, this is not going to return anything, so just make this as void. Now let's go to the service implementation and override this method. So here we need to first get the payment data. So payment data dot get, and this payment data contains the RazorPay order ID. So RazorPay underscore order ID. So this we will be getting, and we're going to store that in a variable string RazorPay order ID, RazorPay order ID. So once we get the RazorPay order ID, we can make a repository call to get the order details, because we have stored this order with this order ID, RazorPay order ID, we have stored the order document. So let's use the order repository dot find by RazorPay order ID, and to this we are going to pass the RazorPay order ID. This will gives us the optional. Okay, we can make use of this, or else throw new runtime exception order not found. So this will gives us the order entity existing order. Once we get the existing order, we have to update the status. So order repository, not the order repository, the existing order dot set payment status. The payment status we have to set, which is status, whatever the status that we are coming, that we are going to set it here. And next existing order dot, we have to set the payment signature, RazorPay signature. So we are going to use the payment data dot get. We're going to pass the key, which is RazorPay signature. RazorPay signature we are going to pass. Next we need to also add, that is RazorPay payment ID, set RazorPay. Okay, we have not created that. Let's create that. Let's go to the order entity. Here we are going to create one more, RazorPay payment ID, string RazorPay payment ID. Next, go to the service implementation. Here set RazorPay payment ID, RazorPay payment ID, and we are going to pass the key, which is RazorPay underscore payment underscore ID. This is the key. This will give us the RazorPay payment ID. And once we get all this information, we have to again store it in the DB. So for that, order repository dot save. To this we are going to pass the existing order. So this will, since the existing order ID will be already present, it is going to update the record. Once it is stored into the DB, we have completed the payment. Whatever the items which are present in the user cart, that we have to delete it. So for that, I'm going to write a condition if paid is equals ignore case, whatever the status that we are coming, static. If the status both are same, if it is the status is paid, then we are going to delete it. So for that, we are going to use the cart repository. Here I'm going to inject the cart repository. Scroll down here, cart repository dot delete by user ID, and to this we are going to pass the existing order dot get user ID. We have stored the cards with a user ID, so we are going to pass that user ID to this user ID to the delete by user ID for the cart repository, and it is going to delete that particular cart if user has successfully paid. If the user is successfully, the payment is completed, we are going to pass the status from the UI as paid, and that status we are going to compare it with this keyword. If it is paid, then we are going to remove the cart item from the cart, user cart, because user is already purchased that one, then we don't need to keep those cart items in the cart again. Alright, with this, now we have completed this verify payment. We can create the API endpoint. Let's go to the order controller, and here create a new endpoint, public, and this is going to return a string, or even we can return void. So let's call this verify payment. This is going to be a get mapping and /orders/verify. This is the URI endpoint, and to this is going to accept the payment data. So request body, so add the, let's use the map, and to this we are going to pass string and string. This is going to be a payment data, and inside this we have to make use of the order service dot verify payment. To this we are going to pass the payment data, and the status we are going to pass as paid, and this is going to return void, so we don't have to do anything. And let's save this. So now we have completed the verify payment, but we cannot test this one from the Postman, because once the user has been completed from the UI, we are going to receive the payment data, the order and the order ID and the signature and the RazorPay payment ID and all. But we can, with a dummy data, we can test it, but in the RazorPay dashboard we cannot check this one. In order to complete this one, in order to make this as paid from the UI, we have to open the dialog box, the RazorPay payment dialog box, and we have to complete the payment, then only this becomes paid. But to test this endpoint, what we can do is we can pass the to test this, we can pass the dummy data, the fake details, and we can check it in the database whether it is working or not. But that is not necessary. We can test it through the UI itself. We have to create a few more endpoints. One is for to get the user orders, to display the orders, and also we have to remove the order endpoint, because whenever the payment has been failed, we have to remove that order. We don't have to persist that order in the database, so that we have to create. So let's go ahead and create those endpoints. So first let's go to the order service, and here first create the service method to get the list of orders for a particular user ID. Get, let's call this get user orders. To this we are going to pass the user ID, and we are going to return the list of order response. We can just convert this, and what we need to do, we need to override this method. So let's save this. But before this, in this order response also, I'm going to create a method variable which is private list of ordered items. So let's import the list, and inside the service implementation we are actually mapping it to the response. Here also we are going to map the dot order items, new order, get ordered items. So we have this ordered items. So let's save this, and here at the top let's import the implement the method which is get user orders. So let me provide the implementation which is order repository dot find by user ID. To this we are going to pass the user ID, but this user ID we should never pass it like this. So let me go to the order service and user ID. We have to get the logged in user ID the way how we were doing it previously. So let's go to the cart controller or the cart service implementation. Here we will get the logged in user ID. So let's save this, let's copy this, and in the order service implementation let's make use of this user service and find by user ID. This will gives us the logged in user ID, and to this we can pass the logged in user ID, and we can, once we get the, this is going to give us the order entity. So we get the order list of order entity, let's call this list. Now we have to convert this into order response. So for that, list.stream.map, this is going to give us the entity, and to this entity we can call the method convert to response, and we can pass the entity, and let's call the collectors.toList, right? Just doing the Java 8 features. Now let's save this. We can create the endpoint. Let's go to the order controller. Inside this we can create the endpoint public, and we are going to get all the orders, public list of order response. We can call this get orders, this is going to be a get mapping, and /API/orders, this is going to be the endpoint, and inside this we are going to make a call to the service method which is order service dot get user orders, and we are going to return this. Now our endpoint is ready so that we can integrate it in the UI. Now let's create the endpoint to remove the order for a particular user ID, because whenever the order gets failed we have to delete that order. So for that, let's define a method. This is going to be remove order, and this is going to return a void. Let's save this. Now inside the service implementation, let's override the method. So let's implement the method remove order. Scroll down, and here we are going to we have to pass the order ID. Without order ID we cannot do that. So this is going to be order ID, and inside the order service string order ID, and inside this we can make a call to the order repository dot delete by ID, and to this we are going to pass the order ID, and it is going to delete the order from the repository. Let's save this and go to the order controller. We need to create the endpoint for this. I'm going to call this public this is going to return void. So delete order. We need to pass the order ID. So let's use the path variable string order ID. Let's make it as delete mapping /order ID order ID. This is going to be the variable name, and inside this we just make use of the order service dot remove order. To this we are going to pass the order ID, and this is going to this is not going to return anything. So let's save this. Okay, now our order ID, the deleting an order, is present. We can integrate this also with the UI. We need to create two more endpoints. So let's go to the order service. I'm going to define a new method. This is going to retrieve all the orders from the database. This is for the admin panel, because admin can able to see all the orders, right? So this method is only to retrieve the orders for a logged in user. Once the user has been logged in, he is going to place an order. He can only see whatever he placed the orders, so that only he can see. But right now what we are going to create, it is going to return all the orders which are present in the database. I'm going to create a method which is get orders of all users. This is going to return list of order response. Now go to the implementation and implement this method. Inside this we just use the order repository, and we're going to call the find all method, and this is going to give us the list of order entity. We can convert this into list.stream.map entity, convert to response. We can pass the entity collectors.toList, and we can return this. Now inside the order controller we can create an endpoint, public list of order response, get orders of all users. Let me add the get mapping annotation. This is going to be /all, and we're going to return order service dot get orders of all users. Let's save this, and we also need to create one more endpoint to update the status, the order status. Once the admin has been make the changes to the status, so we have to update the status. So for that, let's create one more method. Inside this, let's define, we're going to call this update order status, because the admin will change it to preparing, out for delivery, and delivered. All these he is going to change it. So for that, what I'll do is I'm going to accept the order ID and status. So this is going to return a void. Let's save this, and we can implement this method. So here we can provide the implementation. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to make use of the order repository dot find by ID. So using the order ID, we are going to first find the order. So we can use or else throw new runtime exception, order not found. we get the order entity back. Now once we get the entity, we have to set the status. So entity dot set the order status. We have to set it to the status that we are receiving. Next, we have to store that in a repository, order repository dot save, and we are going to pass the entity. And once we saved into the database, nothing, we don't have to do anything. We are not returning anything. If you want, we can return true as well, but basically we are going to just update the status, and this is going to be a patch request. So let's go to the controller, and we need to create the controller for this. Let's go to the controller and create a method public void update the order status. This is going to be patch. This is going to be patch mapping status order slash status slash order ID we need to pass. So this is going to be order ID, and let's use the path variable string order ID, and we need to pass the status. Let's use the request param string status. This we have to get it. Now inside this, what we need to do, we need to make use of the order service dot update order status, and we pass the order ID and status and save this. That's all we wanted to do. But here for the delete mapping, I'm going to pass a response status as no content. HTTP status, this is going to be no content. Let's save this. Okay, and this is going to be a create, so I'm going to add the response status, which is going to be HTTP status dot created. Order has been created. All right, now we have completed all the API endpoints related to orders. Now all we need to do is we have to integrate this with our React application. Now let's test all these endpoints. If you go to the order controller, we have just tested the create order API. We have to test the verify API, order ID API, and this get API. All these, let's test it one last time, and we can integrate with the React application. So let's go to the Postman, and here let me save this. I am going to create a new request, or I'm going to just duplicate this. So just duplicate this, and this is going to be /orders/verify. I'm going to change this to verify payment, and we need to pass the request body. So here we will pass few things. The first thing what we have to pass is, if you go to this API, and here what we are passing is, we are passing the RazorPay order ID. So we need to pass this RazorPay order ID. So let's copy this and paste it, and we need to pass the RazorPay order ID, the value. If you go to the database, we have one RazorPay order ID. So let's copy this and paste it. Now we got the RazorPay order ID. Next, if you go to the IntelliJ, we need to pass this RazorPay signature and RazorPay payment ID. We can pass this also. RazorPay signature, test data, and we will also pass the RazorPay payment ID. Save this, and test payment ID, test payment ID, test signature, and let's save this. And also we need to pass the status. If you go to the verify payment, we are passing the, okay, here we are only hard coding it, so that's completely fine. So we are passing the paid, but ideally we should pass this from the UI, but for now testing purpose, let's keep it as paid here. And now let's save this. Now we can test this. So post and 800/API orders verify, just verify the API endpoint and verify whether the application is running or not. Yes, the application is running. I'm going to click send. Okay, we need to pass the headers. So authorization, first login, and let's get the token, and inside this let's pass this, click send. Okay, still we are getting the forbidden. This is likely because, let's verify it in the, okay, here post not supported. Okay, this could be, okay, this is a get mapping actually. So we should not make this as get mapping. We have to make it as post mapping. So let's make this as post mapping. I'm going to stop this and I'm going to restart it. Okay, now let's debug this. So let's start in debug mode so that we can debug it later. Okay, now let me go to the Postman. I'm going to click on this send. You can see we get the result as 200. Okay, now we can go to the MongoDB database and refresh this. You can see we get the RazorPay signature, RazorPay payment ID, and order status is still preparing, but the payment status, you can see it has been updated as paid. Of course, this has not been updated in the RazorPay dashboard because we have not made the payment at all. Okay, but after that payment is done, we are going to make this API verify API key, so to update it in our database that the payment is done. So this API is working as expected. Now we can verify the next API. Let's go to the IntelliJ. Here we have this get mapping. So we are going to get the orders for a particular user. I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be a get mapping and /orders. This is the API endpoint, and I'm going to save this. This is going to be get orders, and now I'm going to click on this send. We get a single order for that particular user. You can see there is a single order. These are all going null because we are not passing. While creating order, we have not passed it category, image URL, description, name. We are going to pass all these later when we have integrated with the React application, but rest everything we are able to see. Okay, this API is working as expected. Now let's create one more API endpoint. Let's duplicate this. This is going to be get all orders for the admin panel. Get all orders. This is going to be orders/all. Now I'm going to click on this send. You can see we get this result for the admin panel. Let's save this. And next, what we need, I'm going to duplicate this. We have one more endpoint, which is delete mapping, to delete the order. Before that, I'm going to just make this as patch mapping, test this patch mapping to update the order status. So let's duplicate this. This is going to be a patch /API/orders/status/order ID we need to pass. So this order ID, let's go to the database, get this, copy this order ID, and now I'm going to passing the headers order here, and I'm going to pass the, do we need to pass anything? Let me verify it. Let's go to the IntelliJ. Here in the patch mapping we are not passing, but we need to set the status. This is going to be out for delivery. This is the order status that we are going to add. Now patch mapping get, I'm going to change this to update order status. Now click on this send. You can see 200 order has been updated. We can verify it in the DB. Let me refresh this. You can see order status to out for delivery. Now we are going to test the last endpoint, which is deleting the, which is this one, which is deleting the order. We're going to pass the order ID and we have to delete this. So for this, I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be a delete mapping. And let me remove this. We need to pass the order ID, and this is going to be /orders /order ID. Let's save this. And now I'm going to change this to remove order. Click send. You can see 204, no content. Now we can verify it in the database. Reload this. You can see it has been deleted. Alright, we have tested all the API endpoints, which is working as expected. Now what we need to do is we have to integrate all of this with the React application. But before that, I'm going to do one small change. If you open this order controller, this is API endpoint is for the admin panel. This is for the admin panel. And also one more we have to do, which is this one. This is for the admin panel, because admin is going to update this. So for this, we don't need the authorization, because admin panel or admin dashboard will be a separate React project, and that will be only used for the internal purpose. There we are not adding any Spring security. So for in that case, these two endpoints, we have to make it as accessible to anyone. We are not providing a security to these endpoints. To achieve this inside our security config, we are going to just add the request matchers. So here you can see the request matchers, just like how we have enabled the login, register and foods API. I'm going to make this also /API /orders /all and /API /orders /status /**. We should never make it as API /orders **. In that case, what will happen is all the endpoints which are related to orders will be enabled by, which will be permit all. We only have to enable the /all and /status. So that is why we have added these explicitly. Alright, now we have made these changes. We don't need the any of the endpoints for this. So we have the any of the authorization key. Now we can integrate this with the React application. Okay, now we can start integrating the orders API. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. First, let's open the place order component. Inside this, first, in order to capture the shipping details, the address and phone number and email address, we have to create a state. I'm going to create a new state at the top, use state. We are going to provide the initial values for the fields, which is first name. This is going to be an empty string. Last name, email, phone number, address, state, city, and zip code. And we are going to destructure this, and I'm going to call this data and updater function set data. Now we can create the onChange handler function to update these values when the user type values inside these input text boxes. Let's call onChange handler event. First we need to get the name, event dot target dot name, const value, event dot target dot value. Now we need to update the data. So set data, we get the data, and now we are going to use the spread operator to copy the data, and now we are going to update the name and we are going to update the value. Now this set data is updating the values for all of the fields, whatever the values that we have, we are going to update it. Now once we update this, we have one more function we need, which is the on submit handler. So let's use the on submit handler. Const on submit handler. This is going to be an arrow function. We get the event. First we need to stop reloading the entire web page. For that, event.prevent default. This is going to stop reloading the entire web page. Okay, next what we need to do here, we have to attach the function, attach the event. So let me close this and let's open this return statement, and here we have the form. Let me scroll down. We should see a form. Scroll down. Okay, here we have the form. So let's remove this no validate, and here I'm going to add the on submit handler. So for this on submit handler, now for all of these input text boxes, we need to provide the name attribute. The name attribute, this is going to be first name, and on change handler value we need to provide, which is data dot first name. Value we already have, so let's remove this. Next, scroll down, we have the last name. So value, let's add data dot last name. On change handler, name is equal to last name. Next we have the email. So for the email, let's add name. This is going to be email. On change event, for this on change handler function, value, this is going to be data dot email. Similarly, let's scroll down, we have the phone number. Let's add the value, which is going to be data dot phone number. Let's add name, which is phone number. Name we have added for the email. So now on change handler. Next we need to, that's it, these three properties. Next, scroll down, for the address we have to add value, that is going to be data dot address. Name, this is going to be address. On change handler. Next, country. So for this also I'm going to add the name, which is going to be country, and we need to add the value, which is going to be data dot. Okay, we don't have this country in place, so let's add the country as well here. But looks like we are not storing the country in the database, but anyhow we can create it, that's no problem. City, state and country. So let's add country. Now we have this drop down country, so let's add data dot country, and we have added the name property. We need to add the on change, which is on change handler. So let me actually bring this to the next line. Okay, next we have this one more drop down. So let's add name. This is going to be state value data dot state and on change handler. Let me bring this to the next line. Next we have the zip code. So for this, let's add the name attribute, which is going to be zip value data dot zip and on change handler. Let's save this. Now we have attached the events inside this on change. First of all, here we are adding the on submit for the form. Now I can log this to the console. Where is our on submit handler? Here I can log this to the console, the data. We can verify it. Data and data. So let's save this. Let's verify whether we are really attaching the on submit handler for the form or not. Yes, we are attaching. Now if you go to the browser and first of all, let's log in test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign in. We have signed in. There are no cart items present, and let's go to the cart and click on this continue shopping. I'm going to add 2 items. Now this is the total amount. I'm going to click on this proceed to checkout. Now we are in this proceed to checkout page. I'm going to inspect this, and here let me go to the console, and each div there is a error that's coming in. Each child has, oh, this is just a warning, so let's leave as it is. Now here let's provide the first name. So if I try to, let's go to the form required we have added. Now if I try to click on this continue to checkout, we get the validation error messages. Now I'm going to add test, some test. Let's add the email address test at example.com. Phone number, just enter the phone number and address thing and select the country, choose Karnataka and zip 78356 and click on this continue to checkout. So you should see the data. But one thing I'm going to make changes here. I'm not going to add the country. Instead I'm going to make this as state and this as I'm going to make it as city. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here scroll down. We don't need the country, instead we need the state, and this we're going to make it as state. This is going to be state, and this we're going to add it as Karnataka. Scroll down, state, instead of state we're going to add it as city. This is going to be city, and name, this is also a city, and here I'll just add Bangalore as the city. So next we're going to add the zip, and at the top, if you go to the top in the data, we don't need the country, so let's get rid of this. Save this. Now let's go back. You can see we have, okay, this dot state first. We made some mistake. Let's go to the, this is going to be state. Save this. Now everywhere we are referring state and state here also, and scroll down we have the city and city. Awesome. Now if you look at this, we have this state, just Karnataka, city we have Bangalore, and zip code we have. Now inside this on submit handler, we have to make an API call to create the order. So I'm going to get rid of this console.log. We don't need this. Now here we can start making the API call. So first what we need to do is we have to create an object to send it to the order API. So order create API. I'm going to create a object order data. This is going to be an object. Inside this we need to create the first user address. I'm going to frame the user address using the template literal data dot first name and dollar data dot last name. Next we need the address dollar data dot address. Next city we have to provide data dot city. Next state data dot state, and we need to provide the zip as well, data dot zip. Now we have framed the user address. Next we need the phone number. We will get it from the data dot phone number. Next we need the email address, email data dot email. Next we have the ordered items. We get the ordered items from the cart items. So let's make use of this cart items to iterate over it. Cart items dot map. We get the item, and inside this we are going to make use of the food ID. The food ID we will get it from item dot food ID. Next similarly we have the quantity. We get the quantity from quantities, and we can pass the item dot ID. Next price, we need to calculate the price. So item dot price, we're going to multiply it with quantities, and we're going to pass the item dot ID. Next category, item dot category. Next image URL, item dot image URL. Next description. Next item description, the item dot description, and name, item dot name. So now we are framing this ordered items: food ID, quantity, price, category, image URL, description, and name. Next, what else do we have? We have amount. So amount, we get it from the total dot to fixed. So let's use total because we get the total here. Total, we can add to fixed method to display the 2 decimal places. Next, order status, we have to set the order status, which is preparing, which means the food has been preparing. Now we get the entire object. So we are passing this order data. We prepared the order data. Now this order data we have to pass it to the API. So we have to make an API call, try catch block. Inside the try block, we're going to make use of the Axios library, axios.post. We can pass the API URL, which is http://localhost:8080/API/orders. Is it orders or order? Let's verify. I'm going to open the order controller. This is going to be orders. So let's make this as orders/create, and to this we're going to pass the order data, and to this we need to of course pass the headers as well because this is a protected. So I'm going to pass the headers, and let's pass the authorization authorization, and we have to pass the bearer token. So bearer, and we get the token. Okay, we need to accept the token at the top. So let's go to the use context and accept the token. Let's verify whether we are passing the token in the context value or not. Yes, we are passing it. So now scroll down. Here we are passing the token. Okay, next, once we pass all of this, we are going to make this as await because this is an asynchronous call. We get the response. Let's go to the top. Let's add the async function to this. Async, and we're going to make this as await so that we get the data. And let's store that in a variable const response. Let's add the condition if response dot status is equal to status is equal to 201, and response dot data, if we get the RazorPay order ID, we get the RazorPay order ID. Let's go to the postman, and if you go to the, what do we have, create order. If you go to the create order in the body, okay, we are not getting the response. Actually, we have removed this, but if you remember, we are having this RazorPay order ID. You can go here and go to the order response. You can see we have this RazorPay order ID. So this we are going to check that if the RazorPay order ID is present, then we know that the order has been created. So here we have to make another part, which is the next step, which is initiate the payment. Initiate payment. Now we have to pop up the dialog box from the RazorPay to pay the amount. In order to do that, I am going to call a new function, initiate RazorPay payment. To this, we are going to pass the response dot data. The entire data we are going to pass to this initiate payment. If the response code is not 201, and if it is not contain the RazorPay order ID, then we know that something is wrong. So I'm going to toast a message, toast.error, unable to place order, please try again. In the catch block also, we are going to print the error message, toast.error, unable to place order, please try again. Let's save this. Next, once we print all of this, next we have to create this method, initiate RazorPay payment. We have to add the RazorPay URL to make the payment. Now let's create this method to initiate the payment. Before that, we are getting some error here in the phone number. It is likely because, let's add the comma. Okay, so let's save this. Now this order data is ready and there are no errors. Now in order to initiate the payment, first we have to use the RazorPay script. So let's go to the index.html, and here I'm going to add the script. So this is the RazorPay checkout JavaScript link, the CDN link. I'm going to add this. Of course, you can also use the npm library, but this is the easiest way. So I'm going to add this. So you can find this link in the description section of this video. Now let's add this. Now let's close this. And now let's go to the place order. Here, let's create the function which is initiate RazorPay payment. So what I'll do is I am going to create this function here, which is initiate payment. So this is going to be a const initiate RazorPay payment. This is going to be an arrow function. To this we are going to pass the response data that we are coming from the create order API. So order response, and inside this we have to create an object to pass it to the RazorPay payment gateway, which is const options. I'm going to create this object. To this object we have to pass various informations. The very first information what we need to pass is we have to pass the key. We have to pass the API key. So I have already created a file which is inside the util. I have created a file called constants.js. I have added the RazorPay key. I'm going to add that here. So let's inside the place order component, I am going to create a const which is RazorPay key, let's use that. So I'm going to import the, or we don't need this, we can directly import it here. So this is going to be a RazorPay. Let's import the at the top. So I'm going to import this. Import from, you can see we have this util. Inside the util we have this constants. Now we can import the RazorPay key, right? We get the RazorPay key. We get the RazorPay key here. Don't use mine. So if you open this, I have just exported this RazorPay key. Do not use mine, because if you use mine, it will not work, because after uploading this video to YouTube, this will be no longer available. Now we can use this RazorPay key here. RazorPay key. Next option what we have to pass is amount, the total amount that we wanted to pay to the RazorPay. That we are going to get it from the order.amount. Okay, this amount, it will be, if you look at the RazorPay dashboard, the previous one we have created, it has been stored as 3 rupees, which is in paisa. Now we have to multiply this with 100. So now we get the 300, the total amount we will get it. So that is why the total amount, I am going to the order amount, I'm going to multiply it with 100. This is because I'm going to write a comment here. This is because convert to paisa. Next we need the currency. So we need to pass the currency. So this is going to be an INR. Name, we have to provide the name of the from where it is payment is coming. So I'm going to add food land, the hotel name, and the description, food order payment. Next we need the order ID. So we need the order ID. The order ID we will get it from this order.RazorPay order ID. So RazorPay order ID, from here we will get it. And next we need to provide this success handler. So after, once the payment is completed, if it is successful, what we have to do, what function we have to call. So I'm going to provide the handler function, and I'm going to create a function. So here we get the callback function. This is going, we get the response from the RazorPay. Okay, so if it is successful, so I'm going to, this response contains the payment details, the payment order, payment ID, and the signature, everything will be available here. So I'm going to make this as asynchronous function, and inside this I'm going to call one more function, which is verify payment. If you remember, we have created the API verify payment. So this API we are going to make it here. So to this we are going to pass the response, and we need to pass the order ID. So order.id, this is the order ID, not the Razor payment order ID. This is the order that we are going to get it. And this is going to be an await. Next, we need to pass one more option, which is pre-fill. So when the RazorPay dialog box has opened, what all the information should be pre-filled. We have to pre-fill the email address and their mobile number and name we have to pre-fill. So for that, we are going to add this pre-fill name. Let's add $data dot first name, the data that we are going to get. Here we have this data, right? This data. From this we are going to get the data dot first name and last name. $data dot last name. Next we have to pass the email address. So email also we will get it from the data dot email. Next, contact, this is the option. We are going to pass the phone number. And all these information we have to pass it, and we can also optionally we can pass the theme, which theme you want it. So I'm going to add the color property for this. All information you will get it from their documentation. I know very well about their documentation. I have integrated plenty of times, so that's why I'm directly going and adding the code, so but you can read the documentation for your reference. Next we need to add the model. So inside this model there are again plenty of options we can add. One of the option that we're going to add is on dismiss. Let's say suppose when the pop-up is opened, if we have closed that dialog box without making the payment, then the payment will be declined. In that case we have to delete the order, right? We don't want to keep that order. That's why we have created the API to delete the order. In case of any order got failed, we have to remove the order from the database. So for that we are going to use this model, and we have a method option called dismiss, and this is also going to be a function. Let's call the function, and I'm going to add the asynchronous function. This is going to be an async function, and inside this we are going to delete the order. So we are going to call a function. Of course we haven't created this function, we will create it in just a bit. Order.id, and I'm going to make this as await, and here I'm going to toast a message, toast.error, payment was cancelled, payment cancelled, and let's save this. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to create this verify payment method, and also we have to create the one more function, which is delete order. But now we have created these options to initiate the RazorPay payment, but we have to pass these options to a method which is RazorPay open method. So for that, at the very end, what I'll do is I am going to create a variable which is RazorPay, and to this we are going to create a new object which is window dot RazorPay. This is the object we are going to create, and to this we are going to pass the options. So for which we have created the options, right? This options we are going to pass it. So if you go to the beginning of this function, we have this options, right? This options we are going to pass it to the window.RazorPay, and we can make this as RazorPay, and using this RazorPay we're going to call the open method. This is going to open up the model, the payment model, and to that model we're going to pass all these informations, the verify payment and delete order and the RazorPay key, amount, name, description, order ID, everything we're going to pass. Now in order to create these two methods, first of all what I'll do is we have this verify payment, and here I'm going to make this as RazorPay response, RazorPay response. Let's make this as RazorPay response. we don't need this order ID. Let's get rid of this. So we get the RazorPay response, and that we are going to pass it to the verify payment. So in this RazorPay response, what do we have? We will get the RazorPay payment ID, RazorPay order ID, RazorPay signature. All those information will be available here. Now here we are going to create that function, which is verify payment, const verify payment. This is going to be an arrow function. Let's make this as, we are going to receive the response, that is the RazorPay response. We can call this RazorPay response, and this is going to be an asynchronous function because we're going to make an API call inside this. Inside this, we have to make use of the I'm going to create one more object, const payment data. Here I'm going to add the data, which is RazorPay payment ID, that we're going to get it from the RazorPay response dot RazorPay payment ID. Next, RazorPay order ID, we will get it from the RazorPay order ID. RazorPay order ID. Next, RazorPay signature, RazorPay response dot RazorPay signature. So now we get all this, the signature, order ID and payment ID. Now we can pass this payment data to the API. So we can make use of the API, which is const, or what I'll do is I'm going to just use the Axios library, Axios dot, we're going to make the API call, which is a post call, and we provide the URL localhost colon 8080 slash API slash orders slash verify. This is the API. Into this we're going to pass the payment data. Along with this, we have to also need to pass the headers. So we provide the headers. To this we need to pass the authorization token, authorization header, and we need to pass the token. So let's use the template literal, and we are going to pass the bearer token. We get the token from the context. Now we are making the API call. This is going to be an await, and from this, by the way, we are not going to get any response, but we are going to check for the status. Const, let's call this response. We can write a condition if response dot status is equal to 200. If it is 200, then we are going to toast a success message, that is payment successful. And once the payment is successful, we have to make one more call to clear the cart. So we also have the API call to clear the cart. So I'm going to call a method which is clear cart. This is going to be an await. Of course, we have to call this, create this method also, but we're going to call this clear cart method. Once we clear the cart, we have to navigate to the, we have this navigate, okay. We have to navigate to the my orders page. So their user has added their user can see the orders. So I'm going to use the use navigate hook slash, sorry, this is going to be navigate. Now we can call the navigate function, navigate slash my orders. Of course, we haven't created this route. We will create everything in just a bit, but if it is success, we are doing the clear cart and we are navigating to the my orders page. If it is not, status is 200, we're going to toast the error message, that is payment failed, please try again. And we have to navigate to the slash homepage. We have to navigate to the homepage, or even we can navigate it to the my orders page. That is also fine, as per your requirement, as per the design. You can do however you want. And next we have to, actually we should have been wrapped it inside the try catch block. So what I'll do is I'm going to wrap this in a try catch block. So let's cut this inside the try catch block. I'll make this, we get the response, and inside the catch block, let me format this. Inside the catch block, I'm going to toast an error message, toast.error, payment failed, please try again. And we have to navigate to the home page. All right, so now we are displaying the error message. Actually here we don't need to navigate it, we just need to display the error message, toast.error, payment failed, please try again. All right, now we almost done, but what extra we have to do is we have to create this clear cart function. Also we have to create the delete order function, then we can test our implementation. Now let's create a function for the clear cart and delete order. So const delete order, this is going to be an arrow function, and it will accept the order ID, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside this, let's add the try catch block, and inside the try block, let's make use of the Axios API, axios.delete, and we provide the API URL, http://. Later we are going to move this to the service, but for now let's keep it here, 8080/API/orders, and / we need to provide the order ID. So for the order ID, we are going to concatenate the parameter which is order ID. And once we pass the order ID, we also need to pass the headers. So we get the headers, this is going to be an object, we get the authorization header, and we pass the bearer token, bearer $, we're going to pass the token. Now this is going to be an asynchronous function, so I'm going to attach the await keyword, and this is not going to return anything, it just return the no content status code. So what I'll do is I'm going to, once we deleted it, in case of if any error occurs, we are going to just log this to the console, or I'm going to just toast error unable to remove the order, or we can say something went wrong, contact administrator, contact support team, something meaningful message we can add. Now let's create a one more function for the clear cart, const clear cart, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and this is going to, inside this let's add the try catch block, and in the try block let's make use of the Axios library to make a delete request, and this is going to be the URL http://localhost:/API/cart/clear, and to this we need to pass the headers. So let's pass the headers, and we need to pass the authorization token, bearer, and the token. Let's add the await keyword, Again, this is not going to give us anything, but I'm going to set the quantities. I'm going to set the quantities to an empty object. Inside the catch block, let's toast an error message, toast.error, error while clearing the cart. Let's save this. Alright, we have completed everything. We have made all the API calls, the clear cart, delete order, verify payment, initiate the RazorPay payment, on submit handler. We have done a lot of things, and now all we need to do is we have to test this functionality, and once it works as expected, we have to move all of this code to the service layer. Alright, now let's test the functionality. So just to keep it simple and clean, I have deleted the records. In the orders, I have just deleted all the old records. In the cards also, I have erased all the data. Now we don't have any records in this orders and cards. However, we have foods and users. Now I have logged into the test at example.com user, and now let's test it. Let's go to the cart. Before that, I'm going to add few orders. So we have 2, 1, 1. One is for chicken biryani, special chicken biryani, and boneless chicken biryani. We have 2 quantity for one item and 1 for other 2 items. Let's go to the cart, click on this proceed to checkout, and test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, and address just provide Bangalore and Karnataka, city Bangalore, and provide the zip. Now let's click on this continue checkout. When we do this continue to checkout, it should open up the RazorPay dialog box. Okay, we get some error, unable to place order, please try again, which is good. Let's go to the database first, see whether we are getting the orders or not. Okay, however, the order is creating, but it is not opening the RazorPay dialog box, which means there is a problem with our initiate RazorPay payment. Okay, this is the initiate RazorPay payment. Scroll down, constant, new, RazorPay options, RazorPay open. Let's actually inspect this. Do we get any errors? Okay, this is for the old errors, and looks like okay, this could be RazorPay. Yes, this is not a capital P, this is a small p, RazorPay, and we are passing the options. Okay, now let's save this. And one more thing, what we have earlier done is we have actually index.html. If you open, you can see we have added this script file, right? There is other way also you can do. Instead of using this script tag, you can just open the terminal and you can do npm install RazorPay. This is also works. Let me clear this, and in the place order at the top you can just import the RazorPay. So RazorPay, just import it. You can see now we are importing it from the RazorPay, right? This is also works fine. So just I'm going to comment this for now. Let me save this. So in case if you don't want to use that index.html script JS file, you can use this npm library. Actually, this is the preferred way. Try to use this one. Now let's go to the browser. Let me close this. Now I'm going to click on this continue to checkout. Now you can see we are getting this initiate payment pop-up, but however the amount price, first of all, this is in the test mode. You can see we have this nice banner, but if you look at this, the amount we are getting as 14.62. it should be come as 1462, but looks like we have made mistake. That is, let me close this. If you scroll down, okay, here actually we should not do it here. Let me save this and let's go to our backend, and here inside our order service implementation, if you look at this, we have the amount. So let's go to the amount where is the amount? Okay, here we have this amount. I'm going to multiply this with 100. Okay, let's save this. I'm going to restart it just for the safer side. I'm going to restart this. Now let's go back to the Mozilla and I'm going to just close this. It will ask you to continue payment. When I click on this S exit, it is going to call the function that we have written on dismiss, right? So click on this on exit. You can see we have this the status, which is payment cancelled. If you go to the MongoDB, just refresh this. The current order what we have clicked on that is actually erased. This is the previous order. Okay, so now if you go to the now when I'm going to click on this continue to checkout, this time it should show 1462. Click on this. You can see now we got the 1462. Now we have to test it. We can test it with the cards and UPI also. You can go to their official documentation and you can see I have opened this documentation. You will get this test card details. So you will get the card details for MasterCard and Visa. So for the Visa, this is the card number. I'm going to choose cards. Let's go for 41111. Okay, and month you can give any future month and year. I'm going to give 228 and CVV 123. And if you look at this, we have added the prefill, right? This is what the prefill is. When we add the prefill, it is going to show the name and phone number. So it will automatically populate these number and username or the full name. Now click on this continue. It will ask you to send the OTP. The OTP you can enter it as 123456. Now click on this continue. It should complete the payment. You can see confirming the payment. Alright, payment is successful. So now it will automatically close this dialog box. You can see error while clearing the card. This is fine. But if you go to the if you look at this, here we have this my orders. It is navigating to the my orders page. But if you go to the MongoDB, just refresh this, you can see we have this new order has been created and the payment status is paid. We are capturing the RazorPay order ID, signature and payment ID, and the food order status is preparing. But the payment status, it becomes paid, right? Now let's go to the RazorPay dashboard and here let me reload this. You can see now, just now the payment has been done 1462. The attempts one attempt only we have tried this and this has been paid. And now if you click on this, you will see these details. But if you go to the payments option, we are in the orders page, but if you go to the payments, you will see the captured option. So this is the one we have used the prepaid card. Earlier I have tested with the UPI and you can see now we have tested with the prepaid card. And now if you click on this details, you will see the whole of details. So you will see the payment ID, order ID, and how we have done the payment, and the card digits, last 4 digits for the card, customer phone number, and total fee that the RazorPay has deducted, and everything it is present here. So this is about the capturing the payment. Now let's go back to the our application. Now let's go to the cart. Somehow this is clearing, this cart is not clearing. So what I'll do is I'm going to click on this continue shopping, and in the database for now what I'll do is let's go to the cart and refresh this. Okay, actually the cart is deleting, but here in the UI we are able to, okay, let's go to here, but here we are able to see the 3. Let me reload this, and now it becomes 0. Okay, let's actually try one more time. This time we will test it with the UPI ID. I'm going to add 2 items. Let's go to the cart and click on this proceed to checkout. Let's fill UPI test, UPI at test, phone number I'm going to enter address Bangalore. Now click on this. You can see the total amount, which is 1110. Continue to checkout. You can see 1110, and now I'm going to select UPI. So if you want to test it for UPI, let's go to the RazorPay dashboard, and here you can see test the UPI ID details. Scroll down, you can see for the successful flow you have to use this ID, for the failure you have to use this one. I'm going to use this success, so let's use this and verify and pay. Open your RazorPay app and complete the payment, it will say. So now we should see the successful payment, confirming the payment, and now the payment is successful. So it will automatically close this, and you can see payment successful. However, we are getting this error while clearing the cart, so later we can fix this. But let's go to the RazorPay and reload this. We should see the UPI details. You can see we have used the UPI and the customer details and the capture details. Everything will be present here. Alright, now our API is working as expected, and we are collecting the money from the user. Only thing is we are able to see some errors while clearing the cart. We can fix this. Now we can test the clear cart API, whether we are correctly integrating it or not. This is likely because we might have missed the mappings. So this is for the cart controller. We have this endpoint /API/cart, and for the clear cart, okay, this is a clear cart and there is no mapping for this. Now let's go to our Visual Studio Code, and inside this place order we have this clear cart. If you open this, okay, we have added wrongly the URI path. This is /clear. We have to remove this. This is only /localhost 8080/API/cart. This is because we are not able to make the API call. So let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, this time I'm going to order some ice creams. So let's order an ice cream and go to the cart, and we have 2 chocolate ice creams, and I'm going to click on this proceed to checkout and just fill ice and cream, ice cream, and enter some details. Bangalore, Karnataka, Bangalore, pin, and click on this. We have 131 rupees. Just click on this continue to checkout. We get the RazorPay dialog box, and you can see 131 rupees. And let's go for the card and choose 41111. This is a Visa card, and any future date you can give CVV 123, and click on this continue. And okay, this is because yes, secure my card, and we get this OTP. Just skip this OTP, and now enter the OTP 123456 and click on this continue. It should make the payment, processing payment, payment successful. Awesome. Now we should see that error. We should not see that error. Yes, payment successful, and you can see the cart has been cleared, and we are navigating to the my orders page. Awesome. We can verify it in the RazorPay dashboard also. Go to the dashboard and click on this transactions. In the payments, you should see the prepaid card 131 rupees and the entire details you can see here. Awesome. Our payment integration is working as expected. Now what we need to do is let's verify it in the MongoDB also. In the orders, a new order has been created with 131 rupees, and in the carts, the cart is empty. Now we have to concentrate on this orders page. We have to create this orders page in the user account as well as in the admin dashboard. Let's do that. Now let's go ahead and create the orders page. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Inside the pages, first let's create the new folder. let's call this my orders. Inside this, create a new file which is my orders.jsx. We can also create the CSS file my orders.css. Inside this, let's generate the functional component. Inside this, first of all, we need to make an API call to get the orders. So for that, I'm going to first get the context. To this context, let's pass this store context. Okay, let's import it manually. Import store context from context/store context, and we can pass the store context. From this, we are going to destructure the token. Next, we need the data to store the list. So data set data, we're going to use state hook. This is going to be an empty array initially. Alright, next let's create the arrow function const fetch orders. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, we are going to make the API call. So axios.get. So we need to pass the API endpoint http://localhost:8080/API/orders, and we're going to provide the headers. The headers, we need to pass the authorization token, authorization bearer. We're going to pass the token. This is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to add the await keyword. Now we get the response back. Now once we get the response, we can update the function using the set data response.data. This is having the data, and let's save this. Now we have to call this function inside the use effect hook. So use effect. As soon as the component is loaded, we have to call the function which is fetch orders, but we're going to call the fetch orders function only if the token is available. So write the condition: if token is present, then we're going to call the fetch orders, and we're going to pass the token as a dependency array. Next, we need to create the table to display the orders. So for that, let me quickly create it. So first, let's use the div with a container, and we're going to create one more div with a class name padding 5 and padding 5 and row justify content center. Inside this, let's create one more div with a column 11 and card, and inside this, let's create the table, and we're going to generate the table body, and also we're going to add the class name for the table, which is table responsive. Inside the t body, we're going to iterate over the data. So data dot map, we get the single orders, and also we get the index. Now we can make use of the table row to display the records. So for this table row, so tr, we are going to pass the key which is index, and for the tr we are going to add the td, and inside the td first we are going to display the image. So let's pass the image. So image, we are going to get it from the assets. We need the assets, so later we can add the image, but for now let's provide the height which is 48 and width 48. Next I'm going to create one more column, that is for the order items. So here I'm going to iterate over the ordered items. Inside this, ordered items, this is going to an array, and I'm going to loop through the map. We get the item and index, and here we are going to make use of the if condition to check the index is equal to ordered items dot length -1. Then we're going to return item dot name, and we're going to concatenate with multiplied with item dot quantity. So we need to display the quantity as well. Else we are going to add the comma. We're going to return we are going to display with a comma separated, return item dot name, and we are going to show the multiply symbol, and item dot quantity, add comma to it. This is for the second column. Next, for the third column, we are going to display the price, the amount, the total amount that the user has paid, and I'm going to add the Indian currency, which is ampersand hash x20b9. This is for the Indian currency. Next, the fourth column, I'm going to display the items, how many items, total items. So we can use the length to get it, ordered items dot length, and in the next column I'm going to display the order status. So for the order status, I'm going to use a bold HTML tag, order status. This is going to wrap it inside the bold, or even we can add class name font weight bold. This also we can add, and we need to make this as capitalized. So text capitalize, I'm going to add capitalize. Okay, this is the bootstrap class, and also I'm going to add a dot. So for that I'm going to use ampersand hash x25cf. This is what I'm going to use. And in the last column I'm going to create a button. I'm going to add the class name btn small, btn warning, and I'm going to attach the icon, bootstrap icon, which is class name bootstrap icon, bootstrap arrow clockwise. And let's save this. Later we're going to attach a function, on click function, or we can attach it now also, on click, and to this we are going to call the function fetch orders. Alright, so now with this we have completed the table. Let's save this. Let's go to the Mozilla and now go to the orders page. Okay, there is an error. Go to the console on complete. No route. Okay, there are no routes matched for this. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the app.jsx. So I'm going to create a one more route. This is for the my orders. This is going to be my orders. Now let's save this, and you can see now we have this nice table. What all the items that the user is ordered: boneless chicken biryani, 2 quantity chicken biryani, 1 quantity special chicken biryani 1, the total amount he paid, and the items, and it is in preparing mode, and he can check the status by clicking on this. We have to add the icon here, the to display one parcel icon, so we're going to add that. Now let's add the image to this icon, and also we're going to add the decimal points, and also what we need to do is we need to make few more changes. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. In interest of time, I have already added the image. So if you open the assets folder, we have this delivery.png, and now let's open the assets.js. Let's open the assets.js. Here I'm going to import that image, import delivery from delivery.png. We can export this delivery, save this, and let's go to the my orders, and here we have this source. We can make use of the assets dot delivery. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, you can see now we have this nice icon. Now we have to add this decimal point for this amount. We're going to call the to fixed, and we're going to specify the decimal places, which is 2 decimal places. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, you can see we have this decimal points as well. Okay, now the orders page is ready for the particular user. Now what we have to do is we have to create the same orders page in our admin panel as well, but the admin will have this will not have this icon. Instead, he is having a drop down. He can set the status, whether it is preparing, whether it is out for delivery, or it is already delivered. So that is going to create it inside the admin panel. I have opened the admin panel source code. Here inside the orders.jsx, we have to make the API call, and we have to design that component. So first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to remove this, whatever the code that we have added inside the my orders component for the another project. The same code I'm going to paste it here. Next, let me remove this. I'm going to paste it right. Paste it, and now I'm going to change this to orders, and let's change this to orders. And all right, now what we have to do is we don't need this store context, and we don't need this use context also, and axios we need, and assets we need, and rest everything we need, but we don't need all of this. Let's remove this. Now we have to make an API call to the different URLs. So this is going to be a data set data. I'm going to create a use state hook. This is going to be an empty array initially. Next, I'm going to create the fetch orders. This is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside this, I'm going to make use of the axios to call the API, the get API. We're going to get all the orders, http://localhost:/API/orders/all, and this is going to give us an await, and we don't have to pass any headers because this is permit all. Okay, this is not going to be a protected endpoint. we are going to get the response back, and we are going to set the data response.data. Now we have to call this function inside the use effect hook. Use effect. We're going to pass the dependency array, an empty array we're going to pass, and inside this we will call the fetch orders method. So let's save this. Now our API is ready. Once we get the data, we have to display it here. So everything remains same in this, but the only thing what we have to do is okay, one more thing we have to do. We have to call one more function, that is update the status. So const status handler, or I can call it as update status. Update status. To this we are going to pass an event and order ID. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this we need to make an API call axios.patch, and the URL http://api/orders/status, and we need to pass the order ID slash plus order ID, and also we need to pass the status in the request param. So for that, what I'll do is I'm going to again pass question mark, and I'm going to add the status is equal to, we need to pass the value, which is, let me do one thing, I'm going to add event.target.value. Of course we can use the template literal also. In fact, let's use the template literal. That is actually the best one. So here I'm going to use the template literal, and here let's use order ID, and next plus status is equal to, here we will use dollar and event.target.value. Now this looks even better. Okay, now the URL is ready. Now we have to make an API call. Once we make the API call, we are going to get the response. So const response, and we're going to check if the response.status is, this is going to be response dot status. Why it is coming like this? Response dot status. Oh my god. Okay, we have not added the await here. Sorry. So await, and here let's add response.status is equal to 200. Then we need to, inside this I'm going to call a method which is fetch orders. This is going to be an await. Now let's save this. Next, what we need to do is, everything remains same here in this table. First we are going to display the image. Instead of delivery, we are going to use the parcel, because we have already added the parcel icon, and we're going to use the items, and everything remains same. But this last, instead of the button, we are going to use the drop down. So let's use the drop down, select form control, and to this we are going to attach the on change event. So first of all, I'm going to add the options, option food preparing, and this is going to be food preparing and next we have out for delivery. This is also out for delivery. Paste it. This is going to be delivered, and this is also delivered. Let's save this. Now we have to attach the on change event. On change, this is going to be, first of all I am going to pass an event, and we're going to call the function which is update status. So the function which we have created, we're going to call that update status, and to this we are going to pass the event and order ID. So order.id, and we need to pass the value as well. The value will be order status. Let's save this. Now we created this drop down menu, but one thing what we have to do is, here if you go to the top, everything remains same, but we have to display the user address. But for now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, and our main application is running on 5173, the admin portal is running on 5174, and this is the list page. Let's go to the orders. You can see in the orders page we can see everything like preparing, and this is food preparing, out for delivery, and you can see all of this, but there is no way to see the user address. We have to, below this we have to display the user address. Let's display the user address so that the hotel person can deliver the order. So for that, here inside this, what I'll do is I'm going to create a div, and inside this div we have this div, and first of all what I'll do is I'm going to wrap this in a div first, and next we have another div. Inside this we are going to display the user address. So user address order dot user address. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see in the below we have the user address, Testy, Bangalore, Karnataka, this one. So the admin can see the address as well. Now if the admin can make changes to this, now this is in the pairing stage, but actually we don't have to display this status. We don't need to display this preparing status. This is only for the our user facing application. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this order status. Let me save this, and now when the user, if the admin can make this to out for delivery, and now if the main application user, in the user facing application, if the user is reloaded, it should be updated to, okay, let me see which one is, okay, nothing is working. It should have been updated to, let me go here, okay, it is out for delivery. Why it is coming food? Okay, it is not updating properly, so we can see what is wrong with that. In order to fix this update status functionality, let me open the inspect and developer tools, and let me click on this out for delivery. Okay, you can see we are getting this error which is 403, which is nothing but forbidden or access denied. So let's actually go to the network tab and click on this. We can see whether we are sending the bearer token or not. In the headers, okay, we are not passing. Okay, first of all, for this API endpoint we don't need to pass the token, but why we are getting this? Okay, this is because we are adding one plus to this URL. Okay, so let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and you can see here we are adding this plus. Okay, so let's remove this. Now let's save this. And now let me clear this and now I'm going to change this status to out for delivery. All right, now you can see we got the 200 success out for delivery. Now if you go to the user dashboard, user orders, and right now it is showing it as preparing. Now to make the latest status, to see the latest status, you can just click on this refresh icon. You can see it is now showing it as out for delivery. Similarly, if the admin make this one more as delivered, and you can see refresh this, you can see it is delivered. So like this it is going to work. So admin, in the admin panel, admin is going to update the statuses and the user can see the reflected changes. All right, now we are almost complete, but one last thing what we have to do is in this the user application, the user facing application, right now when the user is logged in, we are hiding the login and register, but still the user can navigate to the login. You can see we should not show this. If the user is logged in, we should never show this. So we are going to handle this. One thing what I'm going to do is first I'm going to align this to the middle. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code inside the myorders.css. Let's add the custom CSS vertical align middle. Let's save this, and inside the myorders, first let's import the CSS class myOrder.css. Let's save this. Now okay, this should be import / myorders.css. Let's save this, and you can see now it has been aligned to the middle. Vertically it is aligned to middle. Now what we have to do is we have to fix this. Whenever the user is go to the login component, we should hide this. So let's do that. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and open the app.jsx. Inside this app.jsx, we are going to add a conditions here. We're going to add the ternary operators. So the home page should be fine. The contact is also fine. But whenever the user is navigate to the explore, this is also fine. Food/ID, this is also fine. But the cart, this is also fine. But the order, this one, we have to make some changes. So here I'm going to add a condition. If first of all we have to get the token. So to get the token, I'm going to use the use context. To this context, we're going to pass the store context, and we get the token. So let's get the token, and here we're going to use the token. So token, if the for /order, if the token is present, then we are going to show the place order. Otherwise, we are going to navigate user. We are going to take the user to the login component. So we will render the login component. Similarly, for the /login, if the token is present, then we will display the home page, the home component. Otherwise, we are going to show the login. Similarly, for the /register, if the user is navigate to the register and if the token is present, we have to display, or we have to render the home component. Otherwise, we are going to render the register component. Similarly, in the myorders, so for the myorders, if the token is present, then we have to display the myorders. Otherwise, we have to take the user to the login component. For the cart, we don't have to do anything. For the food/ID, we don't have to do anything. Explore, we don't need to do anything. For the contact, we don't have to do anything, and for the / also we don't have to do anything. Only these are the protected routes. We are made some changes. Now let's go to the browser and we can test it. Now user inside this logged in. Now if he try to log in, he cannot able to log in. You can see it will be redirecting back to the home page. Similarly, if the user is navigate to register, he is navigating back to the home page. So now if the user can go to the register, and similarly user can go to the cart, but I'm going to logging out, and if the user is navigate to my orders, he cannot do that. He should be logged into the application. Similarly, let me log in test at example.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on this sign in. User is logged in. Now user can log into any other pages, but he cannot log into, he cannot see the login and register. Cart he can see, order he can see, and also the user cannot, he can directly go to the order page, which is order, but he cannot go to the continue to checkout because it is disabled because the cart is 0. Alright, we have made so much of changes and we are almost completed this project, but one last thing what we have to do is we have to change this part. So I'm going to remove this jumbotron and I'm going to add the image so it looks even better. Okay, we are almost completed, but I'm going to make few more changes. The one thing is I'm going to add the image. Instead of this jumbotron, we're going to add the background image. That is first thing. And I'm going to make the button sizes too small. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open the menu bar and scroll down. You will see the buttons, the buttons which is login and register. I'm going to use this btn small buttons, btn small, and here also I'm going to use btn small, and for the logout also I'm going to use we have this logout button. Anyway this is a list, so we don't have to add the btn small, but let's save this and you can see now we have a very nice buttons which is in small. The cart also I'm going to make small. The cart image, this is right now it is 32. I'm going to make it as 28 and 28. So let's save this and this is how it looks. Alright, now one last thing, or I can make it even 24. Let's save this. Alright, this is looks great. Now one more thing what I would like to do is, okay, sorry, this is actually for the profile. I'm not going to make any changes to this profile, but for the cart, where we have this cart, okay, here it is the cart. I'm going to make it as 24 and 24. Let's save this and this is how it looks. We can make it 28 and we can check 28. Let's save this. Okay, this is far better. Alright, we need to add the background image, right? So in interest of time, I have already downloaded the image. So if you go to the assets and header.png, this is the image that we're going to add. So what I will do is, I'm going to open the menu bar.css, not the menu bar, go to the header. So let me close this and open the header.css. First of all, I'm going to add the class header. So let's go to the header.jsx and here at the top, I'm going to add header. And now let me add the CSS styling, which is padding. I'm going to add 5 rem and margin bottom I'm going to add, which is 1 rem. Next I'm going to add the border radius. I will add it to 0.3 rem. Next I'm going to add margin top. I will add it to 0.25 rem. Color I'm going to add white. This is for the text. And background image, we need to provide the URL double dot slash and go to the assets / header.png. Next we need to provide the background size, which is cover, and I will add background position, which is center, background repeat, no repeat. Let's save this and let's go to the browser, and you can see this is how it looks, and this looks very impressive. Alright, now we have almost completed, not almost, we have completely finished this project. We have added so much of features. The admin panel we have added, login, register, and my orders page, payment gateway integration, and filtering, searching, and also form validations and placing the orders. And in the backend we have created so much of APIs and we have integrated this. We have also used the context APIs. I hope you enjoyed this course as much as I enjoyed while creating this. In case if you are looking for the source code, you can find the link in the description section of this video. And also, if you are so far completed this course, make sure to add your comments and you mention it that you finished this course and how this course is helping you to achieve your goals, and let me know in the comment section. Thank you so much for watching, and one last time, thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel and like this video.